I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today. I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
And hello world! We are back for day 2 at SIS Scaleup Impact Summit. We had a brilliant start to this event yesterday with top speakers. Let me give you just some sound bites again. Data is the natural resource of the metaverse. We are all creators of our data and we should own it and the right to monetize it. From Yatsu, co-founder and chairman of Animoca Brands. We see NFTs as a continuation of the 21st century art. Blockchain technology and more specifically NFTs now allow digital art to be commercialized. Francis Bellin, President Asia at Christie's. Belonging to a nation will no longer be defined by borders, but by choice to belong to a digital tribe united by same mindset and values. From Amber Gadar, founder and CIO at Alliance Block at My G Nation. New access points and devices will allow for completely new experiences, including not only image, sound, and voice, but also haptics, temperature, smell. From Han Feng, Deputy General Manager at MediaTek. We also saw 7 fantastic scale-ups in Web3 showcasing their business. We met the Shopify of Web3, the Windows software of the art world, the 400% faster learning thanks to gamification of education, the company that helped you feel the metaverse, an NFT museum bridging real life and visual clubs, and the true merger of the metaverse and the reality. But I'll tell you, today is not going to be less impressive. We will have Ivan Aoyang from Animoca Brands and Adrian Lai from Human Capital talking about how to invest and win in Web3. We have Jean Chang from Arcstream Capital, early investors in Epic, FTX, and Republic, talking about Web3 trends in Silicon Valley and in China. We got Gary Liu from the SCMP talking about the new initiative called Artifact and how to preserve and promote historical assets, such as front pages of the newspaper. We got Proud Limpongpan from ZitMex talking about making crypto part of every day, DeFi and other fintech trends in Web3. And we have Bridget Greenwood from $200 billion Club to talk about gender diversity in Web3. We got Mushir from FinStep Asia helping us to get crypto pilled by giving us an intro and overview of all the existing metaverses. And of course, right after this opening, we have Felix Hartmann from Hartmann Capital talking about investing into the open Web3 metaverse and also access points, AI-powered metaverses, and so much more. So this is just a few. We have so much more installed, but I do have to give a special shout out because we could obviously not do it without our great sponsors and partners, our platinum sponsors at DLA Piper and Toko, platinum sponsors Animoca Brands, our gold sponsors from Jardins, our silver sponsors from Magazine Cloud, Newman Capital, Glints, and our Metaverse partners. Yes, we are once again streaming live from the decentralized headquarters of MetaKey and BNB. Check out their special SIS wearables and drops. We got another venue sponsor, Chris, streaming live into their spring sales, and also our beautiful host in Hong Kong, Club DAO. And thanks to our media partners, Genti and Tadla. Thanks to our over 50 community partners and ecosystem partners hosting us, streaming us around the world. But without further ado, let's get the ball rolling, get this conference going. I am so thrilled to welcome with me now Felix Hartmann from Hartmann Capital, investing in the open metaverse and how to vote with your money for a free and open digital world. Here we go. Welcome, Felix. What a great pleasure to have you on stage. I think for the first time at SIS, right? Oh, I think we got a little bit of a sound issue. No? Yes, here we go.
There we go. Well, thanks so much for having me, Karina. Yes, first time here at SIS and really excited for the next 30 minutes with you.
Yes, amazing. And calling us live from the Valley, the other, Bay Area on the other side of the world compared here to Hong Kong. I always start my fireside by asking my guests to give me a bold statement about the topic that we're going to address. So I'll hand it over to you. So, what is your bold statement?
And you know what? I'm going to give you not one, I'm going to give you two. So I have two bold statements for today. And the first is going to be an economic one where I'll say that in 10 years from now, the economy of the metaverse will be bigger than the economy of the physical world in 10 years from now. So mark it in
Beautiful.
books,
Love it.
2032. Number two, from a human aspect, I also believe that the metaverse, unlike Web 2, will actually bring us closer together. And that's because, Web 2 was all about distractions. You have 10 tabs open, 5 apps, notifications everywhere. With the metaverse, it's actually a lot more like to the world we're experiencing, where you're in a virtual world, but you're experiencing it fully. And so I actually think it's going to bring back a human component, which goes quite against what most people think when they're just imagining this dystopia.
Beautiful. I always go back to these bold statements a few years later. And, with these two bold statements, I hope that we're going to look back to it and say, oh my God, yes, it came true. Beautiful. So for those who might not know you, I know there are only a few out there that don't know you, but you are the managing partner of Hartman Capital, a leading digital asset manager operating both in a crypto hedge fund and, of course, a metaverse venture fund now. You serve as a DAO member to a number of DeFi projects, such as Enzyme Finance, and you have given lectures on blockchain at several universities, international. You have podcasts. You go and visit the world to help people better understand this universe. You also have been covered numerous times with The Times, NASDAQ, Forbes, Real Vision, the Pump Podcast, Hacker Noon, Cointelegraph, Blockworks, and more. I'm going to forget a lot of them. But yeah, once again, thank you so much. And you know what? I'll just actually hand it over to you, give you the floor. And first of all, tell us a little bit more about Hartman Capital, and then, going into the meat of the topic.
Yes, awesome. I look forward. Yeah, to give a quick high-level overview, I started Hartman Capital 4.5 years ago. At the heart, I'm a futurist. Since I was young, I've always been, really excited about everything ranging from AI, longevity, space, and so forth. And, I really found my first foothold in the crypto space, as early as 2016. And so quite naturally, the first fund we launched was a crypto asset hedge fund, right? So we launched Hartman Digital Assets, which is a crypto asset hedge fund 4.5 years ago. We're really focused on activist investing, finding it's like a liquid VC style. We find small cap opportunities, and we really get involved. Like Enzyme was an example where I actually took a board seat. We help with the tokenomics when we find ways to really support these founders. Then a couple of years later, 2021, I really saw the metaverse as this big opportunity that really kept me awake at night for the first time, like Bitcoin, like DeFi, that just was too big for me to not just ignore, but also to not take advantage on the early stage front. With the liquid hedge fund, generally we get involved long after once tokens have already been released, once in the public markets. But with a venture fund, you really get to be there from day zero with these founders. And that's really something I want to do, which we'll explore in a little bit, kind of what I see in the metaverse. And so overall, Hartman Capital is a fronted tech investment firm. We start with crypto, we added metaverse, and there's going to be a lot of other, asset classes in the future that we're going to be involved in.
Absolutely. And we're going to get into the meat of the topic. And I think one of the things that I found really, really interesting, you said you have these 3 different blocks, right, in terms of your investment thesis. So one definitely is the metaverse. I think you were also really an early believer on virtual reality, right? And then obviously with that also investing into access points and even hardware, right? I'll throw the ball back to you and investing now in the open metaverse, how to vote with your money. I love that's an intriguing, statement. Tell us more.
Yeah, amazing. So, just to bring, before I jump into my presentation, when it comes to those 3 pillars that I've really seen in the metaverse, it's because when people think of the metaverse right now, you have so many competing theses. You have the NFTs, like the profile pictures. You have the play to earn ecosystem, like the Axie Infinity. And then completely separate from the crypto world, you have the VR and the AR worlds. And so to me, everything has truth. It's a combination of all of the above, where the way I break it down is that to invest in the metaverse, you invest into the decentralized infrastructure of the metaverse on one hand. You invest into the digital contents of the metaverse, everything from game studios to, digital virtual land, digital fashion, and so forth. And then the last piece is the access points, because I think it unimaginable that this multi-trillion-dollar industry of the metaverse will only be accessible through a small hardware device.
Yeah.
It really has to engulf all the senses, but it's going to take some time. So this is likely something for the latter half of those 10 years. So
Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, but tell us a little bit more about, how do you look into the opportunities of that digital new world? And I'll hand it back over to you for giving us a bit of a presentation.
Yeah, of course, perfect. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen real quick. And
Okay.
There we go. Let's see if this works.
Okay, great. Yes.
Perfect. Awesome. Yeah. So because let's just start here, right? The first question I always love to ask is, when you think of the metaverse, what image do you see? And maybe Karina, you can tell me what kind of image do you see when you think of the word metaverse?
Well, it depends if I refer to my experience of Ready Player One, or to my experience entering Decentraland on the Sandbox, which are actually pretty different.
Very different. So, sometimes some people you ask about the metaverse and they see like this thriving utopia where anything is possible. We can transcend the human form. We can have any kind of experience that we want to. Resources are abundant. And, it's literally the definition of utopia, right? Because you can be whoever you want to be. But of course, there's also a certain demographic when you ask them what the metaverse is, they see this horrible version where we see virtual reality almost as the new drug of choice, where we use it as a form of escapism to not deal with the actual present. And a lot of people are afraid of it, especially when they saw Mark Zuckerberg start rebranding Facebook to Meta. Now,
Right.
I kind of always love to give the choice, what is it really, right? And I can give you the truth, or we can just view the metaverse as it is. So which pill do you choose, Karina? Do you want the red pill or the blue pill?
You know which one I gotta choose. I gotta go down the rabbit hole.
I already knew. We're going right there. So we're going to choose the red pill, which, it's not going to be, fluffy sales talk. It's just going to be the truth. And the truth, because the truth is the metaverse isn't coming. It's already here. And that's whether we like it or not. But the ultimate truth is that, whether this metaverse will be the dystopia on the second slide or the utopia of the first slide is literally still in our hand. And that's being decided in this decade. Because ultimately, in my eyes, metaverse is not something new. Metaverse 1.0 has been around for decades, and we've been experiencing it in different formats. Almost everybody listening here has been in the metaverse, whether that's social networks, video games, movies, right? And some people might disagree, but let me ask you this, everybody here probably knows worlds like Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, right? Or Pokemon. And those worlds aren't real, but they exist in our minds. We've visited them, we've experienced them. And so many times we actually know the characters of our favorite TV show better than our own neighbors, right? And a lot of kids have played more with their favorite characters in a game than with their neighbors. And so we've already spent an incredible amount of time in the metaverse, and the numbers actually show it. This is actually pretty crazy to see. The average American household watches about 8 hours of TV a day. And on top of that, another 150 minutes of social media. In fact, with the younger generations, I argue those numbers might even be flipped. And then gaming on top comes as well. Maybe another 8 hours on average per week. This is not the gamer, that's just the average person. So the truth is, just by the numbers, over the last decades, we spent the majority of our waking hours in the metaverse. Only problem with that is that it is the centralized metaverse. It's the centralized siloed metaverse that is not community driven. And if those two pictures are probably as clear as they can be. You see Overlord Suck walking by, a room full of people with headsets on. And of course, for years, it was very subliminal. I talked about on my YouTube channel in 2018, I talked about how, Facebook was really a virtual reality company because they acquired Oculus years ago, right? And most people glanced over it because, it was a small acquisition that they didn't do much press about. But really, everything Facebook's done over the past few years was keeping them in business, right? People don't use Facebook as much anymore. The main product has become Instagram, which was an acquisition. WhatsApp was an acquisition. Oculus was an acquisition. And now, not only has Facebook, literally rebranded to Meta, but also Oculus is now called the Meta Quest. So before we explore the divide between an open and a centralized metaverse, let's address, a very simple question that I think 99.9% people, even in 2022, can still not define. And that's the question, what even is a metaverse? Because every year, the crypto space comes up with a new terminology from blockchain, DLT, crypto, Web3, metaverse. We love coming up with a new term every year. And while there's a lot of people pontificating on the intricacies of it, most people can't even define it. So let's define it. To me, the metaverse is the digitally native world. In other words, a digitally native world means that we care just as much, if not more, about what happens in this digitally native world than in base reality. Meaning if it only happens digitally, we're fully okay with it, I mentioned a couple examples. Web2 provide us digital services to engage with the physical world. The metaverse or metaverses are digitally native. Oops, now moving around. I meant to move around this other box. Digitally native world within their own native communities, commodities and goods, values and hierarchies, laws of order. Example I would give, there's a couple. One, if anybody has daughter, I don't know, maybe Karina, you on Instagram too, but a lot of females care more about what they wear on Instagram than what they care when they go out. In fact, sometimes they just wear the clothes they wear to go out so they can take a picture and post on the gram, right? So to a degree, we care more about the likes and follows than the opinions of our neighbors, so to say. So again, it's digital values and hierarchies. We've adopted this whole system of followers and likes, which is digital hierarchies that to a degree matter even more than maybe the ranking at your job nowadays. Similarly, commodities and goods, now with the new trend of NFTs, of course, digital goods and commodities have become more popularized, but this has already existed in different forms ahead of time. There was a survey once done amongst younger kids, and they were asked if they prefer dollars or V-Bucks in Fortnite, and they answered V-Bucks. So again, these digitally native commodities and goods to some people have higher value than the physical counterparts. And so to give a further breakdown of Web 2 versus Web 3, I've got three specifics. One, whether we talk about fashion, for example, right? In Web 2, the way of metaverse, meaning Web 3, is different from what we've been experiencing for the last few years. You can have an e-commerce store and utilize the internet as a tool to sell physical fashion. In the metaverse or Web 3, you have digitally native fashion NFTs that can be digitally worn, digitally transferred, and digitally sold. It no longer matters if there even is a physical counterpart, right? Because a lot of times people say, oh, but this NFT, does it come with a real dress? It's not about the real dress anymore. It's about the fact that there is a large enough community that cares, for example, what you wear inside a game, right? And the skins market itself has become a multi-billion-dollar industry. So again, it's digitally native. We don't care if there's a physical counterpart. We care about what it represents in the digital world. Real estate is another example. People use platforms like Zillow to list real physical real estate. But then in the metaverse, we have actually digitally native land. It's no longer about just creating security tokens or physical real estate. No, it's about having, for example, the sandbox, right? Or in Decentraland, virtual land that can be virtually owned, rented, and sold, where people are building entire virtual stores in the metaverse, right? And they sometimes even lease them and so forth, and they have real world value. And why do they value, right? This is really important to question too. People say, why would virtual land have any kind of value? Can you create infinite amounts of it, right? It's a very common question we get. And the answer is very simple to Bitcoin. Yes, you can create many other tokens. You can create Bitcoin Cash, there's Bitcoin Gold, but it doesn't change the value of Bitcoin itself. Similarly, just like, and I asked this, one of the biggest land vault is one of the biggest metaverse land developer. And we had a phone call with the founder, Sats, who's by now also portfolio founder. And I asked, like how, now that you've done like millions of dollars in revenue for building metaverse properties for big companies, how do you value virtual land? And she said, it's actually the same. Location still matters, right? Traffic still matters. And in fact, it might even matter more because when you go to some of these metaverses have hubs where like everybody spawns at, right? How many people can be in New York? There's a fixed amount of people that can be in New York, but there is no limit to how many people can be, for example, in a shard of the hub of a metaverse. And so naturally, anything adjacent to it will have value. Anything that's within sight will have value. Traffic matters. And then lastly, communities. We already had physical collectives that use like Facebook groups to assemble. Nowadays we have DAOs, right? Completely digitally native collectives. People have never met another. They don't, connect over, issues in the real world. They can literally connect over, for example, governing digitally native bodies, right? There are DAOs that literally run and rule over digital land. And that's incredible. And so the big question to ask, because a lot of times when technology is exciting, technology can be exciting sometimes way too early. And, for example, it was a very sobering take when I read, it was Ray Kurzweil's book, I think it was The Age of Spiritual Machines, in which he talked about how there was like an AI winter already in the 80s, right? So and apparently there was like 2 or 3 AI winters. And so at that point, this was during the crypto bear market, I asked myself, what if you're currently experiencing like a crypto winter and the real crypto summer, so to say, is going to come 3 decades from now? But I think when it comes to the metaverse, we are actually at the right place at the right time. And here's the reason. It's actually this perfect storm of technological innovations that happened in the last 2 years that even enabled this to work in the first place. And so there's 5 core aspects. 1, anybody can create a digital asset, right? I can create an ERC20 token today and spin up my own in-game currency, my own in-game asset. That was really not doable as little as 5 years ago, really with the emergence of Ethereum. Secondly, we can also use DeFi, decentralized finance, to spin up fully functioning financial infrastructure. I can fork a DEX, or I can use Rari Capital, which is a money market that enables any kind of ERC20 asset. And all of a sudden, my in-game economy can actually have an economy where people can lend and borrow these assets that I just created. And third, if I create an open world, what's the difference between just being a game developer where I make all the rules and having an actual, again, metaverse where my users, not my users, the users, right? Because I don't own them, the users rule themselves. Well, now we have decentralized autonomous organizations where that's possible, where they can rule themselves. And then fourth, NFTs. I mean, I probably don't have to talk too much about that one. We all know for the first time, we've really gotten traction in having digitally native goods where you can track authenticity, you can track scarcity. That me, the game developer that originally created it, I'm not just creating 10,000 legendary swords and tell you there's only 10. And last but not least, finally, and this is the part that I think a lot of people in the crypto space are glancing over, it's that while all this DeFi stuff and crypto has been happening, VR and AR is also hitting major strides and has been really getting a massive amount of adoption, and I would argue is about to hit this big inflection point on the power law, which I'll show you in a second. So these ones I'll go quicker just to see some graphs of growth, right? I mean, there's really a Cayman explosion. DeFi has gone from maybe $2 million sometime in 2019 to 200 billion. And even now with the pullback, it's still 100 billion. That 100 billion is still a massive growth from where we were as little as 2 years ago. Same thing with NFTs. If I remember the number right, I think in 2019, NFTs did maybe $9 million in volume in sales, period, right? We did 3 billion a month last year. So that's also an incredible rise. And like, if you can say that there's some hype in there, cut it by 90% down, and it's still an incredibly large number. And then to add in VR, people, again, glance over VR a lot. And when you look at this power law on the bottom, you see the monthly connected headsets on Steam, right? It's been slowly, continually growing linearly. And then ever since, you could attribute COVID to this as well. Ever since COVID, you've seen a massive spike. And this spike wasn't temporary, because as recent as January, we made a new all-time high in the amount of headsets connected. And that's important. Why? Because when there's 20,000 people using headsets, Nobody wants to invest into game development, right? But now that you can say, hey, there is a market for this, there is a total addressable market of, let's say, 4 million people that connect their headsets to Steam, right? And that number is growing by, let's say, 20% month over month. All of a sudden, it makes a lot of sense for game developers to make that investment, which means if game developers make investment, there's better content. If there's better content, users have a more reason to buy a headset and use it, right? So and it's going to be self-perpetuating. So, I'm certainly making a big bet here that, VR will go from being this futuristic gadget that most people smirk at to being really immersive and adopted in the next, 3 to 4 years. So then let's ask this question, and this is key, right? How big could a digitally native world defined by global collaboration, infinite resources, newly definable laws of nature, and digital composability be? And to me, that's one of the bold claims I made. I think in 10 years, the metaverse economy will be bigger than the physical world economy. And that alone, of course, makes the investment case. Now, we can go to the other aspect that we started with, because the talk was, labeled, how to vote with your money. And we started talking about, Facebook, and Facebook's now rebranded to Meta. And certainly, Mark Zuckerberg not only, is owning most of the access points with Oculus, right? Yeah. And the thing is, once you're in Oculus, or once you're having Oculus, you got to use the Oculus Store. And the Oculus Store, just like Apple's App Store, will be a monopoly where they charge massive fees. And in fact, Meta announced, I think maybe a month ago or two, that they will charge 47.5%.
47.5, yes, exactly.
47.5% fees on NFT sales. And that's ludicrous. And so it's super important that, the world doesn't not everybody just buys an Oculus and everything runs through there. And, and it's not just about them making money. With an Oculus, they track your eye movements. Do you really want to walk through a virtual world and they know, you walk by a store and what items catch your eye? Now they know exactly what you're into. Now they can fine tune the advertising and the targeting even more. And in a virtual world, it's even, if you thought Facebook advertising and marketing has been already crazy, in the virtual world, Karina, you and I, we could sit in a restaurant and I might hear different music than you. I might see different, posters on the wall than you, right? We could think we're in the same place, but we're not. And so I broke it down into 3 core categories. In a central metaverse, the consumer is the product. This old saying, if it's free, you're the product. And that's been true with all kinds of Web2 platforms. Now in an open metaverse, the consumer owns the product. And that's been true for most, crypto projects. Token ownership, which a lot of times you can earn by being a user, means ownership. Like you own part of the network. And along with the network ownership comes the second part, which is that if you're a token holder, if you're a consumer, you govern. Meanwhile, in the centralized metaverse, right, that Facebook runs, the consumer is governed, right? How many times do you hear about people getting deplatformed? Than the physical world economically is owned by centralized companies. That is a whole new level of dictatorship, monarchy, however you want to put it. So if we believe that democracy is a good foundation, we probably should extend democracy to the virtual world as well. So because of that, I launched Hartman Metaverse Ventures, because ultimately the outcome is following. The opportunity to win, literally trillions. The cost if we lose, everything. So with that, I hope you enjoyed this presentation.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Felix. And we go a little bit into the, but I just have to put this little dad joke because you showed the photo of Mark's Oculus, right? And you talked a lot about Meta's Horizon. Horizon really sucks, right? So anyway, that is my dad joke. But with that, getting into the real drivers of growth. So I love your bold statement. It's going to be bigger than the real world. I think from your point of view, where do you see the biggest driver for growth? Is it just a generational question? I mean, you alluded to the fact that, all our kids are basically already digitally native. I mean, we are kind of like already in the metaverse, as you mentioned, with our phones and social media, etc. But still, you get people on like, for me, it really matters to have real life value, right? You have people asking like, oh, as you said, does the wearable come with the real dress? Are there business models out there that are now trying to mimic things that happen in the real world, in the digital world, like NFTs that you can start printing them back on your mug, So is it just a generational question? The other one, obviously, is the real other driver access points. And we talked about still relative clunkiness of Oculus Rift, etc., on being able to access. So if you think about these two elements, just generational question or, the improvement of access points.
I don't think it's just a generational thing. Even you and I, we've never met in person. We met through a friend digitally, and even that friend I've only ever met digitally. So in my experience, what I've realized, and I had this realization maybe a month or two ago, where in the past, in the early days of social networks, you'd meet offline, you make a connection, and then you connect online.
Right.
Now it's the opposite way, where you meet somebody online, and then you connect in the physical world. So all of a sudden, the physical world is almost becoming just like one venue of how you can connect with somebody versus the starting point, so to say. And I went through, a laundry list of my relationships from like, employees, clients, friends, ex-girlfriends, almost everybody across the board, across all spectrums. It almost exclusively started digitally and then reconnected physically. And so, again, maybe it is generation because, I'm also millennial, but it's only more extreme, I would say, with Gen Z. And especially as millennials, my age demographic is becoming the bigger economic force. I believe it was like 2 or 3 years ago when millennials overtook Gen X as the main economic force. It's becoming more natural, right? And so we're already having this conference virtually. All it takes is to have even stronger VR technology for us to just make that leap and make that difference. Where then it's no longer just heads talking, but we can see our full bodies, our engagement. I might be on a virtual stage and you can see everything in my whole energy. Because this is something I discussed with an investor as well, where I had this realization, we have Zoom calls. My team is mostly remote, we have Zoom calls, but a lot of that energy gets lost. Where it's hard to have a dramatic speech or have a motivational speech when you're just on a Zoom call. Like it's different when in the same room, you have a whiteboard, you can write things. And so this whole in-person experience is much more likely to be recreated in fully digital worlds. And so that's why I think it's really only going to take, 3 or 4 years, which kind of leads into the second question with the access points.
Access points, exactly.
I think, the form factor, I asked this question a lot to different founders. You've met some of them, from like Laurent from Red Pill to Todd from Subpack, and then another founder, Jonathan from XLab. And first of all, the guys that have been in VR for a long time, they kind of like slow your roll. Like the form factor's come a really long way, right? I mean, so we might say like it's still clunky, but it used to be way, way worse. Now we have hand tracking with a lot of these features. And it's only going to get better. And so we have Oculus 3 coming out this year. We've got PlayStation VR 2 coming out. And, I think haptics are also maybe only, I would say, 2 years away from really hitting mass market. People first need to be engulfed enough in VR for them to make that extra investment. But I think it's immersive virtual worlds, I think 3 years, because that's what the development cycles usually look like.
Brilliant. And I know the time is actually running out, but I do not want to let you off the hook before asking this question, because you troll the world, right? You get around quite a lot. But what do you see? I mean, where is the future of particularly Web3 or even VR-powered metaverses? Is it in the US, Europe, Asia? What do you think? Where are you looking most?
I would say US and Asia are going very much head to head. Metaverse, surprisingly, we saw regrowth again in Los Angeles just because it seems to be the creative hub of the world. But I would say US and Asia.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. Unfortunately, time is running out. We definitely have to have you back. And I got that, little call to action from you about having a physical venue for a conference. Well, we're in the metaverse, and maybe next time, even with Red Pill, we are in a more immersive metaverse. But we'll see. Hopefully, we can have you, physically even here on stage the next time. Thank you so
Amazing.
much, Felix. Thank
Thanks so
you.
much.
Take care. Have a good evening.
Good morning, guys. My name is Tristram Jones. I'm the incoming head of digital assets here at Angel Hub, and I'm delighted this morning or evening to be joined by Proud Limpongpan, the Chief Marketing Officer at ZipMex. ZipMex has a mission of building the foundation of Asia's financial architecture to empower everyone to experience the digital asset world. And to start things off, I'd like to ask Proud, what got you started in this Web3 space, and what are you currently looking at?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me here, and good morning to everyone in Asia. It's been a long day in New York here. So what got me started in Web3? I guess I got started before Web3 was a thing by building out an exchange based in Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, and Australia. The whole thesis was that back then there was very little room for anyone who was new to crypto to get into the industry in an easy way. And so we went about getting our licenses in the 4 markets. And then eventually now we have 5 fiat pairings, which means that it's super easy for anyone who has a local fiat currency to get on board. And then from then on, it kind of developed into, okay, trading is one thing, but not everyone wants to trade 24/7. So what do we do next? And then we sort of envisioned ourselves into like more of a crypto bank with also like a savings aspect. You get interest on your crypto earnings, which is great for a bear market like this. We went into payments, and then we eventually went into experiences. And then the experiences part is kind of what the Web3 thesis that we have is about, just because we realize that this is a trend that is happening. It's going to happen, whether it happens in the next year, in the next like 3 to 5 years, but it's going to come very soon. And therefore, rather just be a commoditized exchange, we would rather than want to be the actual gateway and one-stop shop where whatever you want to do with digital assets, not just crypto, you can do through us.
Amazing. So as you're in New York right now, but your company's active in Thailand, Indonesia, Australia, Singapore, what are the sort of key differences you think between New York, where you're currently sort of sitting, and those markets in which you operate? And how is the crypto experience different to the end user?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of large players in the US as well, not just in New York. I just got back from a conference in Palm Beach, permissionless. It's a great conference, great lineup, lots of people talking about this whole new hope as we build in the bear market and things like that. And I think the main difference that you can see is that there's also like differences in regulations. So we're operating in 4 different markets. Each market has their own regulation as well. There's adoption of crypto. There's sort of the viewpoint of crypto as well. So each market is completely very different. For example, in Thailand, one of the first countries to have a license for exchanges. Actually, there's actually many licenses in Thailand. There's an exchange license, there's a brokerage license. There's even a license for ICOs as well. And so then because of there's quite a good structure that sort of creates a little bit of security for bigger companies, high net worth institutions, and things like that to come into the market more. So you see a lot of flurry of activity. You also see a lot of adoption in terms of DeFi, in terms of NFTs, in terms of GameFi as well within Asia, much more than you would see in the US. I think in the height of the bull run last year, you see a lot of people in Indonesia and Philippines actually quitting their day jobs to just play games and then, earn from GameFi. So this whole new phenomena that is happening in Asia is actually something that a lot of new companies have been coming up in the recent year or two. And I think the US is still just only waking up to that. I think a lot of people here still don't really realize the amount of activity that we have in Asia. And it's quite a shame, really, because, I think it's going to be where all the action is.
Wow. Okay. So, I mean, you touched on sort of the play to earn phenomena there. I mean, most commonly associated with the Philippines, but Thailand, Indonesia are also very active in that sort of space. I mean, to what extent is this a sort of model that's been born out of COVID times? Is it sustainable, and do you think is it here to stay?
I think that is here to stay. I'm not sure about the current model at the moment. So I guess the biggest game that came out of Southeast Asia was Axie Infinity, which really just took the world by storm. It wasn't just Asia; it was the whole world, and the ability to just get your own Axie and also just participate in the game. It went from something that was super easy into something that was a lot harder, and then therefore because the price of these Axie monsters were so much higher. So the normal everyday person can't just buy one. So it developed into this whole economy of having guilds as well. And you become like a scholar of the guild, which essentially means you rent the equipments that you need for the game from these guilds. They train you up, and then you do a revenue share with them. So then, all these different types of involvement in the space means that there's new players coming in, there's new business models coming in, and it's developing all the time. At the moment in time, when Bitcoin is at a pretty much all-time low this year, it makes it really hard for any of the altcoins to flourish, and therefore the incentives for people to be playing these games are much lower right now. But then you see a lot of different platforms like, the Gala games, and you see are building a lot of new things. They're having their Galaverse coming up in 2 weeks, which every time they have a Galaverse, they announce something new. And so you see a lot of different aspects of these like really high quality games coming into the market as a Web3 ecosystem.
Awesome. So going on to DeFi or sort of replacement of the banking system, are you a believer that crypto and decentralized finance will eat traditional finance, and will traditional financial institutions gradually be made obsolete? I mean, if I look at like there are several areas where banks used to have sort of monopolistic sort of profits, cross-border transfers and remittances, for example. But crypto to me offers a far more attractive solution that takes out the middleman. Does crypto take over here, or is it that traditional finance adapts?
I think it really depends on who it is. So in Thailand, you see a lot of these banks actually starting to adapt. I think, will crypto eat their traditional banks' lunches? I think they are already. That's why these banks are waking up right now. I mean, Davos is happening at the moment, and you see a lot of banks there, a lot of crypto companies there talking together, seeing how they can cooperate. For ZipMix, we have an investment from Krungsri Bank, which is one of the largest banks in Thailand and is part of the Mitsubishi Group, who actually also invested in Coinbase. So you see a lot of these traditional banks also coming into the space. There's SCB Bank in Thailand, Kasikorn Bank that also invest in a lot of these Web3 things as well too. So I think like for an economy like Thailand that is, not that major in a way, in terms of like other economies, it's pretty progressive on how these banks are behaving at the moment. Fast forward to Indonesia, Singapore, you do see some movement in Singapore. You see DBS coming in, opening an exchange themselves. In Indonesia, you see banks that are saying they're doing some things. They haven't really made as big strides as you see in the other economies in Southeast Asia yet. And in terms of Vietnam, crypto exchanges are not legal there yet. I mean, there's no sort of like legal framework for us to have a license there. That's why we haven't entered. But I think that once it is, it would totally also eat the lunch of traditional industries, as you can see that a lot of the GameFi activities happening within Vietnam as well too.
That's interesting, because also I sort of remember seeing some statistics about Vietnam having the sort of highest percentage share of sort of MetaMask wallet users, and actually it's one of the countries most adept with DeFi. But you're saying that the traditional exchanges actually aren't able to operate in the same way, so people are driven towards DeFi.
Yeah, I would expect so. Just because if you can't have a so the good thing about having a license in any country is that you are legally allowed to convert the local currency into cryptocurrency, and therefore that just opens the door for a lot of different people who are scared to do peer-to-peer transfers to things like Binance, who are scared to do some sort of other types of peer-to-peer transfer to get USDT onto the MetaMask and then be able to operate in the DeFi ecosystem.
So do you think part of that acceleration could be, or that acceleration within DeFi could be because of capital controls and stronger regulation actually pushes people into DeFi itself?
I think so, because you'll see. I mean, Vietnam, Thailand are markets that are really, really large for DeFi. You can look at it in terms of even like the usage of MetaMask, right? A lot of these Asian countries, the Philippines as well, are within the top 10 ranking of MetaMask users at all times. And so I think what you're seeing is that even though there is this like sort of intention for authorities to maybe block DeFi, a lot of institutions are actually embracing it, and they're trying to figure out, okay, how do I get on this DeFi trend? What is the next, we already saw DeFi 1.0, DeFi 2.0 is supposed to be coming too. So then like, how do I participate in this as well too, rather than just sort of sitting back and letting customers try to manage it themselves and then not being part of this new financial revolution?
Is it likely that actually the end solution is more like a hybrid solution with a sort of combination of centralized finance with DeFi? I know you offer certain sort of savings products. Would that involve taking the exchange itself, taking some risk in DeFi and able to pass those returns on to your customers?
Yeah, so I guess we call that a CeFi rather than a DeFi. And in a way, I think it's also who you target, right? So for ZipMax, we target people who are really new to crypto, for people who just are not willing to sit there and trade 24/7, who actually look for an alternative. We even have like startups that have raised funds and they just buy USDC from us, they put it into our ZipUp product, and then basically they get 10% per year, and they're completely happy with that. Compared to like putting it into, let's say, a US dollar denominated bank account where you get less than like 1% interest rates. It's sort of like a no-brainer for people who are a little bit more forward thinking than just being stuck in the bank accounts. And also like I'm not so sure about the different countries. It deposits insurance for banks, but then for Thailand, it's just been reduced to 1 million baht, which is absolutely nothing. So a lot of people keep thinking that like putting their money in the bank is like a safe haven, but actually like the banks have already reduced the amount they're willing to guarantee if there's a bank run or anything of that sort. And therefore, I think I think there's a bridge between people who are like, they're way over there already. They can do DeFi to do it themselves. But then there's also people who are like just new. They just want something better than the normal bank. And so I think we are currently that bridge for that. You also see a lot of these wallets. So Robinhood had just announced recently that they are doing Robinhood 3. So it's the third phase of Robinhood, where they're going to have their own self-custody wallet for people who are in cryptocurrency as well. So I think this is a big deal for the US. People who have Robinhood trading accounts can then get into crypto in a more self-custodial way, and a more fully Web3 way. But they haven't really shared full details of what they're doing, but essentially the promise that the CEO had to the customers or to the press announcement was that it was going to be something completely different that allows, that answers the issues of what self-custody wallets like MetaMask currently have. You also have like Coinbase coming out announcing that they're going to have a semi-custodial sort of wallet as well, where customers can then have their own set of keys, while Coinbase has their own set of keys as well. And that prevents you from, forgetting your seed phrase and not being able to recover it ever again, because that's like apparently one of the most commonly asked thing in the support system. So yeah, so it's just like, I mean, like not everyone's gonna have the same amount of skill set or ability to just throw themselves into the full Web3 economy, right? So then like maybe there's some sort of leeway for a Web 2.5 before you get to Web3. And that's where I think a lot of people are going to end up being, rather than the full complete Web3.
For sure. Yeah, I can agree with a lot of that. So for new users, would you recommend CeFi or DeFi?
I would definitely recommend CeFi first, just because, I mean, I cannot imagine my parents, creating a MetaMask wallet and then writing the seed phrase down and then forgetting where they put that seed phrase.
Yes.
I mean, like a lot of times, like you're thinking about all these new users who are very tech savvy, right? But then there's also like a bunch of other people out there in the like older generation that actually do have money, that actually are the people investing a lot in the general traditional finance economy, that want to participate in this, but they're just not ready to make the jump, or maybe they will never be ready to make the jump.
What do you say to those people? So I guess like there is still a healthy degree of skepticism, and it's not necessarily unfounded. I mean, obviously the events of a couple of weeks ago with sort of Luna and the collapse of a supposed stable coin, there's still a lot of sort of rug pulls and scams going along, which do plague this sphere, to be honest, and fuel a lot of the add fuel to a lot of the criticism. What do you say to people to actually get them involved? And what's your message to sort of people on the fence?
So I was reading a report by Anderson Horowitz, and they actually quoted Benjamin Graham on this to say, Graham was saying that like it's best to don't mind Mr. Market. Mr. Market frequently boomerangs from exuberance, euphoria to depression and despair. But then like if you keep on mining this Mr. Market, and as someone who is, within the startup ecosystem or wanting to take part in this ecosystem, and let's say you're in the early 2000s, .com crash happened, you've actually just missed the best opportunity of the decade, like, the whole social networks, online video streaming, cloud computing, smartphones. Now, I don't know what would be built in Web3 if we look back, 22 years later, but I sure don't want to be missing out on that. So that's what I would say to everyone who is thinking on the fence about whether they want to participate in this economy or not. For those who are, I guess, just consumers of the digital assets economy, I think it's maybe time to just try a little bit. It doesn't hurt to try, right? And like a lot of these exchanges, like a lot of people think that, they have to have a lot of money in order to put funds in. Actually, instead of going to that nice fancy dinner next week, you can just put that same amount of, money, putting it into one of the exchanges or one of the DeFi protocols, test it out and just see. And just try to experiment. Have cup noodles for a day for dinner, like something that doesn't really cause you a lot of financial pain if it's lost, but at least you've tried experimenting it and then you know what it's about.
Absolutely. I wrote an email a week or so ago to a bunch of people asking me sort of how do I get involved in this space? Like, what should I be listening to or reading to understand? And I was like, sort of preface that whole sort of response with nothing will substitute you getting your own wallet and actually playing around with like small sums on a cheap blockchain. You'll learn far more than any podcast or article will ever teach you.
Yeah, and contrary to what a lot of people were thinking about, this whole like bear market happening, that there's no activity, there's actually a lot more activity, because you see all these people who were watching what the ecosystem has done, but they didn't participate because they thought prices were too high already. Now they're seeing that, there's a bit of a correction in the market. It's a perfect time for me to get in. And then, there's been so many bull markets and bear markets now that you see that it's something that's not going to go away. It's just going to continue on an upward trend in the long run. And so if you're here and you're willing to invest and see what happens in the long run, then why not, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So one question I'm trying to ask everybody I speak to over these over these days is, what are you most excited or most optimistic about in this whole space?
I guess this conference is about the metaverse, so I have to say it's the metaverse.
and anything particular within that?
I think there's a lot of opportunities for the metaverse to be something that's completely, different. Like, okay, let's just define it first, right? It's like, in like simple terms, it's a platform comprised of a lot of interconnected worlds where you can complete a number of activities, whether it be socializing, whether it be playing games, whether it be creating something. It sort of mirrors your real life, and yet it's sort of a next version of the internet as well. And so there's so many possibilities in there. You've seen how much the internet has changed our lives in the past few decades, then you can't just, I mean, sometimes it's almost impossible to imagine what's going to happen next. And so it's sort of like a solution to solve a lot of different of the problems that are happening right now, since if you believe in the process of technology, and technology, enables better experiences, then for sure there's going to be like a lot of different things throughout, like, different platforms in the future. Right now, I mean, there are a lot of virtual worlds that exist. So I have heard that this is being broadcasted in Decentraland as well. So those of you who are watching from Decentraland, well done. It's really exciting to be there. We held our own Decentraland concert in February as well, where we had 20,000 people participating in this concert, where we had a Thai band, the first Thai band to ever play in the Metaverse. It totally blew our mind, because it was during the height of Omicron, and you would never be able to do something like that, in real life. But then we had, 20,000 fans come and witness this. And then we also did a small Singles Day party, so you can actually meet people. So, you don't have to go on Tinder and swipe on a very flat surface anymore. Now you can actually talk to people, go on dates with your avatars and things like that. I think there's still quite a long way for these virtual worlds to be adopted in a more holistic manner, just because internet speeds, things like that, it still lags sometimes. The way you walk in Decentraland, if you're not a gamer, it's sometimes quite hard to get used to at first. But I think with the next leap of technology coming in, with a lot of different firms that are really investing in this, I think we'll see a lot of things coming out in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm still super sort of bullish on the space as a whole, because of the amount of talent that's gone into there and continues to go there, away from Silicon Valley, away from Wall Street. And I think that, like, you can't have that amount of human resource go into an area without significant technological progress coming out on the other side. That said, I know you wanted to, or you've been at Permissionless, you've been at several conferences in the US recently, and you've heard some exciting updates. What there really stood out for you?
There was a launch of, I guess you can call it Web3's first social media platform. So Lens Protocol actually launched their protocol at Permissionless, where essentially everything is owned by you. So and then on there you can build a lot of different applications on the protocol. One of which was showcased. It was called Lenster. It's a bit of a mix between Facebook and Twitter, except that every time you do something, every time you sort of tweet, the equivalent of a tweet is you have to sign on your MetaMask, and therefore you're actually owning that output that you put in. You're owning the profile picture you put on. So everything you do, you actually have to sign for it in order to show that these things are belonging to you, rather than posting on Twitter or Facebook and that data belonging to those Web2 platforms. So I think it's really exciting. It's the beginning of something new, and yeah, I think it'd be something that you can see a lot of more players trying to get into this space and build more on it. Just because like at the moment, if you see things like all the stuff that's on Facebook, right? Then monetizing every single thing. But Web3 years, the difference is you own that. And so you can monetize that yourself at any time.
Yeah, no, completely. Like, the ability to own and monetize your own data offers a phenomenal change to the Web2 world of the past. I've got a question here from the audience, and that's, what's the biggest blocker for institutions for not yet adapting to DeFi?
Conservative boards. I mean, we've talked to many institutions. We have a lot of listed companies that are our customers. They actually invest in DeFi through us. So they onboard, they have a corporate account, and then they buy USDT, and then they take that out and they use it in different protocols, or they use the CeFi product on our product as well. But it really depends on how you can convince your board to let you do that, because a lot of board members are still very anti-crypto, are still thinking that this is something that's going to go down. A lot of people are probably using the use case of the price movements being like, crypto is dead, but actually it's really not. So I think the mindset is the main blocker. I don't think technology is a blocker. I don't think talent is a blocker. I think if you have a lot more people who are really interested in this field, being on your team, your innovation team and whatnot, then I think it's something that is super, super easy to do. In Thailand, we're seeing a lot of different corporates that are actually saying that, Web3, Metaverse, like this is their new digital transformation strategy. We have a lot of other listed companies that are not investing, but they're participating with us. So for example, we had a press conference with Central Food Group, which is one of the biggest food groups in Thailand, where we're going to do some sort of activation in Decentraland with them later this summer as well. And so with just sort of the ability to have some sort of like leadership direction in order to participate and some confidence, I think that's just key.
Yeah, some sort of visionary sort of approach and willingness to jump in. I certainly was very struck by your comment about like how much change the potential this whole sort of industry has, and how you can't afford not to be a part of it. I certainly think phrasing the argument like that in terms of the opportunity as opposed to the risks should certainly help change mindsets in with that regard. Also, another question here: what makes Thailand's banks more willing to progress than other banks into the crypto field?
I think it's because of the way the regulation has been formed. So because the country is one of the first to have these sort of set of regulations. So then, for example, for us ZipMax, right, we have an exchange license and a brokerage license from the Ministry of Finance, and we're regulated by the SEC. What that means is we send data to the SEC on a daily manner. Something happens, the SEC calls us up. And so it sort of provides some sort of guardrails for our institutions to get in this sort of ecosystem. And then, it just sort of took the whole economy by storm. So we launched in late 2020 with 0 customers, and now we have nearly 2 million registered customers. So, the sheer number of interest in that, I think, is pushing a lot of banks to realize that, hey, this is something we have to look at. And that's sort of one of the reasons, like the whole integration with them as well. So because Krungsri Bank invested in us in the previous Series B round, we were able to leverage some of our synergies with them, as well as other like bigger companies, listed companies that are interested in this field. They are also customers of these big banks. And so if the banks don't move, then they're left with nothing really, because these institutions are all coming to exchanges like us or to platforms like us. So I think that the threat and also the security guardrails that the SEC has in terms of the regulatory framework is what pushes them to move.
Okay. Yeah. And I guess sort of as a final question, what do you currently think is going to be the evolution of NFTs from here, in terms of what are they capable of doing outside the current sort of piece of art or community? What are you most excited about?
I'm really excited about utility NFTs. I think right now you're seeing, you see art, like see people selling work like that. That's not accessible by the normal person. You see a lot of PFP, so profile picture, sort of famous ones like Bored Ape Yacht Club, Newton Ape Yacht Club, Clonex, you name it, where it's more of a status symbol to have these sort of things as your display picture. It's sort of showing that you belong to a community, but then there's no utility attached to that yet. There's some being built right now. So for example, Yuga Labs, they're building all these the other side, which is the most highest sold pieces of land I think ever, and things like that that are slowly building into making these PFP into actual utility NFTs. On the other hand, you also see a lot of large companies that are coming in to then also provide it as a utility as well. So then you see, I think it was Balmain making an NFT where you not only get the sneakers that are physical sneakers, but you also get the digital versions as well. And then you can go to Dog Pound, this is a gym in New York, and use those sneakers there and get trading there. So this sort of integration between in real life and also the digital world is something that's super exciting.
Awesome. Okay, time is unfortunately up, but thank you very much. Proud Limpong Pang. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hello and welcome. We're here with me, Diana Wu David of Future Proof Lab, as well as Gary Liu, who is CEO of the South China Morning Post and co-founder of Abstract Labs. Welcome, Gary. It's so great to have you here.
Hi, it's great to be here with you, Diana.
So we're talking about cultivating, curating, and monetizing history because of Abstract Labs coming on to the scene. And I just wanted to preface it by asking you, why does it matter? Why should we have history on the blockchain?
One quick correction, it's actually Artifact Labs. Artifact is the name of the standard and the name of the company. So the importance of preserving history on the blockchain, frankly, I think that importance is pretty self-explanatory. The blockchain is a perfect place to immutably record things that matter to our collective human experience. And as archival organizations around the world, whether it be newspapers like ourselves, or museums, or universities, even governments, think about the long-term cost of preservation and the actually increasing cost of preservation, blockchain ought to be a alternative solution to the way that we do things today. And one of the values, of course, of preserving history on the blockchain as assets, primarily as NFTs, also means that you can have community participation in that preservation. There can actually be a step towards decentrally owned history. Today, historical assets are still very much centralized within organizations. And oftentimes that means that there's a single point of failure and a great risk, of course, of potential asset loss because of that centralization. But by decentralizing the ownership on the immutable blockchain, we can ensure that these kinds of assets can be protected frankly, for forever. And so for anyone who considers themselves to be a guardian of history today, which many newspapers do claim that as part of our role, I think the blockchain is something that we all actually have to explore and understand.
So I want to dive in a little deeper on the community aspect, because I really like what you said about that. So how do you see the community participating in terms of the histograph?
Well, yes, the community is very important to a project like ours. And I just want to clarify what the project is up front. The first thing is that it's a brand new metadata standard for NFTs, specifically created for historical NFTs. And this is a metadata standard that has been co-created with a council of experts from multiple different industries and from around the world to hopefully serve many different mediums, many different verticals. It will also be governed by a nonprofit foundation that the council is a part of, so that eventually this can really, the governance of this the standard can be decentralized and it will be applicable to companies, corporations, institutions around the world. On top of the standard, we've built products, and this is where Artifact Labs comes in. We are the first of hopefully eventually many studios or engineering companies that will be building products and platforms using this specific metadata standard to allow for the easy creation of historical NFTs, to allow for the sale and trade of these historical NFTs, and to allow for community utility around these assets. So back to your question about community. The goal here really is to take history, which is centralized, and really provide an option for decentralized ownership. So of course, the community is really at the heart of our entire ethos and philosophy. We want collectors from around the world to help fund the continued preservation of history through collecting assets that have already been preserved in the past. So take a news organization as an example, and the use case is going to be different between a news organization and a museum and a university and whomever else, but we'll take a newspaper as an example. We want our readership around the world to participate in funding high quality journalism, this daily capture of history, what we refer to as the first draft of history. Readers today contribute to that effort either through their attention, because we're able to monetize their attention through ads, or more directly and more meaningfully through subscriptions. Now we are also saying, okay, we have these incredible archives, 118 years for the South China Morning Post. We're going to reveal them for the public, and we're going to allow our audience around the world and our readers to actually purchase parts of these archives, to preserve them on the blockchain, and in so doing, continue to fund the journalism that happens in our newsroom every single day. In the future, the hope will, of course, be that this community, their input, their thoughts around how we take these assets and again reveal them more widely to the world, that their input will become the roadmap that we build. And today we've already started engaging in that community, hearing their thoughts, and really finding a lot of great ideas for the future from our conversations.
I think that's one of the things that impressed me when I went into your Discord for Artifact and saw the enthusiasm. And if you go to any media, property, you can comment on what happens today, but there were a lot of people sharing, this is my moment in history, that kind of where were you on this day, and enthusiasm. So you've done a great job of cultivating that around moments in time, really, and they can have conversation. You've sort of bent the time-space continuum to allow people to not only comment on what's happening in the news today, but also on, what's been happening throughout their lives in a very interesting, meaningful way.
I wish we had that power to bend space-time, but we definitely
maybe next.
maybe next.
Yeah. But one of the questions I have, because you said, we're sort of the first draft of history, is what is the process for deciding what projects to pursue? What is history? Because I think about, sometimes what's in the media is, what Justin Bieber had for lunch yesterday. So is that something that we need to have an NFT for? Like, how do you decide what's history?
The goal eventually, Diana, is to allow the community, the ecosystem to decide that, which is why we're moving towards a long-term plan of decentralized governance of the standard and the authentication process. But we know at the beginning, we have to somewhat centralize that authentication. And the way that we're doing it right now is through this council of experts. These are folks that represent the art world, represent museums, represent think tanks, represent archival institutions that protect the history being recorded every day on the internet. They are blockchain experts, they are curators. And so all these folks coming together have a sense of what authentic history looks like. And remember, authentic history does not necessarily mean a singular version of truth. Although every news organization in the world wants to claim that we are the singular authority on truth, we all know that in retrospect, when it comes to history, the context is extremely important. Having multiple perspectives actually allows us to better understand what was happening contemporaneously. And so we actually think that what we need to authenticate is not the recording of history itself necessarily, but rather the organizations or the places from which this IP comes, right? And so it's the issuers that we're authenticating. We believe in their process of capture contemporaneously in the past or right now. And we believe in the way that they have so far preserved that history, that it hasn't been augmented, it hasn't been manipulated over time. And so the council today, one of their primary roles is to authenticate those issuers, including the South China Morning Post. And then with that authentication, then organizations like ours will be able to use the Artifact smart contract, attach the correct metadata, and mint these as official historical NFTs. This is how it's going to happen, I think, for the short-term future. And the hope is that once we establish the standard for authentication, once the world understands our goal for this project and for this ecosystem, we will be able to get more and more of the community involved in that process.
That sounds huge. That sounds like a, with great power comes great responsibility kind of thing to have on your shoulders. And I've heard you say, okay, this is something that hasn't been augmented or changed or redeveloped as a sort of filter for what is allowable. Are there any projects that you think wouldn't be considered worth including on Artifact?
It's hard for me to say right now. I mean, there's obviously just a giant ocean of assets that already exist, which could qualify as historical NFTs. Our goal is actually not to make a specific determination of what properly captures collective human experience. First of all, we want to let the experts start trying to build a framework around that, and then eventually the entire ecosystem. We're actually quite excited about working with organizations big and small. Frankly speaking, I think that down the road, what excites us most is the fact that they're going to be individuals around the world. We're going to open a box in an attic and find old photos or videos or whatnot, where they've actually captured a moment of historical significance, not just historically significant for themselves, but rather for the world. Because like we all know, history doesn't, we don't necessarily know of something's full impact at the moment. And it takes time for that full impact to be revealed. And I think that is what is so wonderful about this project, is that those things will also eventually or in the future qualify and should actually be recorded and preserved immutably as historical assets. And because of this metadata standard that we started with from day one, all of these things are connected. Whether or not you are from the asset is from the archives of the SCMP or from the British Museum or from an individual
my basement.
Yeah. Or from your basement, all of these things can be connected together. And just because they're in context of one another, it raises their impact and it raises their value.
So how do you see this kind of reinventing the way people buy and hold? I mean, the other aspect is that, and I love what you mentioned about people having things in their attic, because there is a part of it that makes me think of this show in the US, Antique Roadshow, where people are like, oh, maybe this is valuable. Can I put this on the blockchain? But then there's the assets that are big and valuable. Do you see your ecosystem becoming a place where people can own a piece of history on a tokenized basis? So similar to the Constitution DAO, where people are upholding the values that they find most interesting by having some kind of fractionalized ownership. Is that part of the bigger plan?
I want to be careful here, right? Because I think that as the world of crypto and blockchain regulation evolves, there are a lot of opinions about whether or not fractional ownership of an asset equals a security. And I think today, too broad of a brush is used to paint a lot of different kinds of projects into the same bucket. But regulation aside, I absolutely do believe there is a future where very, very important singular artifacts, real world artifacts, will be replicated on the blockchain, represented potentially in the metaverse or somehow in Web3. And there will be an option for individuals to become, at the very least, contributors to the preservation and the continual discovery of these singular assets. And we would love to be part of that process of defining what that looks like and how that works and why there is effectively how we can create a new business model to help historians, curators, cultural enthusiasts continue to evolve and protect our shared history.
Well, it's interesting because yesterday I talked to Francis Bell, the head of Christie's, and he was talking about the taking the object that was important. How do you see this unlocking the way that we maybe record history or what's important? Because we were talking about the fact that now that you have digital art and digital art becomes something that is immutable, that you can invest time into making some digital art and not worry that it's going to be cut and pasted, et cetera. How do you see then things going forward when we think about, okay, this is the way that we record history. Do you see that changing with the way that Web3 and technology is changing?
I do. I mean, I wish I had enough of a crystal ball to tell you exactly how it will evolve. All I know is that it is changing every single day. I hope that Artifact's contribution to this is the metadata standard that we started with. If at the point of creation, assets are tagged with metadata about the context of its creation, the inspirations behind it, the creator, the place, the time, all of the entities that were involved. What happens is that new creation, that new capture, immediately becomes part of an ecosystem. And at the moment, it may not seem impactful or it may not seem historically significant, but over time, it could become that. And to have that metadata already captured at point of creation means that as its significance grows with better understanding, more comprehensive review of history, then all of the assets and all of its inspirations and all of the entities that were involved in its creation or its existence or its capture will all kind of become part of the story. So I think that this metadata structure that we've created and that we will continue to evolve and improve, it's going to be incredibly important for the future. Our hope is that people will come to believe that and build that into a creation process.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by this idea. And I think about the fact that, for instance, that you never thought that an NBA video would be something that you could sort of own a part of with the whole top shots and such. So when I think about going forward, I think about the old letters, for instance, that you see, or really old real estate leasehold or something and now we have videos, and now I can't even imagine almost what could be in the future. Although I can imagine, of course, abuses as things get, more hackable. So I think that the metadata sounds interesting. I just sort of wonder about who owns history and who, there's a sort of popular saying, you would call it a meme now, that history is written by the victors. And so how do you guard against that risk that, A, history is written by the victors, and B, that history is owned by the victors in some sense?
Well, the goal here is for history not to be owned just by a group of organizations or defined by a group of organizations. You are right that throughout human history, the victors are the ones who captured history. But I don't think that is necessarily the case today. I think that because of the internet, the amount of content creation we see every single day, and therefore, frankly, historical capture, it's just, beyond our wildest imaginations, or even beyond calculations that actually make sense to our brains. And to allow all of that, or not all of it, but to allow the multiple different perspectives being captured every single day to be recorded immutably, and then with time to determine how these different perspectives can fit together to create a comprehensive review of history, I think that's important. And a project like this, especially in its future fully decentralized form, allows for that. It means that even if the victors today are the folks that have the loudest bullhorn, down the road, they will share a platform, and they will share that their perspective will be one of many that allows future generations to kind of revisit and relearn what actually happened in the past.
So I'm going to go to an audience question that is intriguing, and a lot of the discussion has been about the metaverse. And from my perspective, as somebody who's always looking at the future, your project reminds me of things like Steven Spielberg's The Shenandoah Project, where in fact, you can have a conversation. It's not exactly the meta, it's augmented reality. You can have a conversation in augmented reality with a hologram of somebody who's a Holocaust survivor. And there's more and more of that kind of programming and avatar, or whatever you want to do, hologram, whatever you want to call it, so that you can have immersive experiences. And maybe in the future, you're somehow that can be anchored on the blockchain. Is that something that you're exploring? How do you see the metaverse and the sort of ramp up fitting into Artifact Labs' plan?
It's actually really interesting that you bring up that project. So let me clarify first. I think that the what we are building at Artifact Labs today, I would classify more as a Web3 project. It is meant to leverage a decentralized internet for not only the protection of the preservation of history, but the decentralized ownership of that. There is definitely a point of integration with the metaverse, right? We ourselves at the South China Morning Post have experience with building metaverse, a metaverse experience in Sandbox that helps players rediscover historical Hong Kong. Okay? And there definitely is a future, and we plan on this as part of our roadmap for the historical NFTs that are minted using the Artifact standard to exist as metaverse assets. The long-term plan of that really depends on how the metaverse develops, which metaverses there are, how users actually want to engage with history in those metaverses. All of that is still unwritten. The project that you mentioned, and if we're talking about the same project, this is a project that that Stanford University is very much involved in. We've actually worked with individuals who are part of that project on taking the metadata standard and trying to infuse that into point of creation. Okay? And so actually, over the course of the last year, several times as Hong Kong has experienced these really important political events, like the last Legislative Council elections, and then this chief executive appointment here in Hong Kong in 2022, the South China Morning Post photographers have used special equipment that natively imbues photos at the point of capture with metadata, immutable metadata that makes it so that that photo, where it was taken, what the context was, it can't be manipulated in the future.
Wow.
Now, it's early, and we're not the first. Reuters did this with this group at Stanford University called Starting Lab during the 2021 inauguration, the Biden inauguration. And we happen to just be lucky enough to be the first news organization in Asia to work with Starting Lab on a project like this. But that's sort of the intersection of the Artifact project with what Starting Lab has been working on, including this Holocaust survivor project that Stanford is involved in as well. And the future of what these assets with the right data, with the right context can mean for our rediscovery of history, hopefully at some point in the metaverse, just because it is more immersive, right? So it might feel a little bit complicated, and it kind of is, because all of us are still trying to figure this out. But part of the fun of this moment in time in Web3 is that we get to experiment and play around in the proverbial sandbox with multiple different parties who actually care about the same philosophy and have the same ethos for the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think it sounds really fun. And I can imagine as you, the companies I work with in fashion, for instance, we're looking at unlocking additional value. So I can imagine a time when you could, potentially have an artifact that then unlocks an immersive experience with you to interact with, more fully with that moment in time. In fact, so it should be really, and I like the immutable thing. I think it would be great to have some kind of immutable recorder when I have conversations with my husband, so I can say, no, actually the way that I thought it was, it was exactly the way it was. I'm not sure it would really qualify for Artifact Labs, but it's a really interesting idea about, how things are recorded. And perspective is actually quite different depending on where you sit. So this is a really interesting question from the audience. So when we talked about history is written by the victors, it says, would that the concept still apply within the history of the metaverse? So if you're recording the history of the metaverse, have you sort of thought that meta in terms of how you're recording how the metaverse is being built itself?
Well, here's the interesting part is that the history of the metaverse is very organically and inherently captured already, right? Because everything is logged on a distributed ledger. And so you can actually track the history of the metaverse pretty clearly today, as long as you can read the blockchain. Our hope will be that that history, the things that we think is going to matter, will have more data than it has today. Today, it really is data about ownership. It doesn't necessarily include contextual data, and that's where we historical significance. That's what we think will help illustrate historical significance in the future. So I think that today it is already captured. It is very meta to be talking about this. It is already pretty inherently captured. I think we can capture it with greater fidelity for the sake of posterity. Yeah.
Well, it almost sounds like, if everything is being captured, then in fact, then the true value becomes curation later, which is an interesting option.
It is, and again, the brilliance of Web3 and how it's evolving is that curation is no longer dependent on centralized entities that control all of the data, and because they control all the data, therefore they can curate all of the data. All of these assets will be owned by people around the world, and it will become a community effort to curate and to write the story. So I'm looking forward to how that evolves.
Yeah, it'll be fun. So one of the things we talked about is this larger ecosystem. I think when people are interested to get involved, if somebody is listening and saying, I'm a museum or I'm a council, like how do they have access to that council and the transparency of decision making there?
Sorry, muted. Through conversation today. So the council itself, we're public in our white paper. We publish who the council is. As we really go into market with Artifact Labs and the Artifact Foundation, you'll hopefully be able to see these council members actually talk about the standard and spend time kind of articulating their own thoughts about the responsibility of this foundation. And our hope is that people with interest will reach out to the council and reach out to Artifact Labs to learn more. We want to meet people. This is not supposed to be some insider exclusive club. This is meant to be a standard for all. And it really, at this point, the only thing that limits us is going to be capacity. But our hope is that we will meet a lot of folks who have an interest in the standard and preserving the history that they today guard in this way. So reach out to us, please.
So one last question, ultimate vision, your legacy. What does success look like 10 years down the road?
I think simply put, and maybe this is just vernacular, is that people are going to refer to historical NFTs as artifacts. It's just going to be one and the same, because we do believe that for NFTs to have historical significance, they need this metadata. And so if our primary innovation is this metadata structure and the governance around it, that's more than enough for us.
Well, wonderful. Thank you, Gary. It's been such a pleasure to walk down, history's path and then walk into the future at the same time with you. I really appreciate your time and fantastic. And for those of you, Gary Liu, CEO of SEMP, get in touch with him to find out more about Abstract Labs. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Diana.
Wonderful to be back on stage here at SIS Scale Up Impact Summit. And I am super thrilled to have with me today Jean from ArgStream Capital calling live in from San Francisco. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Hi, Karina. Excited to be here.
Great, or arguably good evening, right? On your side of the globe. Fantastic. Well, before I introduce you to our audience, because it's the first time we have you here at SIS, I'll just throw the ball back to you. You know the drill. I want you to give me a bold statement about Web3 and the future and power of Web3.
Well, I'm very excited about this question because I've been thinking about it for quite some time. I have worked on Wall Street and I have also worked in Silicon Valley. And to me, Web3 is going to disrupt both Wall Street and Silicon Valley.
Beautiful. We'll definitely get back to that. I'll just again give a quick intro for everybody who is joining us and seeing us for the first time. So we have, Jean Zhang, you're a co-founder and general partner of ArgStream Capital. By the one, we have one of your other co-founders on a panel later today as well. And ArgStream Capital is a crypto native fund that backed some really, really well-known and successful company such as Republic and Epic and FTX. You are a pioneer in cross-border investments. You helped NBA Hall of Famer Zhao Ming raise his first fund for global sports investments. So definitely a precursor. Previously a banker at UBS, you mentioned, right, and advised US government at BlackRock. So you worked all over the world, right, in 4 continents, and you also hold an MBA from Stanford. So super impressive and diverse background. Tell us a bit more what you have learned throughout your various experiences and how does that all connect together?
Well, yeah, I started as a banker at UBS, just like everybody else. It's kind of like one of the most competitive industry for college graduates. And, I was a competitive person and I still am. That's why I went into banking.
Nothing bad with that.
Yeah, but, in banking, like you are just doing the same things all the time. And I felt bored. And back then, I think maybe you didn't mention it in my intro. So I joined the Fosun Group, which is a Chinese conglomerate in 2014, when they just started doing cross-border investment. And before that, there wasn't any company who's doing cross-border investment in China. So I was a pioneer in cross-border investment, and I helped them acquire Club Med, which is a French resort brand. We made a history. It's on the headline of like Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, Bloomberg, because it's the first time in history that a Chinese company acquired a premium European brand. Very excited about it. And after that, I helped Yao Ming, the NBA basketball player. I think like the audience mustn't have known about him. Because he just retired from NBA and he's thinking about what do I do next? I helped him raise a sports-focused private equity fund with $300 million. And we did sports investment globally. And then I went to Stanford for my MBA, and now I'm all in Web3.
Brilliant. Yes, and we talked about a little bit right at the beginning, and I actually kind of like consciously left out Fosun so that you can focus a bit in, because you said you learned something important in terms of working for big conglomerates versus then starting on your own. I don't know if you want to dig a little bit deeper into that area.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely beneficial for fresh grads to work for a big company like UBS, like a very prestigious brand, because you get really solid training and you really have your eyes open because you are like having meetings with all the top executives from all around the world. However, I would say like 2 years is enough to be in a, let's say, big name companies, because you are still doing the same thing. You are, I would say the learning curve is very sharp at the very beginning, but then it gets, the learning curve gets flat going forward. And that is about the time you want to try to find more responsibilities for yourself and find more job scope for yourself.
Brilliant. Yeah, exactly. And I remember that you were talking about it's probably better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. So at least more exciting, right? And you kind of like, what was
Start
the
with
call to action?
that you learn all the stuff you need to learn, and then you can apply what you've learned in on big platforms and apply those to smaller companies.
Absolutely. You told me that's why you then joined Web3, right? You saw the enormous possibilities and was like partially uncharted territory. So you went into it. Talking about why we're here on stage today, Bay Area resurrection. What are the hottest trends in Web3 from west to east? So what's happening right now in Silicon Valley with regards to Web3? Tell us a bit more.
Yeah, for sure. I see really a ton of talents are flowing into Web3, just like a ton of capital is flowing into Web3. Just to give a little bit idea, some anecdote. So when I graduated from Stanford MBA class last year, there were only 2 people out of a 400 student class who were like all in Web3 to find a career in Web3, me and an Indian girl. However, half a year later, I think I had like 20 plus classmates who just pivoted into Web3. Like somebody just pivoted, just like quit their startup. They've been building on that startup for maybe a couple of years and they just drop it. And somebody who's been working for his or her startup just pivoted into Web3. And somebody who was about to join a VC in New York just like turned down that offer to work on a blockchain protocol. So a lot of interesting happening. And so for the whole ecosystem, the startup environment here, I see more and more entrepreneurs are trying to build startups in Web3. On the other hand, so all the top talent engineers from the big tech firms like Facebook, Google, Apple, yeah, I know a lot of them are trying to do Web3 things on a side project basis. And a small percentage of them have quit their job to go all in Web3. So the thing is, okay, so they are, like those Silicon Valley big tech firms, you have really good package and you also have some free time. So they use their free time to build on Web3. And as long as they successfully raise a round, they're gonna leave. They're gonna quit their big tech job and to go all in Web3. That's what I have seen here.
Absolutely. And that was a little bit the background of my question, right? I mean, Silicon Valley obviously went to fame through, Web 2. And the question is, are these big legacy players now stuck where they are and not really getting the turn and the shift to Web 3? And it was really interesting. We're going to dig a little bit deeper about the talent question, right? And the fight for talent. Now, how diverse is Web3? Maybe compared to Web 2, but what are, some of the diversity aspects that you see when it comes to nationalities, when it comes to gender diversity, also, different income classes? What's going on?
I would say, I think Web3 is way more diverse than Web 2 in terms of race, nationality, income classes, and education level.
And here we are back on stage. Sorry, we got a little bit lost in the metaverse. But with that, let's dig directly into your bold statement and tell us a little bit more. You said that Web3 is going to disrupt Silicon Valley and the Wall Street. What do you mean, Jeet?
Yeah, because I worked on the Wall Street before, and for capital market, the traditional model, like the current model is VC invested in a seed round and angel round, then there's Series A, B, C, D, E, and sometimes it goes to F and G. So it takes 10 years for the early stage VC to exit after this company gets IPO. However, in crypto, it's 2 to 3 years, and sometimes it's only 6 months, because being listed on, let's say, Coinbase or Binance or FTX is equivalent to get IPO on NYSE or NASDAQ or Hong Kong Stock Exchange. So it's way more efficient for the capital market.
Yeah, and I'm sure
is So because in Hong Kong, like yes, like international investors can all invest in Hong Kong stocks and US stocks, but it's still, you have to go through, for non-Hong Kong or non-US investors, they have to go through a like very complicated like regulation process. However, in crypto, it's way easier for international investors to invest in any projects that gets listed, let's say on Coinbase or Binance or FTX or other crypto exchanges. And for the, I also said it's going to disrupt the Silicon Valley model. Okay,
right.
So this is the case today. So let's say the dominating platforms like Facebook, Google, while Facebook changes their name to Meta, they are monetizing on our privacy and data to sell ads to commercials. And people are very unhappy about it. For content, for user-generated content platforms, let's say like YouTube, Instagram, or TikTok, there are like the creators are the people who made the platform successful. However, the platforms make huge money out of monetize on our privacy, but the creator themselves, they can't make money. They can't monetize on what they create for the platform. Only if you are like 1 in a million influencer, like you can sell commercials on your own. But if you are, let's say, if you have 10,000 followers, or if you have even like 100,000 followers, you can't. Because like if I want to support a creator on YouTube, by being a YouTube member, paying the subscription fee, I can get rid of the ads, but I can't, like this money doesn't go to the creator whom I want to support. However, with Web3, this is going to be very possible. So that with all the content creators, it provides a way for them to make money. It provides a way for followers to directly support the creators. And, it just we just want to get rid of the dominating big platforms.
Brilliant. And actually, this is exactly also another element that I wanted to dig into. Where are the Web3 and crypto hubs right now in the US? Is it Silicon Valley? Is it New York? Where is it? Where is it happening?
I think Silicon Valley is still, of course, very big here in terms of innovation and technology. However, Miami is getting really big because, like Miami hosts the Bitcoin conference every year, and the mayor is taking Bitcoin as part of his salary. He's really trying very hard to promote Bitcoin and crypto ecosystem in general. Another reason is because in Silicon Valley, it's really hard to hire talents or steal talents from those big tech firms because the package is very good there. However, in Miami, it's easier to find top engineers. It's relatively cheaper to hire top engineers. Another reason is because Miami is so close to Latin America, and Latin America is huge on crypto. So a lot of entrepreneurs they have a lot of Latino entrepreneurs in Web3, they have their family still in their home country, and they will live in Miami to do their startup. So that's why I think Miami has become really big.
Well, that's super interesting. And unfortunately, we're running out of time, but I think maybe in one sentence for you, take the crystal ball. What's going to be next for you in Web3? What are you looking at?
Definitely social fi, because I said it's going to disrupt the Silicon Valley business model. We want to get rid of the platforms, the current social platforms, social media platforms. We don't want them. We want the new version, Web3 version of social.
Okay, socialify it is. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jean from Arkstrom Capital. What a great pleasure having you here at SIS, and looking forward to seeing you soon again. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for all of you to join us. My name is G, and I'm a producer, director, cinematographer, as well as co-host and co-founder of Hopium podcast. And with me today is Roy, our friend Roy, who is a founder and partner of Club DAO, which is a physical members club for crypto and NFT enthusiasts. So welcome, Roy.
Hi guys, thank you for having me. Excited to be here and looking forward to the conversation.
Cool, thanks. Please tell us a little bit about Club DAO and how it started, your ideas, how it's implemented. Go ahead.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, I mean, Club DAO is, as you mentioned, is a physical space where crypto people and NFT enthusiasts can come together, hang and meet like-minded people, work on projects together, connect and brainstorm. And the idea was born actually last year when, you know, the whole NFT hype started, and we looked at all these projects that, you know, promising great community and real world utility. And, you know, we were thinking that, okay, many of these projects probably will not really last. And within our founding partner team, we have people that are coming from the crypto space, the F&B world, the art world. And we said, hey, we have this global network and all these connections. What if we actually do a reversed NFT drop, basically, and launching a physical members club? You know, some of them existed already for many years, the concept of members club, but not really in the crypto space, at least not in the way we are planning to do it. And yeah, so we came together, started looking for locations in Hong Kong. And now we are in the soft opening phase and onboarding members, and excited to you know, build this place where you can come hang and then branch out into the metaverse from the other way around.
Excellent. So that's really interesting. The metaverse is definitely the future, but physical stuff is here. It's always lovely to meet people in real life and see them in person. Where do you think you see it, the future of Club DAO? Where is it going? How is that unfolding in your vision?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, crypto is a global thing, and that's the vision for us as well. So after Hong Kong, we definitely want to branch out into other cities and the big crypto hubs like Singapore, Dubai, New York, London, LA. Yeah, we're excited to go into these cities and connecting with people in these cities. So we actually know already quite a bunch of people that are interested, but we're focusing on getting Hong Kong ready. And as much as we, you know, want to expand into the physical, we're also looking into opening digital clubs in the metaverses like Sandbox, Decentraland, the other side, really to connect the physical with the digital, and also reach people that might not be able to physically tune in, similar to what we do right now with the Scaleup Impact Summit, right? Most people are from the team that are producing here in Hong Kong, you know, but some tune in from around the world.
Fantastic. Yes. Yeah. Let's talk about metaverse. Why do you think metaverse is getting so big? Where the future is looking bright and interesting, so much developing going on. Why do individuals, social groups, companies, and organizations are engaged within? What do you think is the appeal, the most biggest appeal now?
Yeah, I think the whole concept of blockchain, NFTs, and crypto utilizes things that are actually around already for many years, and you basically have now the opportunity to fully own or have this proof of ownership that you created a piece of art, that you bought a piece of land in the digital world or in the physical world, and fully engaged. So, you know, if you're an artist, an example, right? Let's say you are a digital artist, or even an artist that creates real world paintings, and you're based in Zimbabwe or somewhere in South America, and you want to exhibit your art, then how do you do this, right? We have this week Art Basel coming up in Hong Kong, and how do you engage, right? So you can't really sell or ship all your paintings around the world in the hopes that someone is buying it unless you're already fully established. But thanks to, you know, NFTs and the digital space, you can create a virtual copy or an NFT version of your physical piece of art, and you can exhibit it in different locations simultaneously, and engage with people that might haven't been able to see your art or hear about you, right? or if you are a musician that is just starting its career but has already built a good fan base of, let's say, 5, 6, 7,000 hardcore fans, and by creating an NFT that says, okay, look, if you support me now by buying this NFT, and then in the future you will be able to access my concerts, always getting a VIP pass, or even get royalties from future sales, and that initial NFT drop where you sell an NFT for a few $100s that can help, I don't know, record your album or plan a world tour or whatever, the musician wants to do. And I feel like there's a new ways of engaging with fans and communities and audiences that we haven't really had a chance to do before, even though elements of it were already there, but not really fully linked to ownership and the blockchain.
Indeed, yeah, it's really interesting to see the new sort of evolution of how you can create your tribes online and how you can create your a real direct connection. As a producer and content creator, I see that a lot, and it's the new generations will spell it out how it's going to unfold, and it's going to be created over and over again and recreated, reimagined as technology grows. Yeah,
you're an artist yourself, right, on the music side and photography. So like now you can exhibit your art physically and digitally. So I think you can reach more people. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just get inspired. I think that's another interesting side of it, because a lot of times people might be in their little ecosystem and may not see sort of the global thing. But nowadays, there's no excuses. That's for sure. Okay, how about the brands? Like looking at brands and how they engage with NFTs and physical products, how they connect the two, physical world. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's also very interesting use cases. A friend of mine, she's a fashion designer. Her brand is called Le Design, and she is got really into the space. Her name is Payal, and she created physical jewelry. That's how she started her career. But now, thanks to NFTs, she's creating digital versions of it, of these earrings or piece of jewelry she designs. And when you buy that digital twin or that NFT, you get a real world piece of jewelry, but at the same time you can also wear that in the metaverse or put it on your NFT avatar. I think another example, we have one of the partners here at the SIS is a brand called BNV. They're creating digital fashion, right? So that's another way of what you can do. And I think also brands like Adidas and Nike, they're pushing hardcore on these, bridging the digital with the physical. I think Nike buying Artifact and allowing basically now having virtual Nike sneakers you can wear in the metaverse and potentially create real world limited editions that reflect the design you created for the metaverse. I think there is endless opportunities. I think another big hype is with a brand called Steppen.
Right.
So it started out as a virtual sneaker, sorry, not a sneaker brand, but it's called Move to Earn. So the idea is that you buy that virtual sneaker, and by owning that sneaker, that allows you to earn money while being physically active. Even though it is in the early stages, but I think we're going to see more and more use cases like this, where brands trying to reward their customers to be more active or engage with their brand, and in return they receive tokens or NFTs, etc. Another topic I recently read about is the use case of events, right? So there is the opportunity or the possibility of creating NFTs as a ticket for an event, right? So a sports event, a concert, etc. And because NFTs don't have to always be super expensive, right? I mean, in the end, an NFT is a digital certificate of ownership, and in that case, that means your ticket for that specific concert that happened on that day, or sporting events. And then the second way of engaging with the audience is to create something called a POAP, like a proof of attendance protocol, where you basically get a picture of you being at this event, and if you combine the ticket with the picture, then he will get access to, I don't know, a limited edition hoodie, or be invited to the next VIP party of a brand. So there's these things, and if you really go back traditionally, I mean, everyone knows these vouchers we receive when we go to a coffee shop, and then the 10 stamp is your free coffee, etc. But in the future, and I think Starbucks is exploring that already as well. Instead of having all these stamp cards which you always lose, and you're getting frustrated because you should have already gotten 30 coffees for free, you receive your tokens and or an NFT which is digitally stored, and then you can redeem this and swap it to a McDonald's voucher or something like that. So I think this is definitely something that will happen over time, and I think that's also super exciting to see.
Absolutely, a brave new world, as we say. Excellent. Social impact. Let's talk about a little bit of social impact and positive impact in the world that goes to NFTs and possibly Metaverse.
Yeah. So last year, my first touch with social impact was in the Metaverse sense, was organizing the so-called social impact NFT exhibition here in Hong Kong. And it was a 9 days exhibition. We had artists from around the world, and the proceeds were going to different charities that supporting the 17 UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And that was very interesting to see, because a lot of people were really interested in supporting the artists, but also at the same time are interested in donating a certain amount to charity. And I think that is a very interesting concept, because charities normally raise money through charity balls or donations from their supporters. But if you create an NFT that is really appealing and it's getting sold and resold again and again, you can embed the royalty where not just the artist receives a constant income stream, but at the same time for the charity. So I think that is definitely an interesting angle. But if we play this even further and you want to engage brands and corporates, then these companies can use it as a way of showcasing what they do in order to support their CSR strategy, or how sustainable they are. So an example, bringing it back to fashion, right? If you buy a pair of sneaker, and when buying the sneaker, you will receive a NFT with it that says, okay, this sneaker is produced in that country. It was made out of certain amount of recycled materials from a charity that is taking plastics out of the ocean, and a certain percentage will go to the charity to support it as well. So now you have this product that shows first that the sneaker you're buying is actually authentic. You can see how it was made, where it was made, and that it supports a charity, right? And you can track all that because it's on the blockchain. There's no hanky-panky business that you announce things and you wouldn't even know if it's real or not, because it's all there. And if you go further, then you let your customers collect all these NFTs, and one is golden, one is blue, and eventually you add this gamify element to it, and potentially you engage through leveling up, or like a collectible NFT game when you have the all golden NFTs from that brand, and you get to meet a celebrity, or again get a freebie or something. I think there's a lot of use cases in that sense that we'll see in the future.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. Accountability, actual numbers, actual clear distinction of what's going on, where it's going. And I agree with you about the royalties. Is another big part of it. That goes for artists and everybody. It's smart contracts just lead on from one thing to the next, and it goes back to the original planning, which is very nice. It's a huge thing. Excellent. What about Web3? If we think about Web3 and its development, evolution, where do you see Web3 going to, and how is it impacting our lives?
Yeah. Yes, I think Metaverse right now is often linked to gaming and arts and stuff, but I really think that Web3 will become a more interesting way for us to do your banking procedures. So imagine you go online, like a 3D version of the internet. So instead of going a landing page, which is Google or whatever you use, you enter a Metaverse, and then you go to your HSBC virtual bank, and then instead of sitting in front of your screen and looking at a chat box, or being on a hotline where you type numbers and get frustrated because you're hanging in the line forever.
We've all been there.
You can just have your VR goggles and or not, maybe not needed, because you can also use that obviously through the desktop screen, but do banking and I don't know, maybe even see already like a hotel resort or something like that. You want to travel. So I think there will be a lot of more real world utility that is not sexy in the sense that it's a video game or something like that, but instead of again hanging out on a chat box or on a telephone hotline, you will be able to do your day-to-day business. And obviously it's virtual, and we all love human interaction. Again, bringing it back to why we started this also with Club DAO. I still believe the future is going to be a hybrid where we engage physically and digitally. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yes, absolutely. Imagine going into log in, put on your goggles, pick your scene, and then suddenly you're interacting with an AI that's basically answering your questions, leading you to things. It's really interesting. Same thing goes for events. Can you talk a little bit about virtual events, for example, through Metaverse and stuff?
Yeah, events, as I said before, right? You get your ticket, etc., and then you can make this hybrid. So you have a virtual version. I think the SIS is also right now streamed in the Decentraland, and then you can participate and you can engage in your own time with the exhibitors. Meet people, ask questions, but have the chance to follow really what's happening in other countries simultaneously.
Right. And Club DAO, for example, you could do an event at your club, and then the members around the world can tune in, and there could be some live feeds going on. Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed. I think we're almost at the end now. A short session, but thank you for having me today on the show, and looking forward to future conversations.
Sounds good. Thanks so much. Thanks for your time, and good luck with Club DAO.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Welcome to Adrian, first time on stage, and welcome to Ivan, one of our loyal speakers at SIS Scaleup Impact Summit. What a great pleasure to have you here. And I obviously love the topic that we're going to dig in deeper, how to win in Web3. And obviously I have the two gentlemen with me that I need for this topic. And as you know, I start off my panels and firesides by asking you a truly bold statement. So I'm going to start with you first, Adrian. Give me a bold statement about the power and future of Web3.
My bold statement will be your digital wallet will be your new Facebook.
Beautiful. I'll get back to that. Ivan, what about your bold statement?
Well, I'll try one that's going to be bold and sensitive at the same time, right? I'm going to say that at some point in time in the near future, someone will be able to do a algorithmic stablecoin that actually works.
Wow. Well, cheers to that. So I'll give a little bit of a background for those who may not know you. I'm sure there are only a few out there. But Adrian, so you founded Human Capital not that long time ago. You previously served as the CEO of Liquify. That's an institutional blockchain solution with presence in Hong Kong and the Middle East. But you began your career at BlackRock, right, with experience in sales and marketing, fintech, and ESG investment. You worked with chairpersons and board members from 100 plus listed companies across Asia and corporate governance, cybersecurity, climate change risk, etc. You are also very active as a columnist, right, at the SCMP. We actually had Gary just previously on the fireside, and a commentator for the Wall Street Journal and CNN. And then Ivan, yes, for those who know Scaleup Impact Summit, you were with us already previously. But again, for all newcomers, quick introduction. You're the group president of Animoca Brands, the leader in Web3 multinational blockchain technology and investment company focused on developing the digital property right ecosystem. You're also the chairman of the board of Civic Exchange, a nonpartisan public policy think tank, and you serve on many, many independent non-executive directors. The time of the panel is too short to dig into that in detail. Prior to Animoca Brands, you did various different assignments. You were managing director and head of GLG. Before that, you were a deputy managing director of Kowloon Motors. And you were, before that, an associate partner at McKinsey & Company and started your career, arguably, at Citigroup as a derivative structuring and marketing trader. That is a long introduction and very diverse, but let's directly dig now into the topic. And Adrian, if you can give the audience a little bit of an introduction about Human Capital, your investment thesis, and some of your portfolio companies and examples in companies you invested in Web3.
Sure. Human Capital was founded last year. We have a mandate to invest in several areas, including private equities, Web3, and also art and collectibles. So I founded Human Capital for the reason that I think for tech investment or in general, just investing in the pioneer or frontier space, there's not much choices in Asia for current moment. So given the background of myself in asset management and also founding a blockchain startup myself, I realized there's a gap there between institutional and really the pioneer space. So when we consider specifically for Web3 areas, we have been investing in quite a bit of funds and at the early stage, just because we want to get a taste of exposure to the macro or to, in general, ecosystem exposure. But we started to do more direct exposure since last year in several areas. First, which is the derivative areas. My personal views or the team's view is derivative always overtakes spot in terms of tradings, whether it's equities or cryptos. So we are very bullish on any derivative marketplace, derivative exchange, whether it is in crypto or NFTs exposure. We also have a keen interest in any collateralized lending or uncollateralized lending within the DeFi space for the reason because we think that as long as the DeFi areas comes into really mature stage, lending or any kind of sponsoring activities will be key for it to pick up. So others, we are very keen on gaming and Metaverse as well, but we still have our own niche in terms of gaming. Probably I'm not as sophisticated as Animal Career does in gaming, but we have a strong interest in terms of the publishing or the downstream of the supply chain for gaming, which is how to promote Web3 gamings in an effective and scalable manner. So I'll leave it for now and happy to answer any questions later.
Great, and maybe we have some new partnerships forming on this panel as we speak today. But to you, Ivan, give us an introduction about Animoca Brands in your own words. About the philosophy and that it's so much more than just building a gaming and entertainment company and ecosystem.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm gonna cheat a little bit and share a slide. You guys see that? So it's easier to I guess see it by picture in a way, right? So we feel like that people see us as like an investor, but we actually we don't see ourselves that way. We do a lot of investments because we invest and operate at the same time, but we almost in a way invest to operate. So on the left side in the operations, which is where we began, we have been a game builder, right, on the App Store, etc. So in the Web 2 days, but in the Web 3 days, we began with Sandbox and the Ref ecosystem, where we built racing games, and then we have the Sandbox, which is the I guess the famous Web 3 company that is right now, and then this space we sort of developed it in such a way that became very portfolio-like, right? Now, in the way we sort of see ourselves is that we no longer, given the innovation in the space, we no longer need to just build everything ourselves. We can actually seed and then either acquire or help these the whole ecosystem actually flourish, right? So that's why on the right side, you see the investment. There's a dated slide, obviously. We actually have about 300 portfolio companies now. We believe that there's so much innovation that's going on in the space that it is actually easier to deploy capital and grow those companies in such a way, and then help them as part of our portfolio and to serve what we call injecting the blockchain brain into that part wherever help they need. So in terms of gaming, you can see that a lot of the investments we've made are actually in blockchain gaming. There are over 100 of them actually. And a lot of times what we work with them on is actually designing the token economy itself, right? Not the tokenomics itself, but the token economy, how it flows, sinks and faucets and things like that. And then we'll walk through them and about sort of like, you know, when do you sell an NFT first? Do you launch the token first? How does the token actually work within the ecosystem? How do you build positive dynamics? How do you have velocity in the economy? And then we do like things like marketing, listing, you know, what chains to go on and things like that. So it's almost like a consulting approach to these companies. And obviously, if you look at the circle on that right, it is not only that we just do gaming, because we don't also see ourselves as a gaming company, because we see ourselves as a blockchain company that is bringing universal basic equity to this ecosystem via Web3. And we would, get into marketplaces, which is obviously very important for liquidity, decentralized finance, wallets, infrastructures such as different systems, different chains like Flow, Solana, Polygon. A couple of our assets are on top of Polygon. We believe that the nature of blockchain itself attracts different people with different philosophies to it. So we're chain agnostic in the sense that we believe that by facilitating and directing folks in the different chains with different philosophies, the system will flourish. Right? So that's a little bit about Animoca.
Brilliant. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And I like it that you're highlighting on the one hand, arguably you could say you're kind of like this Web3 ecosystem accelerator, right? In the way how you consult and nurture and build infrastructure and all of that. But I think also in the previous talk, once I had you on a fireside, is that impact and purpose driven, right? And I saw very recently that Animoca is more and more pushing also the edtech, the education technology segment, right? So there's a bigger purpose behind that. Beautiful. I want to address the elephant in the room, and I'll start with you and Ivan first, and then I'll hand it over to Adrian as well. But the elephant obviously in the room is what we're going through right now with Web3. Is it just a bubble? Did it already burst? Will it rebuild and burst again? Will it totally collapse? Or is it, the new era of the internet?
Well, we actually go through lots of cycles, right? In Web3. So last year there was a similar kind of a downturn, but this one I think is a little bit different because you have the Federal Reserve that's actually raising rates as well, right? So the confluence of these two factors make liquidity to dry up, right? So therefore the funding environment, the fundraising environment is certainly going to be a lot tougher. So valuations will be pushed downwards, right? In terms of like some of the startups that we see, we believe negotiations room, it's actually going to be more. But the amount of innovation that we see and the number of opportunities that we have, and we just had a couple of days of intense IC meetings, just looking at, hey, are these companies, where are we on all these companies? Can we talk to them more about, how are they managing through this? Are they still holding and things like that, right? And the way we sort of look at this is that it's great opportunities right now to get in these companies, because we believe that the space for what it is going to continue to grow. It's very nascent at this point in time. We look at sort of the beginnings of sort of even just the gaming economies themselves, even like Sandbox, which is mature, is still in alpha seasons, right? And Phantom Galaxy's just begun its public sale just today. I need to check with the team how they're doing, but even this environment, the pre-sales went very, very well. So we're a through cycle player, right? And we believe the space in the decentralized finance And decentralization of the internet itself is a huge movement, right? And we're seeing that Meta, even though it names itself it's kind of like the Meta of kind of like the Metaverse, is the centralized part of how we feel the Metaverse would develop. Would it be won by Meta? It seems like that we are winning the race. At least the collective of the Web3 decentralized community is winning the race, right? So that's what we believe we'll see. So as a through cycle player, we'll continue to deploy capital, we'll continue to work with great companies, and we believe that it's good opportunities right now.
Right, yeah, and fingers crossed on winning the race. Adrian, yes, from an investor point of view, right? Is it actually now the right time to invest, or what is your outlook?
Well, I think the reality is the potential bear market kicks in, and valuation, I agree with Evan, is coming down a bit. And so, well, but if we are in the long-term investment business, we're always looking at portfolios now. So whether it's the entry point, whether it's now the bear market or 3 months later a bear market, we're still investing. But I think going beyond, so usually people say Web3 is like the next internet. I tell the team or myself always that we go beyond that, because to me, Web3 or in general, the crypto universe is a revolutionary movement for our human beings, because we are not just talking about DeFi, we are not talking about NFTs, but how people interact with a society, whether it's in the DAO structures, whether it is social media being decentralized or democratic, brought by Web3. So my feeling is over the past 10 years, I bought my first Bitcoin in 2014, and it was really about payment, Bitcoin as a payment currency. And ever since then, it changed to people talk about gold standard, people talk about Bitcoin potentially adding smart contract and Lightning Network. 3 years, 4 years ago, it was ICO. People talking about how blockchain could be leveraged with smart contract to enable crowdfunding. And for the past 3 years is DeFi, NFTs, gaming, and Metaverse. I can see the potential of Web3 increasing across the board, across industries. So for us to miss the timing to invest in any portfolios, whether it's bullish or bearish market, is a huge opportunity cost. Because during this market, we always finding which is the next thing, whether it is social, whether it is, just in general, the DAO structure governance, whether it's game guilds. Once we miss out something in the market, we kind of miss our wave. Every kind of unicorn like Uniswap itself was built during the bear market. So no, we still keep investing in the market, but yes, looking at the valuations more strictly in IC meetings.
Brilliant. Yeah, and I love it again that both of you are mentioning, well, first of all, Web3 is more than just, crypto and that speculative assessment, right? And that it really fundamentally shifts market dynamics, social behavior. We talked about Axie Infinity several times already in this conference, right? How that whole movement of play to earn is here to stay. I think going a little bit deeper into the companies, the opportunities that you see, actually, how do you vet players in the Web3 space when somebody comes and approaches you, say like, look, Adrian, put a ticket into my round, or Evan, people approaching is, I want to become part of the Animoca family. Maybe Adrian, I'll start with you this first time. So how do you look into companies? How do you assess that they're going to create value, that they're here to stay? Tell us a little bit more about your secret sauce.
Well, we look at opportunities, and to be clear, whether it is early stage opportunities or an already launched project with three key areas. The first one is on a fundamental basis, whether it's really Web3 fits, whether it requires the technology itself or is forcefully being added the technologies, whether it's fit our thesis in terms of it has to be a Web3 thing. That's the first area. And the second area is really about the token economy and the token economics, which is different things, but we look into it in one area. And the third one is about valuations. I'm not gonna expand on all three areas, but particularly I want to elaborate on the valuation part because it is a key discussion point for our ICs over the past several weeks, particularly how we compare crypto projects against tech companies in terms of pricing multiples. I believe that some of we were saying that the conclusion, in long story short, is we have to set our own standard in Web3 area instead of comparing against unicorns like Facebook or Twitter or any kind of Snapchat companies, because Web3 is still in its nascent stage. And for example, whether we should look at pricing multiples in PE, PS ratio, whether we should have our own relativeness kind of standard in Web3. So Uniswap, for example, could be in 250 in PS ratio, but putting that in perspective, comparing to something like a NASDAQ as an exchange is incomparable. So we're always looking at also whether it's TVL should be an important factor as a multiple, but we believe that for the next cycle, probably the number of users representing kind of like an early stage of Facebook multiple. You look at the users, but not the sales or the earnings could be a key factors in valuation. So I think just in short, as I think the multiples to be used for each cycle could be different depending on the kind of sectors or thesis we're looking at. Last cycle is TVL, next cycle could be number of users, but we're still kind of figuring out.
Interesting. I think, Evan, you may agree on some of these parameters, but you might also look into others, right? Again, thinking about building an entire ecosystem. So how do you assess companies?
Yeah, no, we certainly do. I mean, I agree with a lot of the points that Adrian just raised as well, because, it's not, when you look at a company startup phase, it's not that different from looking at any company, Web3 or not, right? You look at the fundamentals of the company, right? But then but obviously we get incoming, really a lot of incomings, right? But the actually one of the first things that we look at is really their philosophy. Why you're building this, right? So there are a lot of projects which actually get screened up right away if we believe that they're there to make money, which is very interesting. It's almost like, in the Web2 space or in any other space, what's wrong with that? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Like, we don't want you to kind of like get in there and say that the purpose of this thing is to make money. It's so new because we're basically seed and Series A investor at this point, right? The market is still nascent. There's a lot of innovations. So there's a lot of things about product market fit that we'll actually assess. If you go into a mindset of saying that, this thing is going to make a lot of money because we're going to do this 10K PFP thing, and I have all of these celebrities behind me, this thing's going to sell. We actually have a lot of those. Actually, they will make money, but we're not all that interested because we don't feel that there's a benefit to society or there's a benefit to the sector or Web3 about doing something like that, right? Ultimately, it has to create a community, it has to be synergistic with the other things that we see. And therefore, when we go into the tokenomics portion, which is the classic tokenomics of the pie, you see the distribution. It's like, okay, so team and advisors, 25%. I don't know about that, right? So it's kind of like, and then, I remember a couple of conversations like that. It's kind of like, can we at that, and also pricing, is that what you sound these for? Is that, well, maybe, we believe that we did some pricing study. We believe that we do it at like 0.3 ETH to 0.4 ETH each. I was like, I'm like, why don't you give away for free? And you're like, what? Like, you got benefit. You got to think about a community first, right? So the philosophy in that comes first. And then obviously the second thing is the additiveness, right? Of whether or not that particular space that you're in, be it your gaming, or be it in sort of like even in certain infrastructure or analytics, right? There are more and more of these companies that focus now on tooling, right? How does it add relative to others who are actually in it, right? Is it distinctive? Is the team good, right? So that's the basic stuff that Adrian also mentioned, right? And I think the last thing really is valuation, right? So, what are you asking for? So, in the IC is kind of interesting. People say, oh, this company is coming, they're raising 5 and at 30 million. It's kind of like a thing that people sort of like is amalgamated on. Everybody wants to raise 30 million in terms of valuation, then they're raising 5 million for that 30. It's interesting how much of this stuff amalgamate into what's that area, which is kind of interesting because there's no reason for any seed company at whatever stage to be calling whatever valuation. But it's kind of like, how far along are you? Why are you calling that valuation? Why is it? It's rather than the valuation itself, which we're actually okay in sort of talking to founders about to fire earnouts and stuff. Why do you need 5 million, right? Why do we need like 2 million? Why do you need 10 million, right? It's kind of like, what are you doing with that money? For us, at the tail end, it's kind of like the de-risking elements as well, rather than valuation. It's kind of like, are there tokens ultimately? Do we have rights to, so like, do we see that you being successful? Is it some of the de-risking elements other than equity? And then also the synergy with our portfolio, which is kind of like, well, we believe that if this company becomes part of us, we can deploy, a dozen companies that could use its service, right? So we have synergies, things around how we think about whether or not we deploy or not.
Gotcha. I do want to dig a little bit deeper again in the vetting element, because again, typically, VC 1-on-1 is either you have a technology risk, or you have a go-to-market risk, and you kind of like try to assess and balance that off. So my question is twofold. So one is, how do you assess the technology risk, or is there, with so many things are happening, different protocols and different layers, and how are you assessing actually the tech side? The other one again is a little bit more from a go-to-market risk or business model. I mean, there is this, in a fully decentralized world, arguably is who is making money, and how do you assess, the capacity of these community building ventures, for example, as you said, to really extract some reasonable amount of money versus, being fully, you mentioned, even given away for free, or have this aspect of full decentralization. So maybe Ivan, I'll throw it first back to you then, and then with Adrian to get a little bit on, both elements. Can you share some secret sauce, or do you think you have some good tips?
Well, I mean, yeah, the secret sauce sometimes is really more on exactly about what you're asking, which is the details, right? So it depends on what kind of deal it is and how complex it is. We do bring in the tech team itself, right? So kind of like, are these guys, how is that team? We assess the actual team, and we have with the engineering team, we have the product team actually talking to those folks as well, right? So it's what we know because we have experience in doing it. And actually, the way I would say is that we made a lot of mistakes, so we know maybe what not to do sometimes. And then we do ask some tough questions about kind of like, what are you building it on? What are you, things that are more technical in nature, right? Is it scalable? And then how do you think about some of the issues that might be specific to that particular investment? In terms of the different distinctiveness of it, we actually have to, if we're asking about distinctiveness, we actually have to compare that with some of the other portfolio companies that we have. We might actually go back to some of these guys and ask, hey, not to disclose the company itself, but sort of like, what's the latest view on that particular sector, and is this are certain things going to be more distinctive than others, right? So the specifics are actually it can get quite detailed in terms of what we actually talk about, but I don't know if that answers your questions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Adrian, I don't know, anything to add, like again, in some typical red flags and no when it comes to, the go-to-market and business models. And again, how do you assess actually the technology power of the companies that you're looking at?
Well, I think that regarding the technology part first, it's very different if I have to answer for 2017 versus now. And the reason is because in 17 or 18 is the birth of layer 1 and layer 2, right? It was where Solana, it was where Polygon or some other chains were doing the race. And at that moment, you basically need to send in really good blockchain developers, which we in-house have our own tech team. Even it's not a huge one, they're top developers to access to those opportunities. You have to do stress tests on really saying about the transaction speed, the securities, or whether it's the CK, whether it works or not. And I believe that when we look at one project, and not naming it, but it was doing sharding technologies, and it was not that successful for a lot of blockchains, but it turns out it went well. We also invested in Near ecosystem as well, and because of the shardings. But when we're looking at current stage, if you justify on tech side, I don't think you need, as a VC, to be honest, a lot of justification to look at the tech. It's because the infrastructure is already there. People building on Ethereum, people building on Stacknet now, whether it is, unless you're building your own CK solutions, I think the change itself have its own ecosystem and innovation team or a product team to assist any decentralized application to be built on top of there. So as a VC, I think it goes back to your question on go-to-market strategy and business model. I think that matters much more than the technologies. And it also proved that the space has improved and matured over time. So for I think for go-to-market strategy is in chicken and egg, because something like Compound or Aave, they tend to deliver or distribute their native tokens to compensate for the yield difference. So essentially, if borrowers is paying 5%, for example, and lender get 8%, the 3% difference actually come from a native token. So the issue is that helps growth hacking, but it also brings in sustainability issue. So looking into the token economics or token metrics to figure out whether the tokens could be sustainable in terms of value, in terms of distributions, will matter in long term. And also, second, to identify the effective revenue coming from a protocol. For example, something like a Uniswap could just random numbers could get 1 billion in terms of revenue, but distributing $960 million in liquidity to liquidity providers. So effective is 40 million in revenue. So I don't think we have a definitions in the space yet how to define the monetizations model and also the numbers, but I think that is going to be much more matters alongside with the go-to-market strategies going forward in terms of how VC evaluate opportunities.
By the way, I would agree with Adrian that of the many deals that I'm personally involved in, very rarely do I actually need to involve kind of like very, very deep tech conversations. There's actually you and I went to one that was actually more technology based, right? But we didn't really even get the tech team involved. And the reason is that the go-to-market really is the thing, because we're building open, right? We're leveraging existing technologies, right? And a lot of times it's about the know-how and building that community for gaming, especially. So for the gaming companies, obviously we would play with the game, right? It was existing, but how do you get that on chain? And the concept of how do you build the community and the tokens and the token economy is still yet fully designed. And very rarely when we get there actually were some instances where we feel that they got it exactly right, but that go-to-market and that tinkering of that approach and marketing and all that stuff is what we really do.
Right, and actually that really talks about the maturity, arguably already, right, where we're in the market, and then again basically the adoption that is going to be the key factor. Now, you talked about valuations, and there's a lot of money in the space, and we started off asking you the question about how you vet companies, but how do you sell yourself to tech companies now, making sure you have a seat on the table? Because it seems some of these valuations are crazy, some of these deals. I mean, we on Angel Hub, we've seen that we close deals in less than an hour and having angry investors. How do you get a seat on the table? Can I ask you your elevator pitch? Who wants to go first? Adrian, Ivan, like all Web3 companies out there, what's your elevator pitch? Why should they have you on their cap table?
Well, if you don't mind to start first, even.
Go ahead.
So I usually say we are a full-fledged VC who value add to your portfolio, right? Because now money is not an issue in the space, but it's also a matter of helping you to structure your product, your go-to-market strategies, and what even mentioned about just in gaming, Metaverse, DeFi, NFTs. Actually, it's very different across how you reach out to the audience. And I think one thing really matters to us is our presence in Asia and identifying opportunities, whether it is in Greater China region or Southeast Asia. It could be very different. Just in general, even for guilds, guilds in Southeast Asia behave very differently from guilds in Europe and US. So we have the expertise or know-how that could provide. And another angle is obviously the leverage on working with our own portfolios or other investors which we're close to and the portfolios. And is all about partnership at the very beginning, because now you could build, for a company, say for example, if they're a gaming publishing platform, they could build out their own wallet, but they could also use a wallet built by Animal Current Hacks, right? So how you could growth hack the communities of some existing solution built out and leveraging our relationship and also know-how of what existing are out there is some good selling points to the companies. But obviously, you have to be very hands-on with. Sometimes you even have to help them build out the product at the very beginning if they couldn't get hires immediately. So it's pretty tough, honestly, to be investors.
Yeah.
So, for us, it's I guess we've been a bit blessed in the industry for being a bit earlier, right, than others. So we already amassed a large portfolio of companies, which we're then more well known for. So the brand itself attracts companies to us, and almost like any Mocha invested company, then it's a good company, which by the way, is still a new space. But we are able to focus on their needs, which is sort of what our pitch is. It's kind of like, you come in, we have the blockchain engine know-how, if you will, and we are one of the ones that have the most experience doing it. The humble way of talking about is that we have made more mistakes than the industry, right? So we know how to do some things and avoid some of these. And therefore, that is one value add. The other value add is obviously the ecosystem itself, which is what they're very interested in. About, well, if you come into us, then you have automatic marketing sources, right? About how do we deploy your assets across different ecosystems, and some of the companies that we have that can contribute to your needs. And that would be our differentiation. And of course, one differentiation is on your speaker list as well. Say, well, you get time with Yat, and that is very valuable.
No, absolutely. And I was going to say, I mean, with over 300 companies, you have at least 300 ambassadors out there, because I guess they must be all as happy as we are as a portfolio company and member of the Animoca family. I do want to go a little bit deeper again into the structure of deals. So we talked about high valuations, people wanting to raise a lot of money, but how are they raising, right? And I think that might be really interesting for more traditional VCs that are joining us, right? So how do you see these deal structures? Is equity still a thing? Not at all anymore. What can you see, Adrian? What are the deals that you're looking into, and how do you structure them?
Well, I think it's a combination of several factors when startups or Web3 companies want to raise. It's a combination of a lot more long-term horizon. Whether the companies might not be thinking about token structures, they just want to build the product first, and probably will go for an equity raise at the beginning. And the second factor is actually more about legality and how the regulations comes in when they do the fundraising. And I see that a lot of companies actually based in US 2 or 3 years ago already starting to do equity raise with one-to-one either swap to tokens or one-to-one free tokens or options to buy tokens or warrants to buy tokens. So it's very simplistic structures actually in not simplistic, but more straightforward structure in the US, but versus Asia or in general, Asia, SAF structure was still a thing, I think 1-2 years ago. And now people tends to using more complex structures like what US did several years ago. I think in general, it's good to think about equity raise and issuing tokens in the future, because it's just very difficult to have a holistic structuring of the token itself when you're just starting to build out a product and your strategy is going to the market, because it always changes. Once you thought about you have an inflationary supply at the beginning, but it might not work because you want a limited supply, because community doesn't like it, but you make the mistake at the very beginning, then that sucks. So I would think that equity structure is getting much more liked by investors now, as long as there's a token exposure going forward, whether it's through a convertible, whether it's through options or just free tokens for investors. But that particular just usually for a seed round or pre-seed round investors, and they're willing to bet a risk that it's not a mandate to have tokens received, but just a possibility, a high possibility to have a token exposure in the future. So the structure changed a lot as well, but obviously for more extreme approach, people using a DAO, free drop or fair launch, they are more advanced approach that VCs are less likely to be involved in. And I personally am very impressed with these approaches, even though we are not all the time that we can participate in. But I think it's an advancement of the industry.
Very interesting. Yeah, even I don't know. I mean, how many percentage-wise or so pure token deals do you do?
Well, I would say the equity is still the majority.
Okay.
Interestingly, but then I would say that although there really is a wide variety, it does amalgamate across what Adrian just talked about. So nowadays I think it's much more common if there's a token and then you go into equity, you get some rights to that token, right? It's kind of like where's it 1 for 1, 1 for 5, right? And things like that. It depends on the deal itself, but there are also just token launches. I would believe across what we see, it's more the minority, or a much smaller minority actually. But we do that because ultimately, traditional, I guess for traditional VC investing, we just I think it is more Adrian, because we don't see ourselves as VC. But if you're trying to go after the traditional money, you just do the token. I think people would believe that you don't get enough of a company in case there are some issues with token. You don't get enough of it. So now it's more common to have a combination of both, even if you're selling a token. But if it's an established project or the team is very strong for certain other reasons, it can also be a token raise. But we also look for us, we also look for additional rights about future purchases, future purchase rights, and we might charge for services as well, right? Depending on the deal itself. If you're tapping into our scarce resource, which we believe it would be, if we needed to sign the tokens, we might actually ask for those tokens as a fee to our services that would de-risk our equity investment. So when we go into an equity round, we would ask for that if we have to do work on it. And also it depends on if it's a majority as well. If it's a minority and the value is very high, we might walk away from the deal. But if it's a majority deal, on the other hand, you can actually ask for a very high valuation from us. It's actually interesting. We'll actually say, most likely than not, we'll say, we might negotiate a bit, but we're like, yeah, sure. If you feel that you're worth that much, then let's structure an earn-out for it. And folks will be paid based on the token if it's a token kind of economy that we're doing. So proof your success.
Well, now you're probably going to get even more phone calls even after that statement. I do have to ask the geography question. I know, tech arguably knows no frontier, and this is even more true in Web3, right? But does it make a difference to be based either in Asia or in the US, and especially from the VC point of view, or acquiring for your own ecosystem? Ivan, why don't you go first this time? You think it makes a difference?
Yeah, I think it actually does make a difference, to be honest. We have our advantages being in Asia, because actually for digital asset ownership, we feel that the Asian market really gets it, and gamers actually get it. And shall we say that actually for the Web3 space, that NFT is quite nascent for gamers. So in North America, there's a little bit more of this, shall we say, skepticism about what that is. I think folks have been more trained to see digital assets as something that you can't own. And once you're conditioned into it, if you're given an option to own what it is that you actually have earned via, spending time into that certain game, why would that be a harm, right? I think it's naturally about the evolution of the industry and actually getting some of these companies gaining more trust with the customers. But in terms of geography, we believe that having that presence, or having some physical presence in the Western markets, especially the US, and that's where the majority market is, actually makes a lot of difference, because a lot of deal flow, a lot of things are happening out there. But the customers, however, there are a lot of them emerging out of this particular space, right? But we feel a lot of the Web3 deals. We're a global company. We feel a lot of what we don't operate on time zones, right? We work pretty much across the clock. But ultimately, you would see that we believe that geography does make a difference, being where you're physically located. So we're talking about a multi-headquarter kind of approach, if you know what I mean, rather than just being in Hong Kong.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. Adrian, more bullish on Asia, more bullish on the US? Does
Well,
Europe have something to play in there as well?
Well, I think it definitely makes a difference for geographies because no matter decentralization of Web3 doesn't change personalities or characters of individuals in different market. So, for example, we were looking into IP-based NFTs, and IP-based NFTs are pretty popular in Southeast Asia or in general Asia, but it's not a thing in Europe. European doesn't like you create NFTs out of the animations. They really like collecting just the animations, even physical card, but not the NFTs. They just don't like NFT for some of them. But in Asia, it's a thing. So I think the audience makes a difference, and obviously the team's proximity to the audience also make a difference. So I would say that different geography might have different strains of, like Evan say, gaming, guilds, metaverse could be. I think it is more, we're inclined more to Asia because of the growth, because of the audience in general, closer to Korea, Japan, and all the market for these areas. But in terms of DeFi, the winners have been from, and the biggest winners have been from US, and that's not a doubt. So a lot of these innovations do come from the United States, and we tend to look more at opportunities there. So the thing we could do is not, obviously, if we are big enough, we could set headquarters, sub-headquarters in different areas, but the way to do is have venture partners to help out in different regions to source opportunities and to help out with the teams locally on the ground.
Well, that is a wonderful closing statement, because unfortunately we're running out of time. So I spare you with the crystal ball question. We just have to have you back on stage very soon again. So that was Adrian Lai from Newman Capital and Evan Aoyang from Animuka Brands. Thank you guys. Brilliant insights, and cheers.
Thanks a lot. I hope it's helpful.
Thank you. Thank you, Karina.
Thank you.
And Adrian.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to SIS 2022 on the theme of Prepare for the Metaverse. I am Vincent Marcel. I am the head of corporate partnership and innovation at W Hub Innovation, and I'm joined today by Richard Hobbs from BNV. We're here to talk about the fashion in the metaverse and what shape and form it's going to take. Good morning, Richard. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Vincent. Good morning, everyone who's there. Nice to meet you all. Before we actually start talking about BNV and sort of how you are shaping fashion in the metaverse, I would love to actually talk about your background and how you came to BNV. There's a lot of tech founders that are coming from, very technology backgrounds. You have a slightly different sort of upbringing. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Absolutely. Definitely, I'm from the fashion industry. I didn't intend to go in the fashion industry. I never dreamt of being a designer or anything. I just did sciences and ended up drifting into this space, which was quite fun and cool, and hanging out with models and traveling to Florence for the weekend was all great fun. But I started off in the jeans business. That got me to Hong Kong in 1989, so quite a few years ago, and worked across all aspects of supply and brand management, brand ownership, licensing, distribution, or whatever parts of the whole business came about. In more recent years, I started trade show with a partner here, initially in Hong Kong, called The Hub. We did a whole series. We did 4 events here, then we moved it to Shanghai before selling that business. We had a retail business as well. We had a license for American Rag, which we took into China. And I still have some investment in both a retail and a distribution business. But I actually started BNV in 2016, because I've always been interested in technology and how it could be applied into the
fashion industry. I mean, going back, my first email address was a CompuServe.com one way back, and I bought my first browser smuggled from the US with a Netscape Navigator because you couldn't buy it in Hong Kong in those days. But I started BNB to look at how we could use technology to improve what is essentially a very wasteful and slow and expensive and time-consuming industry, and damaging. So it was very much about how could you integrate through various APIs, things like PLM systems, ERP, 3PL, connecting to e-commerce. And what really struck me was back in about 2018, when we were looking at 3D scanning and 3D interpretation of products, was the actual software available then to create 3D product from scratch was much more advanced. And a lot of that actually because it had come out of the gaming world. So there was software that had been built specifically to create items in AAA gaming, but it had been modified to work in the fashion world, with all the technical elements that come with that. So drape and seam allowance and material physics improved to such an extent that you could actually really strongly visualize something way before you actually had to produce anything or buy anything or sell anything. So this was the original concept. How can we really maximize the power of 3D product creation? At the same time, we were looking at blockchain as a way to validate the supply chain. You know, how can you lock things in and trace the provenance of product all the way through? And that proved to be much more difficult because the fashion industry is multi-layered, multi-channeled, all sorts of people that basically don't trust each other. And you know, essentially you could say, well, that's what blockchain is about, but it's really difficult to implement. But then in about 2018, the concept of NFTs really kicked in. Yep. And that's where, you know, we really started to refocus the business. So all those years of understanding supply chain and manufacturing and distribution and this sort of, okay, like now there's this new paradigm, which is product that it doesn't ever have to exist. It can have its links to the real world, but essentially you can do everything in a digital format and get rid of all of that waste and time that gets lost and the wasteful parts of the industry, which is the damaging part. So that's sort of how I started in this business, was manufacturing jeans and selling jeans, into a lot of transition through streetwear and premium denim and luxury denim and retail and distribution. And now I work with things that don't exist.
Yeah, we can say that. I was myself at Lianfeng for a long time, and I've seen how indeed damaging and difficult this whole thing is. And I really like what you've done with BNV. I think we have a small video now to just introduce what BNV is. We're going to run this, and then maybe you can tell us in your words what really it is. Can we have the video now? Fantastic. Tell us, what is BNV?
Okay, so that was basically an introduction to what we do, and it was trying to cover a multitude of different angles there. But pretty much everything you saw there is directly connected to an NFT that we've launched or are about to launch on BNB. And a lot of what we're doing there is showing the concept of what wearability can mean now and in the future within the metaverse. So our business model is we work with brands and designers who are established and have a reputation and a network of their own. We help them to create that 3D product, working with in-house people. We have a network of studios and freelancers to have different specialist areas. And we help them to then launch through the tokenization, through our BNB launchpad, and everything is fully compatible on Ethereum, so it's visible on OpenSea and Etherscan. But our long-term and our mid to long-term strategy is all about wearability. So fashion as a token is great. You can look at it as a beautiful piece of art that could be collectible. But the real utility in fashion is when you can wear it. And that has to come when the metaverse experiences are created and built out and made interoperable. Now, currently, there are very few opportunities for that. And some of them, well, most of them that exist at the moment are still relatively low resolution. So that's one of our sticking points, is the link between the fashion world, which is about truth and beauty and passion and detail, and the tech world, which is about scalability and optimization, and bringing those together is what we do. We have to modify and manage the expectation levels on both sides of that balance. So what we're seeing there is products that have been created using the best software for product creation, either as in textiles and garments and in accessories. And then we create different versions of that, which are then compatible with whatever metaverse experience are available. So some of those will be voxelated, potentially, to go into Sandbox or similar. Some of them will be what we call low poly, which is a much reduced version of the original. So in a high-end version, which has lots of detail and texture, you could be talking about 6 million polygons on a particular garment. But to get that into a real-time rendering situation, which works in Decentraland, which tends to be in Unity, then you're talking maybe 6,000 to 8,000. So it's a massive reduction in resolution to get something that is actually then real-time renderable and therefore wearable within that environment. But you also saw some stuff that we built using other tools and VFX, including primarily Unreal Engine. And that first video was actually a product that we did for an Italian label called Avav. And with that, we created an avatar of the model that they were using for the catwalk show, which took place in Florence back in February. And then we created 4 specific outfits. We put them all together. And so we've tokenized them, we've launched them. And there are versions of those available to see in different environments. And I think that's also part of what we do, is it's not just creating a token, but for example, we did an Instagram Live with Kylan, who was the model. She's quite a successful model based in California, talking about her experience in working this way. We did the same thing with the designer, a lady called Beata Karlsson, who's based in Florence, who's Swedish. And we build a community level around having conversations around what the product is, what the brand is, and what this whole experience of moving into Web3 can mean for those people. So, and you just saw some other things. So Decentraland, where we've, the last but one thing you saw was a cap that we created for a brand out of New York called Mishka. And then we sold 110 of those about 9 months ago. And then we created wearable versions of those and gifted them as airdrops to all of the wallet holders, so they could actually wear that within Decentraland.
This is fantastic, and this is moving so fast. You were talking a little bit about low fidelity, and of course, being my generation, we've started with games that looked actually way worse than that. And that have evolved over the time. So I'm sure all those sort of assets that you're creating now will have several different versions and will evolve to become those high definition things that we see maybe already 10 years ago on things running like PlayStations or other. Now,
Absolutely, and I think that's one of our commitments to anybody that works with any brand or designer that works with us is what we create today is what it is today. But we will back engineer versions of that. So when a metaverse space becomes available that is running on Unreal Engine, and we can develop both the relationship, the commercial relationship if needs be, but obviously in the open metaverse, it should be much more about sharing and building together. Yeah. But essentially, we'll get to understand their file system, their wallet integration, their avatar system, so that we can then rig a version of that product so that the owner of that token, if they log into that experience with the same wallet, they only will be the ones that are able to wear that product.
You actually, so when we did this call as a preparation a little bit earlier, you were talking also about how you're trying to create the fashion for wearability and how you're multi-platform. Is there, where do you see this going?
Where do I see it going? We're at the very beginning. That's the starting point. And every day something new happens and something evolves and something changes. What we're focused on is making sure that there is an economy or economies around fashion in the metaverse. So that comes through wearability. So if you have the asset, which is the token itself, the NFT, and you have the wearability options, which come with the relationships and the interoperability that hopefully will come at some time in the future. But then how do you engage people in a true Web3 concept? And so we're very focused on developing out what we're calling fashion to earn as opposed to play to earn. So different ways that both creators, in our case, that's also brands and designers, but can be individuals, and asset owners, so the purchasers or whoever owns that product, can use that to actually create and generate income. And I think that's our focus, certainly at the moment and for the next number of months, is building out those economy models, which are built. We have four main pillars of this one, which is styling to earn, wearing to earn, loaning or lending to earn, and crafting to earn. So each of these has slightly different angles, but I'll give you sort of an example of one area of that, which is the style to earn, because it's probably the one that you can relate to real life. So style can work in two ways. You can be a magazine editor or a writer who has a viewpoint on fashion, and you can currently, you can call up various brands and designers and arrange photo shoots and put product together and tell a story and do an interview. And it's, it's complicated. It's, expensive. You have to have the right connections and the right experience, and you have to know who you're talking to be able to get that product and do it in the right way. In a Web3 environment, everybody can be a stylist. If you're an individual who happens to like luxury products, let's say, you can go off and you can pull together a range of tokens that exist because they're out there, they're visible from various brands and various designers, and put those together in a magazine format. Let's call it a magazine because it's understandable, but actually it could be something completely different, something completely new, but a way that you as an individual can then sell your styling capabilities to your community. So it's moving on from just being us, but to other people. And it doesn't have to be a BNB token. It can be anything that's out there. But let's say you're pulling from Gucci, you're pulling from Prada, you're pulling from LVMH brands, you're pulling from Kering brands, creating a story and displaying that and exposing that to an audience. And if that audience interacts with you and has engagement, there's a revenue potential there because that's advertising, that's clicks, that's eyeballs. Potentially you're raising the profile of that particular product or that particular brand through your efforts as a stylist. So there's a reward structure that can be kicked in there. So the brand is saying, my product in the virtual world is being seen by more people. I'm going to reward you for that. That can be locked in to the token structure. Similarly, the other element is to be a retailer. So a retailer, if you open up a store today, huge amounts of financial expenditure and commitment and building costs and architecture and leases and deposits. Then you have to go off and gain the confidence of the brands that you want to stock or the designers you want to stock, and pay them up front, bring that product in, store it, deliver it, employ staff, all of the costs of running a retail store. You don't need to do that. Potentially, you could be in Sandbox, you could be in Decentraland, you could be in anything that's in the pipeline, and you could build your own store. And again, because all of that product is out there, it's visible, you can showcase that within your store. You can merchandise it. You can present it in a way that fits your style, your store. You can be focused on streetwear, on sneakers, on accessories. And again, the same principles can apply. If somebody comes along and walks through your store door because you've promoted it really well and they're engaging with you, great, that's it. The kicker is obviously if there's a sale, if somebody comes in and goes, I really like that, I'm going to click on that. It takes you to OpenSea or it takes you to BNB or wherever that product might be available. And then the reward structure can kick in from the sales. But this is one of the channels that we're working on. We're developing this out as a concept and as a series of DApps that will allow that to happen.
That's yeah. It's and this is where your experience in the fashion industry start kind of playing back and sort of re-educating some of those business choices that needs to be made. Now, I am a industrial designer, or I was at least in a previous life, and I'm of course very, very interested from the side of creativity and in fashion, style is paramount, of course. Designing for items that are physical is something that you learn, and it's a craft, but it's a completely different craft where suddenly the rule book is thrown away and you have to sort of create in a completely digital environment. I know you guys are actually doing quite a lot of things to support creators. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, well, I think this, when it comes to fashion, it is a craft. People go to schools and colleges and universities to learn of all of these techniques, and then they often do lengthy internships to be able to understand the process, particularly around the creation and the building of product. And if you look at the gaming world, which is where a lot of this is coming from, that's not necessary. You don't need to worry about seam allowance. You don't need to worry about drape or proportion. If it fits the avatar, that's good enough. But I think for fashion to have real meaning within the metaverse, there has to be a mix of the two. So there still has to be an understanding of the creative process, the design process, and it comes down to material selection and colors. But then you can take it to this next level with the lack of physics and the lack of gravity and all of these other things at cost. You can start using chagrin, which is prohibitively expensive, but it's easy there. You can use ridiculously expensive silks and still create that product. So again, it's finding the right balance between sympathy to the artisan and wow, this is what else we can do within that, and making sure those things do look together. So we partner up with a few different entities. One is called ArtThread, which is a company based out of the UK, which is really a gateway for recent graduates and upcoming graduates to find work. So we work with them in a number of different ways. We also work with a company called the Digital Fashion Group, TDFG, who are based out of Brussels and Portugal. And it's set up by a couple of gentlemen who used to be very senior in the fashion design world, and they realized that the digital fashion world was a different set of skills, but there still had to be a connection back to that. So what they're doing is they take various cohorts and they do it online, digital-only designing for the metaverse concept. And we've taken on a couple of students and given them scholarships to actually go through this process, and hopefully they end up with a real job in the real world, as well as potentially something in this world which can be actually much more rewarding and potentially much more financially rewarding as well. So yeah, we definitely encourage those particular areas. And on our roadmap for early next year, maybe by the end of this year, will be also a curated platform for individuals. So we're focused on working with established brands or designers, but we don't want to exclude everybody. We want to be like, and I use the analogy of the Dover Street Market of the metaverse. Dover Street Market is a fantastic retail It's in all the major cities, iconic buildings, big spaces, but it's a white box. And within it, there's a very eclectic mix of brands and products. And what you do know is everything in there is cool. Everything there is legitimate. Everything there has credibility. Likewise, if you come in as a new designer and a fresh talent and you're in that type of store, i.e. the basement of Dover Street Market, you immediately have a degree of credibility. And that's what we want to create. So instead of having a completely open, so like an open sea, which is essentially, you know, the equivalent of a jumble sale and a supermarket and a street market, we'll have something a little bit more curated and managed and supervised, so that but still allowing individuals and startup companies and startup brands to have a presence, but be in the neighborhood of established and reputable brands as well.
I want to bounce back a little bit on what you said just earlier. You were saying that you had students coming out of those digital-only fashion schools, kind of, and hoping that they would get a job, a paying job, which I mean, for me is just obvious. It will become a real thing. It will become a new job, in the same way that animation, like 3D animation, became a real thing. You are collaborating with a lot of larger brands, and you know, from a W Hub Innovation, we are also collaborating with big corporates that are trying to look at innovation and see how they are basically able to adopt some of the startup world and entrepreneur spirit into their own companies. Those brands are now coming onto the metaverse, and some of them are betting big, some of them are betting small. What are a few sort of word of advice or observations that you had working with some of those brands coming there?
What's tended to happen over the last year and a half while we've been live is smaller brands get it. Gen Z friendly brands get it. They don't even want to know what the contract is or what the terms of the deal. They just want to be in this space and want to work around it. And they understand the concept of Web3 and the new dynamics and the new economics. When you start talking to bigger brands, it becomes a bit more complicated because there are multiple stakeholders within that business, whether it's design, marketing, compliance, all sorts of issues that come along. And now that there's much more visibility about the metaverse and fashion and its place in there, it's not getting any easier. It's actually probably getting more complicated. What I do say to anybody is, I mean, I use another analogy, is you don't win a surfing contest sitting on the beach. You know, you've got to get in the water and do something. We can help them with that because we have all the resources and the capabilities to make that process. But we don't want to try and lock people into multi-year contracts and, you know, all this stuff. It's like, come in, work with us and try. First thing I'll say to anybody is get a wallet, buy a token, go through this experience, do your DYOR or the other acronym RTFM. Do some research, start understanding this and be involved in it. The number of people that come and say, we want to do an NFT. Okay, great. Why? We just want to do an NFT. All right. Do you own an NFT? No. Do you own a wallet? No. Do you have any crypto? No, not at all. We know we need to do an NFT. So the first point of reference is please go and do some, you know, experimentation, understand a little bit, and then you will appreciate that this is not just about a fashion NFT. This is about a whole new dynamic that Web3 can bring to you as a brand, your consumer, which essentially is your community, and you can transition your business from being a sales and marketing driven organization, which is pushing out products and messages, to something that's much more reactive and engaging and listening to your audience and reacting and working with them. And in the digital world, you can do things super fast and super quick, which in the real world, in fashion, can take you 6 months to a year. We can do things in a couple of hours.
Yeah, no, that's really exciting. Speaking of exciting, actually, so I mean, and this is the question that I think we've asked all our guests on this event. This is an environment which is evolving every day. Literally, you said it yourself. What are you excited about the future? The coming like 2, 3, 5 years horizon that will kind of transform this, I don't want to say industry, but this world.
I mean, what I'm hoping for is that the true spirit of Web3 can be maintained. That actually what you've got is supportive projects, supportive communities working together, collaborating to build this fully interoperable network, which will have some degree of self-governance. I still think there have to be, DAOs are fantastic, but there still needs to be some gatekeepers and decision makers in certain parts of this. But I do believe that what I'm praying for is that people don't come in and try and dominate this space and take it over, and it becomes something that I think most people that are in it, and certainly most people that are listening now or engaged now, are desirous of it to become, which is this open, interoperable experience, which has to be tied back to real life. Everything that we're doing, we don't make products, but we absolutely encourage the brands that we work with to make sure that there's a connection to other things that will be happening in their world, whether it's with their consumer or in their store environment or in their marketing. Now, I think the one thing I don't want it to become is that we're all walking around with our, with these things on every day, because they're very uncomfortable. But essentially, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. And I wake up each morning and I do get excited. There are some days when you wake up and you read the news and you go, oh my God, what the hell is going on in the world? But most days in this space, you're going, oh, that's cool. That's interesting. Let's see what we can do around that. Because every day I'm going, guys, let's have a read of this article, have a look at this company. Let's see what we can do with that. And that's what really gets me excited.
I agree. Richard, thank you very much for your time. This was super insightful. I really appreciated our discussion. This is the end of our call. Stay tuned. There's more coming on the SIS 2022. See you soon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with a skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today. I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
Brilliant. And here we are back on stage, and I'm super thrilled to have Mushir with me, the CEO and founder of FinStep Asia. And we have one of our wonderful guest moderators here with you again, Tristram. Thank you for joining us at SIS. You already had a few wonderful sessions today. Actually, we'll hand it very quickly over to Mushir, because he's going to help us to all get crypto pilled, to run down the rabbit hole and discover all the different metaverses. And typically I though start my firesides and panels with asking a bold question, a bold statement. That was my question, a bold statement, from my panelists. So I'm not sure, Mushir, I'll hand it over to you if you first want to give us your presentation and end with a bold statement, or if you want to start with a bold statement. But we'll hand it over to you, and after your first presentation, Tristram and we will be back on stage with you.
Thank you so much, Karen. I'm excited to be back at the SIS Impact Summit, and this time on the Metaverse. I'm looking forward to talking about it. The bold statement is the Metaverse is here. It's real as it can be, but it is quite a few years away from being mass adoption for us. But we'll talk about why that's the case and where you may actually see a lot of traction during my presentation. I'm going to run through most of it in terms of highlighting what's happening globally, as well as a little highlight on metaverses in China and looking at banking in the metaverse, and then looking forward to a conversation with Tristan and Karina. So I'll be starting my presentation now. This is coincidentally the first time I'm wearing a very informal, casual shirt for a presentation, largely because we want to be in the metaverse, which immerses you into a different mindset, hopefully, right?
Totally. And actually, I can just put a shameful plug because, if you are in Decentraland, in BNB's or MetaKeys headquarters, make sure you get some of the cool drops and t-shirts for your avatars over there. But over to you, Mushir. Tell us more about the universe of metaverses.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Look, you've been listening to speakers, exciting industry leaders on what the metaverse is and what's happening. As we know, the term was first mentioned by Neil Stephenson in Snow Crash, but picked up traction really after Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook decided to rename themselves Meta, hire 10,000 engineers, and build the Horizon Metaverse platform, as it were. So things are getting exciting, a lot of money going into it, a lot of new players entering it, and some older players becoming stronger. So what are the key features when you are looking to evaluate a metaverse, and what are the different types? You have platforms that offer immersive experiences when you're wearing your VR, AR lens. So it's fairly very immersive. You can play around in the space or look very funny to the people around you who are not wearing those goggles. You can have real life to virtual experiences, so mixed reality perspective. You need high volume data transmission. One of the key elements of why metaverses are picking up, or metaverse, whatever you want to call it, are picking up in the recent past is because of technology enablement, specifically around data transmission. 5G is going to be a game changer, but 6G is where things will really change for all of us. And that's where low latency comes in. If you have a break in any engagement, be it video, be it this session you're watching, or when you're interacting in the metaverse, you're not really too happy, are you? So low latency is an important element of any metaverse. So as I was mentioning, you have the physical reality versus virtual reality. Physical reality is more so physical characteristic, a little more on the augmented reality elements. You may have seen some like Magic Leap and others trying to attempt and show augmented reality. Microsoft and others have been working on this space as well. And then there's virtual reality, which is completely computer generated. It may replicate images or scenes that are in the real world, but largely can also be as utopian or dystopian as it were. So when you're looking at immersive technologies, we have a huge amount of growth that is expected in this market. We're talking about millions of units increasing in the coming years. The projections are of trillions of dollars of investment as well as sales happening in this space over the next 10 years. One of the classic examples of an immersive experience is of the Oculus Quest 2, which is owned by the Facebook group, and you have your VR headset and sensors, and then you're using your joysticks to move around if you want, or you use your hands and wave them around like people like me prefer to. One key element of most metaverse is the element of virtual land, the owning of a digital item on which you can build digital blocks, or and these features differ as you go through different metaverses. For example, when you're looking at the sandbox virtual lands, quite a few, the bases it's very pixelated. That's how the interface is, and that's what makes it different, while places like Decentraland and others may be more akin to looking at gaming lands that you're more familiar with. Key economics to the metaverse, NFTs play a big role. As Karina was mentioning, go get your avatars, sponsored by our wonderful sponsors, and try different t-shirts for your online avatars. But key element when you're entering a metaverse, you have 2 or 3 different models. One is free, open, anybody can enter, and you get access to all places, very much like a Decentraland, which may allow you entry based on your MetaMask wallet. Then you have closed, which is pay only and enter. That can be limited sometimes in case of the sandbox, that's the case. And then you have metaverses, which are more enterprise. So when you look in Horizon workrooms or some Solonium workrooms as well, those are meant for exclusively invite-only access, or can be closed for a company, similar to what Accenture is doing with their nth room for onboarding 150,000 of their employees, right? Commerce-wise, you will have a large majority of the metaverse economy is based on crypto, so which is native to this ecosystem, and quite a few of them are blockchain-based, though not all of them. You do need to be very aware about security and storage. Quite a few people are still figuring out the dynamics of using your crypto wallets and now crypto plugins with the likes of MetaMask. So you got to be aware of where you save your password, your 12 secret recovery phase. Like I changed laptops, I've saved my recovery words for MetaMask. Otherwise, I lost a few $100s in my MetaMask wallet. So let's look at a few of the metaverse in depth, seeing different platforms and the business models. First, I'm going to go to the enterprise. What actually brought in all that news for everybody listening in was the Horizon workrooms, right? So here we're looking at the spatial workroom, which is meant to be for offices and workplaces. Users can interact virtually. Of course, it's your upper part of your body. That's where the avatars are, not full-bodied experience. But that's probably more because it's practical, right? You can either be in a common room or create your own private space and invite people to join you, and you can jump between different spaces, as you can see. One thing I feel metaverses and avatars need to do, they tend to be very stereotyped in the sense of very normal body types and elements. I was trying to find something that is more chubby, that's more suitable for someone big bodied like me, but I couldn't find it. So maybe we need some inclusivity elements on that side. Maybe people feel you don't want to have that, but I want it to reflect as much as I am. Some of these platforms, like you can see in Spatial, actually take a photograph live of your face and then impose that onto the avatar. So you can see that the faces look like humans because they are images of the person themselves. Then, of course, as we mentioned, Horizon Workrooms is picking up and becoming popular. Meta, as in Facebook's parent company, is running pilot events, other activities, and looking to open up broadly. There, the economics are quite steep, almost 47% of any event or that you run there, you will have to pay to Facebook. So quite steep, but hopefully those metrics will change as we go ahead. Then you have Microsoft Mesh, which is a mixed reality platform. Microsoft was among the big techs who were involved from early on the hardware side with their HoloLens. They worked with Citi and others on AR, VR applications, including on trading and other things. And now they're looking to combine holoportation with 3D avatars. So it's going to have a mix of maybe you have holos of people when you're in the room, or you could also be looking at 3D avatars when you look at it. And then, of course, you have Bluework, which is focused largely around office spaces and interaction again. So very similar landscape, feels a lot like you are in a game, but with much better, with lower latency and better traction, but still things are being figured out. Now, the other application that you are seeing, which is simpler, easy to apply, we'll come to Metaverse in gaming because that's very fundamental and has been around for a while, but e-commerce and retail, that's where, using VR, augmented reality lens, and otherwise you can do your purchases. On the right is Alipay's VR interaction where somebody's buying supplements for vitamin D and calcium. On the left is a virtual shopping experience envisioned by Walmart, right? So you can try out, you can feel like you're walking through an aisle, right? So that makes you feel more immersive rather than just clicking on an order somewhere, right? So just a different experience that you're trying to figure out. Your first internet e-commerce experience was, finding specific shops. Then you've got these multi-shop, the Amazons, the Alibabas and the Flipkarts of the world. And now you're seeing, which is also again 2D, but now you're seeing an experience that's meant to replicate real world experiences. Then you go on the other side, which is on the retail side. So you could do shopping, you could try out those dresses virtually, as it were. You have H&M opening a store in the Metaverse and a host of different brands. Gucci is going to provide avatar accessories. And every week you hear new luxury brands, etc., coming in. Nike's, of course, there. Stefan, which is looking to collaborate on avatars and shoes in particular. So you have regular fashion, and then you have specifically on avatars that people are offering. You also have instances where companies are selling physical shoes or objects, and then offering the digital copy, as it were, on the Metaverse that you can use. So you get an NFT as an add-on bonus when you purchase that physical good, right? So what you wear in person is also what you wear online. So that's the mixed reality element. On the right is the recently held Decentraland fashion show, which was attended by about 100,000 visitors. And that's an example of one of the arts on display or fashion or pieces on display. Then we come to art galleries. This is becoming very popular. You do have the likes of OpenSea, etc., who are marketplaces, but now they're trying to build on the metaverses, including Decentraland, where you can come in and view some of the top NFTs and artists that are on display. There are two ways you could look at these art galleries. One is, it could be native art, which is digital art for either pixelated or otherwise, the likes of what Beeple have done or Bored Ape Yacht Club have done. Or it could be a digital representation of physical art where you can view them here and then you purchase offline. So here's an example of what Gucci is planning to do in terms of her experience in Roblox. Roblox is one of the world's most used platforms for gaming, especially popular among kids below 16. They have created this, Gucci's created a Gucci Garden virtual experience, and they are teaming up with Sandbox to create Gucci themed NFTs and vintage bags. Now, as I mentioned, coming into gaming and entertainment, you are seeing the likes of Axie Infinity redefining what how gaming is done. Earlier, you would pay and enter to in a game, and you keep on purchasing tokens and coins. They've flipped it, and then now have what's called a play to earn model. It's a blockchain-based ecosystem. They're monetizing the virtual gaming experience. So when you play for long hours, you get paid for playing on Axie Infinity, a variety of different interfaces and engagement. And what we are seeing is the attraction there is through sponsors who are marketing and are looking to engage with these participants. Quite popular in Southeast Asia right now, but also catching on elsewhere. Silks, this is again a play to earn model, horse racing experience in the metaverse. Some of these horses can run into tens of thousands of dollars and above. As people are buying these, you could then, like you would do with a real world horse, you could mate them, you could have pedigrees and different classifications depending on the quality of the virtual avatar of the horse. Of course, then other entertainment is key to all of us. We will soon enjoy the party with WHub on Decentraland for SIS, while you also have a variety of different artists, including Snoop Dogg, who has held music parties in the Sandbox, and he also now owns a house on the Sandbox. So Metaverse in sports, one of my first experiences was with the Australian Open. The Australian Open set up their experience, as I may call it, on Decentraland. It wasn't real. It wasn't live streaming of the Australian Open, but it was a replica of Melbourne Park, and you could walk around, you could interact with different avatars and different people in there. You had some quests that you could do and earn some POAP tokens or NFTs, as it were. What we are now seeing is a different experience. Roland Garros, the French Open starting now, has taken it to the next level, where you buy an NFT. It's a little expensive. It's 200 euros to buy the NFT. I bought the NFT, and now there are a variety of rewards that they're giving, lucky draws, but you also get a specific seat in the Philippe Chatrier Stadium, and you get to experience more. One key thing I couldn't realize is big enterprises are still figuring it out. So the delay, in terms of providing the experience, was supposed to start on 22nd. It was delayed. A few other things and experiences were delayed because they're still figuring out the platforms and trying to work better on this. So you can see that it is still can be a bit glitchy. It can be about coordination and understanding, because there are very different technologies of the work on traditional enterprise versus what's happening in the metaverse. Theme parks, we all love theme parks. Due to the pandemic, a lot of us could not visit theme parks. So here was an opportunity for you to go and visit. So the likes of Lotte World opened a virtual amusement park in the metaverse. Korea is among probably the leader when it comes to the metaverse. One of the big reasons is 5G and the technology advances of local players, including the likes of Samsung. Then, of course, Disney has their own metaverse, and they're going to be involving Disney Plus live streaming for their metaverse. Ocean Park is going to launch one on the Sandbox. And you have a bunch of others, including the Petverse, which Amber Tech is launching in Hong Kong, and Air in Hong Kong as well. Then you have Roblox doing something on the similar elements on gaming and game creation. It allows users to develop games for other users as well, as a free-to-play model. And then, of course, here on the Decentraland, which you've heard a lot about, and virtual lands are in the form of NFTs that can be traded using tokens. I'll run through very quickly later on about how you can purchase a land on, as an example, in the Sandbox, and a comparison to the process with Decentraland. So, and the Sandbox spoke about. Crypto Voxels is also picking up. It focuses a lot on digital art galleries. Beeple, one of the most famous NFT artists, whose art 500 Days was sold for 69 million earlier last year, which triggered kind of that bull run in NFT pricing. He's based in Crypto Voxels as well. And then Sonium Space, which is Ethereum and Solana based metaverse. We also are hearing about more platforms being launched on Solano. Now, the reason Solano rather is when you look at Ethereum, the platform, the network, is the most popular among developers and most use cases. However, from time to time, the network can get congested very easily. The Bored Ape Yacht Club parent company, Yuga Labs, are looking to launch virtual lands, and then they were selling the NFTs for those virtual lands on Ethereum. It led to a massive network congestion and gas fees, which accounted for nearly 50%, if not 100%, of the value of the land itself. So Solano kind of offers a lower cost version as this Polygon when it comes to building things on the metaverse and launching NFTs. So metaverse platforms in Greater China, most of the big tech platforms are involved. You can see there's a huge interest in metaverse in China, ranging from social networking to personal virtual space in gaming, and e-commerce is picking up. So Baidu, what is the Google equivalent of Mail in China, has a platform known as Shirang, right? It's for immersive experiences, can be downloaded through the Pico store and needs to be registered by a Chinese phone. So it's essentially your identity online is through your phone number. So that's where they're identifying. And it says it can hold up to 1 million people simultaneously on the platform. Then you have Yaotai, which is part of NetEase, one of the major leaders in this space in mainland China. Again, you can download it directly, and the app currently allows for experiences where there are 200 people in one experience at the same time. So you can see similar looking to what we have with some of the other players, but you have different experiences set up. Honverse is through IMS, which is providing media marketing services to consumers. It is more on virtual socializing and works both on mobile and iPad. So it will be a 2D, 3D model when you're looking at on the mobile and iPad. And the Bigverse DAO, which is focused on NFT studios and NFT artists. You will need your VR lens to access this. And the Metaverse platform is called NFTCN. Now, Tencent, which is one of China's largest tech companies and probably one of the largest companies in mainland China, has a huge interest in the whole space, ranging from their gaming universe. Tencent also happens to be owner of one of the largest game portfolios in the world, Fortnite and Clash being one of the main names that you all would have heard of. And then they're engaging with a host of different players when it comes to gaming, as well as looking at investing in a bunch of different companies who are all engaging in the metaverse. And this is an example of a Hong Kong-based metaverse, Air Metaverse, launched in 2022 by Air World Limited. And you are looking at a replication of Hong Kong as a base. Some other well-known Hong Kong companies who have come onto the metaverse include New World. You have MTR, literally, so you can have a station on the metaverse entering the sandbox. PwC and others are also having their presence here. So I'm going to touch upon metaverse and banking. Banking in the metaverse involves money ranging from in-game tokens all the way to fiat money. So based on the interaction, people could pay using fiat currencies or stablecoins, or use in-game tokens or cryptocurrencies. When we looked at Metaverse 1.0, which is largely the gaming world, it was closed, it was centralized, and the currency was these game tokens. Whereas now we're moving to an open, decentralized world, which is focused on cryptocurrencies and unlimited transfer of financial value. And you are seeing different ecosystems being built on top, ranging from traditional replication of traditional models to newer forms like staking and lending on the metaverse from the crypto world. So what could banks do in the metaverse? This range from doing banking of DeFi economy to banking clients on the metaverse, so finding new clients in the metaverse, to investing for clients in metaverse assets, like HSBC set up their private banking element to do the same, to client onboarding and customer service. So new client joins, you could do a virtual interaction with them on the metaverse. Instead of doing a video call, find something fun, gamify it, and do it on the metaverse. Or you could also do internal meetings and onboarding. So here's an example of how a UX would look. I'm going to run a very quick video, which will tell you a mixed reality experience from UXDA on how a banking experience could work if you're wearing a mixed reality VR headset. So the person here is sitting, and then they wear the lens. They can start looking at their salary account. They can see, how much expenses have been done, whom they have been transferring to recently, and it goes on. You get analytics on your spend. Where did you spend it? All features that you experience in a modern virtual bank, you could do it using your VR lens. Here it's showing a person, sitting in a park, walking around on the street, as it were, and wearing the lens and getting this experience. So we are not too far off from a mixed reality version where you can interact on this. Key element, of course, is going to be security. So let me move to the next one. Of course, which are the banks that are entering? I mentioned about HSBC entering from a marketing perspective on the sandbox. They've also launched a whole set of NFTs. You have Standard Chartered entering the sandbox as well. I like their video when they launched. It went through showcasing their history since 1853, and the animated version of showing how they've grown from one country to another country, and all of this is in the standard sandbox pixelated experience, as you can see, and then it moves on to a recent part where they, where they enter the SC Ventures is entering the sandbox, right? So very quickly, this is BNP Paribas looking to use VR for engaging with their clients. Onboarding, as I said, JP Morgan wanting to do a lounge in the Decentraland to engage with clients on the Decentraland. Then you have native Web 3.0 banks such as Equify, who are looking to launch banks and DeFi branches in the Metaverse. You then have the likes of MetaBank DeFi, who are also looking to do the same. Key element is you'll have payment rails is going to be very important. You'll have competition from all sides, traditional payment players wanting to come in, crypto players coming in, and new payment fintech companies also coming in to serve the Metaverse. Examples of Korean banks who have built up financial centers, telecom, and playground. This is Kopingman's virtual reality Metaverse. You can see it's very different graphically than some of the other ones that we're seeing, again, depending on the native platform. Then you have Woori Bank doing the same. And so it's supposed to be a branch where people are coming and visiting, and an entertainment area outside. Same thing, Han Bank, Industrial Bank of Korea as well. And Shinhan Bank is also, you can see this is meant to be an interaction in their branch. They also run some concerts for their clients on the Metaverse. So I'm going to quickly run through this final case study before we get to Q&A. You now have this conversation around upscaling virtual real estate. Assume you want a virtual gallery in the Metaverse. You want it to be browser-bound NFT art. You want it interactive, immersive. Potential model is list regular collections, seasonal listings, and have profit sharing with the artist. You can do, your revenue source could be through advertisements, could be from ticket for shows, or you could have hybrid shows and of course make money by selling the art. Option one is pixelated art. Then you go on Sandbox and use native Sandbox art. Option two is a digital link to physical art. Example being the NFT collection on the Sandbox Alpha 2, which is showing the Boarded Yacht Club, which is on a digital art, but you could do the same to a Mona Lisa if you wanted to, right? So how would you, with the Sandbox acquired by Animoca Brands, released in 2012, so been around for 10 years, largely in the gaming world. They are a blockchain-based 3D world, and they are a community-driven platform, right? To enter the Sandbox, you need to buy land, which is the virtual land. These vary. A single plot of land is a square space of 96 meters by 96 meters and 128 meters in height, because we're talking about 3D space, right? And 1 meter is essentially 32 by 32 by 32 voxels on the Sandbox Metaverse, right? So you can buy lands per parcel. It's either small 9 or you can go extra large, which can be 576 lands per parcel. You can do a multitude of applications that we've discussed. Purchasing sands is by purchasing the sand token, and then you go and buy the lands in the Sandbox. This process is largely done through official primary sales. So the last major one was in January when they had their parcels of sale. So they had few dozen to a few hundred parcels of sale, and you have a price which was about 1,000 sands for 61 parcels of sand. And pricing at auction was also taking place. So you could see that if you're not able to buy the primary land, then you go in and you purchase it in the secondary land. This is just showing the price at the time of the sand sale for the sand token was about $5 US. And you can see that the transaction price for any plot of land is around 4 Ethereum, which is roughly 10,000 USD in today's money. And some plots of land have gone for over $1 million to $2 million, including on the Decentraland. So secondary sales can be done also on the OpenSea. One fundamental thing about this is the sandbox land sales. A land is essentially linked to an NFT. It's an NFT, so you can go and purchase and sell them on NFT platforms as well.
Absolutely, Mushir. But before we go all the way down here, is it okay? We'll jump into Q&A because we got tons of questions from the audience. OMG, that was such a holistic overview. Amazing. And my first question would have been about, some use cases, but I think you got all the plethora of use cases out there. Fascinating to see what the banks are doing. Now, let me ask you, and we had these bold statements about the metaverse going to be much more important than the real world. But what are still challenges for broader or even mass adoption? You mentioned Korea is leading it, and probably you talked about 5G infrastructure as one of it. What's still missing?
Understanding of the space. It's also about traction. Also, those of us who are close to, we've been active in the fintech world is a classic example, right? So if you've been there since beginning, you're excited about digital offerings, you're trying out the virtual banks. I have all 8 virtual bank accounts, etc. Whereas those who are used to the traditional world may use the online version of their bank, but not start using virtual banks. So there's an adoption story. It all boils down to trust and user experience. So user experience wise, as I said, it's still clunky. You do need, I have a new laptop, but my old laptop would struggle significantly when I'm going onto some of the metaverse platforms, right? So there's a lot of lag. It eats up a lot of memory and computing power. So even the new laptop is supposed to be a stronger, much better laptop, but its still experience can be slow. So the way I explain it is, if you're entering a mall, you want that experience to be seamless. If you're being made to wait for half an hour, 45 minutes, and everything is slow, the service is slow, you're not likely to come back, right? So I think that user experience and journey is important. People will come in for one visit because they're excited to see what it is, or they're curious. But to make people stay and interact, you need to offer experiences that they enjoy. And it is, in some senses, age appropriate, if I may use the term. Some people may love or interest appropriate. So different people, different ages have different levels of expectations on what experience they want. So so the lacking element is, I think the technologies, the interfaces are still clunky in most cases. Using VR lens, you can't do that for hours together. You will do it for a few hours, maybe a few minutes in most cases. So you want something which is less clunky on your face, or if you're using a experience through laptops or computers, you want that to be seamless and not worry about extra bandwidth or computing power required for it.
Thanks for that, Bashir. So, what's the probability you think that the metaverse will be closed, that the likes of Meta and the sort of existing Web 2 incumbents will come in and dominate in the same way that they have the Web 2 world? And will this ultimately play out with a sort of winner takes all?
I don't think it's going to be winner takes all. I think we will have a multitude of different experiences. You will have closed worlds and open worlds. It is like the internet, right? Yes, on one side, a utopian world is everything is open, but that doesn't function so well for enterprises. The classic example, as I give, was Accenture, right? So if they're using the Nth metaverse or platform for onboarding 150,000 of their employees, they don't want that to be open to everybody else. Or if you're having a meeting on using workrooms or spatial or other places, you're having a discussion, you want that to be kept within the company. So access will be varied. You will have open platforms as well as closed platforms, which is fine. And I actually believe you do need a mix of these two for the technology to develop, because as you need money going in and experiences which may work. So these become good pilot because you have a restricted number of applications. And then as you open up, you've experimented with that and you can then offer more. And the open ones like, say, Horizon Workrooms, which is linked to the world's largest social media, 2.5 billion. And plus, if you add, Instagram, WhatsApp, etc., that becomes good, because then other people from, normal people can access this other than just the tech aficionados.
That's very, very clear. And I want to build a little bit on coming out of that Web2 era. With that, we became very much aware about the importance of security, also about, data protection. And on the other hand, KYC, knowing who you're interacting with. You talked about bank use cases. So tell me more, what are some of the opportunities or even / challenges in Web3 when it comes to security?
I think we are, in general, in Web3, not just in the metaverse, we are dealing with different interfaces, as I mentioned, like a MetaMask. Right? So one is security, is both in terms of access, easy access, but also security of your assets, right? So if you forget your MetaMask password or recovery code, and then the money is gone in some senses, right? It's going to be very hard to recover. So you do need security of your assets in terms of being able to access it, even if you forget your passcode. In a bank, you can just go down, show your credentials and get it. While on the other side, I think it's important that there's a lot of phishing scams that are taking place, PHI phishing scams, where people are imitating Web3 platforms. In fact, they have been imitating Web2 and traditional platforms, but now they're imitating Web3 platforms. And because people's experience on things like Discord and others is not so great, and they still don't understand, you can then get hacked, right? Or you're giving away access to your NFTs. I was whitelisted for an NFT launch a couple of months ago, right? But they were releasing about 200 or 250 NFTs, and it so happened that some of the users were getting a phishing scam because the Discord channel was open and somebody was just reaching out to everybody on that Discord channel and saying, oh, here's your time to mint. Everybody knew the minting time, and saying, go on this link, right? And then they were taking over that wallet as such. And so some of them lost NFTs. Another example is somebody we were discussing about building for them on the Metaverse. They had bought very expensive land on one of the Metaverses, and they got hacked and they lost hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of land, right? Virtual land. So I think security is still challenging because of education, experience, and you are going through a new transition. So that still will need to be solved. What would be required is a mix of, I think, current traditional form of security, in some senses, mixing with Web3 security, which goes against the ethos of Web3 openness, decentralized. But till we find an optimal solution, you may need a mix of that. Yeah.
So to build on that sort of Web3 ethos, how do you then respond to sort of critics that look at the sort of harassment and bullying that has been present in some sort of metaverses? How in a decentralized manner can you moderate that?
I think it's all social media in today's world are seeing bullying and harassment, right? For virtual avatars. I mean, you see, a footballer misses a penalty and then they're bullied, threatened, their family threatened, and it's become so serious that UK is looking at a law which will not only, it's not about just banning somebody, they can be criminally prosecuted, and you start seeing some criminal prosecutions as well. It's a similar story on these metaverse platforms. What is happening is, I think the owners of the metaverse platforms, all those games or experiences locally, they're trying to provide a seamless experience and saying, hey, this is like how you'd interact in a society, right? But the society is organized and run by the police. You have authorities, government, police, community representatives who manage all of these, right? In some senses, you would need an element of monitoring and support. They should be easy for somebody to raise a flag when they're being bullied, right? And the best part is this is virtual, so you could potentially record and trace what happened, and you could then eliminate. There should be zero bullying, zero abuse policies. You should ban people from there, and because you know a node that can be blacklisted, like you would do for somebody who's a smuggler or a criminal. I think this should start happening, and it is a reality. One risk, as with security, right? If somebody is interacting like you would in the movie Ready Player One, somebody bullies you, you're sitting in a bank and the avatar is interacting with you, they could bully you into giving away your private keys or hack into you in some engagements, right? So if that happens, it can be risky for people who don't understand the space just yet. So I think it is important for platforms to be very proactive Education is the most important element for newer platforms. So educating people, but also like you had when Uber and other taxi providers came into play, you would have this press this button if you are feeling worried about your safety, or track your trip, etc. Right? So these platforms, you may need to do something similar, where if someone's being abused or feels threatened, they can immediately report that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Now you talked a lot about a lot of different use cases, also a lot of different metaverses, arguably so to speak, right? And we just talked, there might be one you end up you don't like the community or you get harassed, you want to move out of it. So the question right now that's a super hot topic is about interoperability between these different metaverses. So where do we actually stand? Is it already a reality? Can I just bring my virtual assets from one land to the other in a click of a button?
I think we are working towards that. Some platforms have started looking at offering interoperability. I think there are three elements to the interoperability, right? One is being able to jump from one metaverse to another metaverse, right? So creating your, like Star Wars styled loops that you can jump as such. That I think is going to take some more time. You are able to jump between spaces internally, like in Selenium. Where the second element is being able to use your digital native avatars, your NFTs across platforms. I think that is being enabled now. So it could be your wallet linked or your plugin linked. So when you move, it's the same across platforms. And platforms recognize the need to provide interoperability for things like NFTs and others. And lastly is when it comes to holding of your assets, I think that's going to take some more time. You can, but there the security element comes in where you want to protect the person's digital assets outside of their avatars and NFTs that they are wearing on themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. And I was just saying, I obviously going to make a very shameless plug here on one of our sponsors and beautiful portfolio companies. So check out what the guys at Metakey are doing when it comes to solving the challenge of interoperability. But I think actually, Tristan, we're probably already at the end, right? I'm not sure if you want to have a quick one, like one
Wait, I just
answer.
have one quick question.
Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to ask everybody I speak to over these few days is, Mashir, what are you most optimistic about in the whole Web3 space?
I'm most optimistic about play to earn. I think it's a very interesting concept. It is rewarding people for playing, and it is helping, in emerging economies, a lot of people are benefiting from it. But I think play to earn is a very exciting and very optimistic, and I'm very optimistic on the development of that. The second thing is education. The likes of Zhejiang University have started offering courses using the metaverse, but there's a whole whole space left there for education, which many people will come in and experience new things. There's 3D visualization, which can be used in healthcare and other elements. So I think that can be very, very exciting, and I'm very optimistic on those use cases, which are non-crypto, NFT based, but more experiences of activities. Yeah.
Awesome. Sounds like we've got material for another 2 or 3 more of these at least.
I was going to say we do have to have Mushir back on stage for SIS in September. But Mushir, thank you so much. By now, we're definitely all down the rabbit hole, and even now more educated in terms of what to look for in these different metaverses. Thank you so much for a brilliant intervention.
Not at all. Thank you so much for having me. Always an honor to be part of SIS, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys later this evening.
Thanks. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Welcome back, Scott and Jeff, on SIS's main stage, Scale Up Impact Summit. It's always a great pleasure to have you guys with us. And interestingly, of course, we're streaming in the Metaverse, but you guys are calling in from Seoul, Korea.
That
Sure
is
are.
correct.
Yeah, we're up here in Seoul, talking all things tokens as well. So it's very exciting to be here and great to be joining SIS Live.
Thank you for having us.
Fantastic. Of course, always. And thank you, B, for being our platinum sponsor, Toko. And for those who know DLA Piper, who's, well, talk a little bit about how they're involved with Toko, is really helping to bring this beautiful conference to life. So you know the drill. I throw back the ball to you, and you're just going to fight it out who's going to go first between Jeff and Scott. But give me your bold statement about, no, that was not, I know, I should not have said that. I know you guys are taking it too literal. But enterprise in Web3, will enterprises survive or thrive in this new world?
Great. Maybe I go first. To thrive, my bold statement, if a company or corporate or enterprise does not have a metaverse presence, probably in the next 3 to 5 years, it'll probably be not very good for their customer base. Just like how before there was catalogs for companies, and then they moved to websites, and then websites, if you didn't have a website, you weren't taken seriously. And if you didn't have a social media handle, now you're not taken seriously. In 3 to 5 years, if you don't have a metaverse presence, your customers won't take you seriously. So let's figure that out.
Wow, so it's really a question about thriving or dying. So there's no in between. Cool. Scott.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I go with thrive as well. And I think there's a double-edged sword around the challenge with the opportunity. But looking at the opportunity, I think the metaverse strategies for enterprises, for corporates, is going to mean a transition from the traditional relationship with consumers, one where consumers used to buy your things and then consume your things, to one where consumers actually now will collect rights to your things. And those rights will not only be things that individual consumer might be able to use, but they'll be able to trade those things. So your customer is turning into your storage of things, your distribution network, and indeed your resale channels as well. So, and I think the technology in the metaverse environments is going to enable, therefore, the selling of much more stuff, but not in the traditional way.
Oh, very interesting. Your extreme anchor theory, fantastic. I'll just give for those, absolutely. I'll just give for those who are, joining for the first time, and probably the very few who do not know you yet, a very quick introduction. So, Jeff, you're responsible for developing and scaling the BCW consulting subsidiary, right, to promote bespoke solutions for enterprise clients, transforming their businesses with disruptive ledger technology. So that's what Toko is all about, right? You have established an advisory and delivery record with background in AI and data analytics and cloud transformation, infrastructure, IoT, you name it. And you manage service programs for Fortune 500 and government clients alike around the world. So welcome here on stage. Scott, you are a partner at DLA Piper, but now heading the technology team and the team at Toko, and specializing obviously in outsourcing complex technology transactions, advising both users and the suppliers of IT and outsourcing services in relation to all aspects of procurement process, etc. And you led the firm's Asia information and cyber law and blockchain practice previously, right? Or still. But yeah, so again,
Previously.
welcome. Well, previously, right? Yeah, well, I'm sure you still get calls.
Until this month.
Right. But yeah, so I think here we mainly going to talk about Toko. So tell us a little bit more about Toko.
Sure. So maybe I'll go back a little bit in time, because I think it's important to understand why a law firm has created a digital assets, a virtual assets engine. And at the core of what we believe, and that's what this conference is all about. This is actually about metaverse and enterprise engagement in metaverse. And we've seen the technology evolve through cryptocurrencies into the sort of boom around NFTs, I guess, in the last sort of 12 to 18 months. But in order for enterprise to feel comfortable from compliance, from a risk perspective, it's important that the move into this new medium, this new channel, this new way of digitizing rights is done in a fully compliant and legal manner. And there are quite a lot of issues that come to the fore whether it's confidentiality, privacy, securities regulations, intellectual property rights flows, etc. So at the core of a virtual asset, or the virtual asset of the future for enterprise, is going to be the smart contract. Now, smart contract is a digital version of what we as lawyers have always done, which is to write contracts and to structure deals in a manner that is compliant. So actually, this is a very natural way for a law firm to have got involved in this and actually to be building a virtual asset platform that our clients can now access and leverage in a way that they're comfortable that those types of legal and compliance issues that otherwise bubble up have been not only thought about, but actually architected into Toko. And again, what we've created is a platform that allows faster, better, cheaper in terms of the way these assets can be created, but then done with the assurance of that kind of global legal service. Because there are quite a lot of pitfalls, and every day we can see in the press how regulators around the world are starting to move into this space. They're looking to increase the level of regulation. They're looking to increase the level of enforcement, and so enterprises are going to be cautious about moving into this. So while we started with the huge opportunity here, there is inevitably a degree of concern about the corporate engagement in this space. And so that's why we've created a solution that corporates can feel comfortable with.
Yeah, brilliant. And I don't know, Jeff, if you want to build on it. Again, I mentioned in your bio that you have worked actually with, companies from, different industries, with governments as well. And so how is it, bringing a very traditional and, international law firm into the distributed ledger space?
I'd say it's half of the challenge is a change management piece, right? Because the thing is, I always talk about trade-offs when you take on disruptive technologies. Understanding how it affects the people in the organization, new processes, and then how the technology actually has to integrate properly. So working with DLA Piper, working with Toko, working with Scott and the team, it was actually quite a long journey, I would say. I think Toko at its core is a platform for DLA clients, but also specifically for DLA partners. Partners in the sense of the partners in the law firm, but also partners within the ecosystem as well, to actually bolt on and maintain that value throughout the life cycle. Because over the years, the legal practice has somewhat become more focused on early stage structuring, and after the structuring is complete, it moves into maybe a consortia or a syndication of other financial institutions, and there's a delinking of the client engagement. So with Toko, one of the mandates was, of course, drive legal revenues, allow new types of deals to be done by the law firm that couldn't be done before because of the presence of a physical platform. But in its essence, is really maintain that customer link, which is extremely important for Web3. That customer link, in this case, it's like asset issuers, B2B institutions that are DLA clients throughout that journey and that token lifecycle. So, working with and having that kind of remit in the back of our minds is really getting the best user experience built into the platform for an organization to actually transform in a way that's not too disruptive. And then also work on business models that are complementary with the law firm, but also think about partners in terms of how to actually bolt things on together properly. So otherwise, it was good.
It's all been good fun.
Yeah, it's been good fun.
No, I find it really fascinating that, some of the most traditional businesses or industries are really hopping on the bandwagon. So yesterday, we had Francis from Christie's, and you could argue, auction house is probably one of the most traditional, industries that they're never going to get disrupted. And I think maybe because they're so historically grown, and they really understand the value of that huge network and complexity that they have built, right? How this can translate and be even supercharged in that new Web3 world. It's fascinating. I want to get back to Scott, because I know you have something that I think, coming from the law space, you probably potentially even have trademarked. We talked this morning on a panel with Evan and Adrian about investing and some of the metrics they looked about, and we always talk about TVL. So I think, Scott, you have a very specific own metrics that I definitely want to give you the opportunity to talk about here.
Sure. Professor Scott.
Sure. So let me put on the professor hat.
Sorry, Scott. Did I say Jeff? No, Scott. Yes, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I mean, I think, TVL has been really interesting to watch. It went from being an acronym I'd never heard of to apparently the most important measure of a protocol's success. And then we've seen, some speed bumps in the crypto market in the last few weeks, which have, fundamentally undermined some of the shine of things like TVL. And for me, TVL is an interesting metric. But if I look at the future of where we're heading, we look at which layer one protocols are going to be adopted by, the types of enterprises that we're talking today about, bringing them into the metaverse. Where are you going to take your valuable stuff and trust to put it onto these new, these new sort of service providers that allow you to operate in this Web3 way, just in the same way as which of your cloud vendors would you actually pick to actually, outsource maybe and put your existing business operations into the cloud? Which are the protocols you're going to trust with your expensive stuff? And I would distinguish, cryptocurrencies are obviously valuable, but they've also been kind of magicked out of thin air. They don't represent the same they're not the same as a $1 billion piece of real estate where, it's a physical asset, it has a known worth, it has that intrinsic kind of known value today. And I use real estate as one example, but that applies to everything. And for me, the question becomes, which are the protocols that are going to be trusted by the trillions of dollars worth of these real estate assets to be represented on these? And so the metric I'm focusing on here is called TVR, total value represented. How much valuable stuff is actually being represented in tokenized form on your protocol, and how much of it is being traded? And so I think there could be a number of sub-metrics in this, but really I think the future successful protocols from a DLT layer perspective are the ones that'll turn around and say, well, I have X trillion dollars worth of real world assets or financial instruments being actively deployed and sitting on my blockchain. And for me, that is going to be a real pivot as we move towards the enterprise adoption here. TVL has been great, and it really represents the kind of DeFi activities and the locking up of other virtual assets on virtual asset blockchain protocols. But I think this pivot towards where does enterprise trust is actually going to be a fascinating transition, and probably represents a much bigger opportunity and use case for the technology actually than perhaps we've seen with the existing crypto and then NFT marketplaces. So that's my vision of the future.
Brilliant. So I could see that Jeff already convinced Scott about, needing to wear a T-shirt to be accepted in the space. Now, I want to throw the question back to Jeff. What do you think about TVR? Did you agree? Is that really a new thing that will be a parameter that after today, will make headlines?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily new. I would say it's a I guess when you first hear it, you're like, no duh. Isn't that what it's supposed to do? But I think in this week, Scott's been thinking about this for a very long time. We struggle with, from an enterprise perspective, to get adoption in certain areas of thinking about like how and what you should digitize or tokenize into these new ecosystems. So having this, representation of a real asset with intrinsic value. I think we saw this week and last week. There's been multiple different articles about soul-bound NFTs, where it sticks to the actual asset itself, and then the intrinsic value, like your degree from whatever university, high school, etc., or your DNA. Or the copyright or non-copyrighted user-generated content that you make yourself. Those should all be soul-bound NFTs, right? And those are, in a nutshell, TVR for enterprise. And so, like, on the retail side, we understand it as one thing. On the enterprise side, we understand it as another thing. But in actuality, it's literally the same thing. So I think Scott is right. I think enterprises, companies, executives who are in the space that have the power to actually think about these things. Of course, before DAOs take over and everything like that, but within the executive structure, to really start thinking about, okay, so what in our bottom line, top line, and our books is TVR, right? And what does that look like in 5-10 years when it's going to be a purely digital economy with full integration of stablecoins, CBDC, programmability on smart contracts throughout the organization. So yeah, I think there's something there.
No, absolutely. I love that you talked about Soulbound NFTs, and you know that I'm a huge optimism fan. But let's talk a little bit about, again, potential watch outs or questions or issues for enterprises. So one is obviously trust issue. The other one is, we saw what happened with Terra, and all the speculative element, and we talked about it. Scott, you want to maybe go a little bit into details about the issue when you have like native cryptocurrencies in their native blockchains and creating this really strange circle. How are you gonna help enterprise customers navigate that space?
Yeah, and it's one of the things we do with Toko, and it's a combined Toko, often Toko DLA engagement. But we do a feasibility study for projects, and this is not just necessarily for sort of metaverse deployments and NFT deployments, but we do it for asset-backed security tokens as well. And one of the key questions is choice of protocol. Which protocol are you going to trust to do this? And there are different technology attributes. There are different features and functions of different protocols. But then there are, one of the key ones is the protocol you're deploying on going to be there in a year, 5 years, 10 years, depending on what your project is looking at. And obviously what we've seen with, we're sitting in Seoul, Korea, and what we've seen with Terra Luna recently, you suddenly have lots of orphan projects because, there's a protocol collapse effectively. And so these are material issues for enterprises to consider. And again, one of the things we do is advise people around, well, for what you're trying to do, these are the technology attributes that match, and this is a protocol that we think is going to be there. And some of the enterprises some of the protocols we work with, they pride themselves on building a 100-year company, and that's almost sounds like a catchphrase, but I think what we've seen in the last couple of weeks is how important that mentality is, and that we will be there and we will continue to grow, and therefore you can trust is an important piece. The other thing we have done though within the Toko context around that risk is the ability to effectively redeem and replatform projects. We've built some scalability and future proofing in, so a Toko minted asset that we continue to provide downstream asset managing services, we can reissue and we can redeem existing tokens and even replatform them. So there is that issue. But there are a lot of other complex legal issues, and I don't want to get into too deep around that. But we see, for example, in the NFT space, this tendency. And it's not even a tendency. I think it's a huge opportunity to start thinking about, well, I've got one asset and I've got one NFT, and I now want to have one owner. Now, as asset values go up, and as you start getting more creative, people are going to start thinking about, I've got an asset, but maybe I can have more than one owner. Maybe I can have 2 owners, or even 10 owners, or 1,000 owners. And a Toko, for example, can do fractionalization of tokens. From a technology perspective, this is super easy. We can take an NFT and we can create, 10,000 fungible tokens that represent a 10,000th of the NFT. It's a pretty easy parlor trick from a technology perspective. But actually, legally, you may have suddenly crossed a very important boundary from being an unregulated NFT asset to being perhaps a collective investment scheme or a regulated security token, and the laws are different globally. So this is where it's really important that when we work with our clients, we understand what their objectives are, and then we help them structure, well, these are the tokenomics or the rights or the fractionalization or the management of the token that get put in here, because there are quite a lot of moving regulations that differ country by country, and it's a point that a lot of projects need to think about, particularly enterprises that are less worried about perhaps just crashing through and getting a project done quickly, because there will be ramifications.
No, absolutely. And actually, Jeff, I'm going to get back to you in a second, but Scott threw another ball at me, which resonates. I wanted to ask, you just started talking about soulbound NFTs and making sure there's one owner to one NFT, but talking about owner, right? AML, KYC. Yeah. Compliance in the metaverse. Tell me a little bit more. I mean, coming from a law firm, obviously, it's not.
Yeah, we worried about this. I mean, Toko itself has been architected with a hybrid public-private chain environment, with the private chain serving many compliance purposes, one of which is the kind of whitelisting and approval and AML KYC. So not only the issuer, but also in fact, I called just this morning with Perry, our head of compliance on Toko, who prepared the AML structures for Toko for non-DLA clients, for example, to bring them on as issuers. But for investors in particular, there is that need to make sure the investor, them. There are also other rules, like, are they accredited? Are they allowed to buy this particular asset class? And that's a more complex question than perhaps it seems at first. Different markets, different types of investors can only buy certain types of assets. So we have created that framework within the architecture of Toko. The other thing we're doing is we've been working with the Shift Network. So Joseph Weinberg and the team at Shift, who have provided are decentralized. It's effectively a FATF compliance. So FATF is the global AML KYC framework that's coming out globally and then being implemented at nation state level. And Shift is one of the technologies that we've been participating very closely with. We sit on their foundation. TOCO and DLA are in the process of onboarding VASPs onto that. So VASPs being the regulated providers of digital services, whether they're exchanges or custodians or broker dealers. And all of those entities come onto that network. Now, we actually provide on-chain attestations to verify that we've actually kicked the tires on those companies, done the diligence on them. They are who they say they are. They've got the licenses they need. And so then market participants who are onboarded into that technology, it provides a level of zero knowledge proof assurance that the underlying transactions are actually being undertaken by people who have been appropriately identified. So the technology solutions that exist out there are actually going to be the solution to the enormous problem that exists in TradFi today. I was reading the Baxter Hines books on digital finance, which talks about the multi-tens of billions of dollars worth of AML KYC industry that exists today, that has a success rate that is in the single figure percentages in terms of what they manage to actually fix. Actually, this technology should be, and I think we're starting to see with some regulators around the world, embraced, because it is actually going to provide a technology solution to a very significant problem that exists in TradFi.
Right, and yeah, absolutely. And from your background, and again, you can see the power coming through of uniting all that background in the legal sphere and combining it with the power of the technology. We talked about different opportunities, metaverse, etc. in the previous talk with Mushir, and I know Jeff, one of your favorite topics is exactly about thinking of interoperability, cross-chain opportunities. What does that mean in terms of digital identities? Give us a little bit more of color. Where are we heading here?
Yeah. Digital identity, right, is a building block and probably the first step of really getting trust within the system. Trust so you can actually do, asset creation, the execution of smart contracts, the transfer of value, and the transfer of the asset. And actually just being able to interact with different parts of this new next digital ecosystem. How would it work, right? Moving to a scenario where in the metaverse, you probably wouldn't have a nation state or border. It would probably proliferate, decentralized in multiple different jurisdictions. And entity-wise, you could create a DAO. There's guilds out there that play video games that aggregate their earnings and then distribute their rewards or their tokens, that the bounties that they capture as a source of income. So who pays taxes, and how do you do that? How do you deal with that? So at its fundamental base, I think, smartphone penetration has reached a certain degree. Within these devices, there are security chips, almost like your private key, like HSM type technology that will give you biometric scan, and you can scan your face, So there's components there of how do you build a digital passport, digital identity across like the real world and the metaverse. So it's about like getting standards and getting regulation across that. Who will create that standard? What body will actually think about that, right? Is it going to be driven by private industry because there's a need for it? Or will it be trial and error, and then someone either gets defrauded, hurt, or something happens catastrophically, and regulators will step in. So it's really a challenge to figure out how to regulate this, how to actually start the process of standardization, and only then can you start past that first building block of trust, start having very exciting and complex downstream activities within the metaverse. Else it's just going to be a metaverse is a nice second reality that certain non-regulated assets kind of proliferate in. But I don't think we're heading in that space. I think it's going to be quite a quick change. Now, just very briefly on interoperability, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Earlier. So
passportability, yeah.
Yeah, so interoperability on chain is really the biggest challenge from an enterprise perspective is articulation. And the way that interoperability is done today is you have bridges, and tokens are wrapped, but that's on the token level. But what about on the entity level? What about on the wallet level? What about on the smart contract level? It is going to get more and more complex, and there is no right solution for this until we see a more convergence of chains and standards. You know, there's very interesting solutions out there for enterprise like BSN that have a polychain architecture that actually aggregate all the critical components and then distribute all of the public activities from an orchestration type layer. Toko is designed in the exact same way. So we see enterprises who traditionally probably built their blockchain architectures on private permission chains back in 2017, 2018, 2019. And now they're thinking about, okay, great, I have this really efficient, like next gen kind of distributed ledger. How do I interact with other people? So it's not about the firm level transformation anymore. It's about industry level transformation. And then that will then create standards around interoperability. So you can have that articulation from company to company, industry to industry, government to government. So yeah, all those things need to be in place. And that's what we do. We go on the government level and then help understand those frameworks, those challenges. And then we move down to the firm level to figure out, okay, what is the best path for yourself, your competition, your partners, and your customers. So we kind of link those two together.
Absolutely brilliant. I see that we're soon running out of time, but I just want to give Scott also the opportunity to put a bit of a shameless plug on one of the use cases you're working on, because talking about the value creation and what is captured and digital rights management, we talk about goodwill and brand power being minted and represented. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, and we might try and sneak in two if we can, because we were arguing about which one we would do each. So there's two projects we're working on. We'll tag team on this, but one is for a well-known Hong Kong beer brand, Guilo Beer, who's a good friend and former colleague of mine, Ian Jebbett, who launched that. We're about to do an NFT project, initially starting in the UK, but it'll be a global rollout. And this NFT is going to be a real consumer engagement NFT, where there'll be QR codes on the cans. This will allow the consumers to access the NFT through the QR code. There'll be various competitions and consumer engagement pieces around this, where individuals who win the competitions will be entitled to do things like help design the next flavor or the next beer that's going to go into this rotating kind of 6 monthly product. So it's all about a beer by the people for the people kind of consumer engagement. So it's a really interesting first piece. Did you want to pick up about the beerverse that this thing going to feed into around that?
Oh, that's right. So from a governance layer, so you have the asset, it's digitized, and you get the interaction with the customer. How do you drive the customer into a space where they can choose the next beer, have governance, and then be in a social environment that's physically transcends borders? And so one of the things that we've been working with both Polygon and Guilo Beer is just figuring out this beerverse, right? And so it's potentially in Decentraland, and then there's a place that you can go to, and then you can take this NFT, redeem it for voting power to choose the next beer, or you can actually interact with Guilo and its brands, as well as other kind of beer related activities. So it's kind of in the gamification, and you can start building a community around that. So that's basically how the solution has been structured.
That's amazing. And
very quickly.
Yeah, very super quickly. I just want to make sure that we also have the physical aspect to it. We're sitting next to the Guilo brewery, so make sure we get to drink the beer in the real world too.
That's right.
But yeah, give a very short one, Scott. Yes.
So here's another one. It's a Hong Kong headquartered metaverse project, a Spark Era. People may have seen it. Their Fire token recently launched. So it's an intergalactic environment. But and Jeff and I are working with and shareholders in another company called Materium Brands, where we're actually supporting this idea of traditional brands having a channel and an NFT strategy and a deployment strategy into the metaverse. And in the context of Spark Era, this is going to involve products, digitized versions and branded products that are then going to appear in loot boxes, which will provide features and functions within the game, but they'll also become collectible assets. Now, because they're linked back to well-known existing brands, these are going, to my earlier Extreme Anchor, this is where people are going to start consuming these digitized assets, and they could entitle your, in the metaverse, it might make your spaceship go faster or make you better at playing tennis on Planet Tennis, for example. But it also might actually then start having sort of metaverse back to real world applications, like actually this might entitle you to next season's not yet released product that actually is linked to this particular digital product. So it's a really exciting, I think, you know, kind of online and offline engagement model through a metaverse.
Brilliant. I love it. And with that, it is a wrap for this panel, but obviously we have you guys back at SIS in September. Thank you so much. Great introduction to Toko. Obviously, thank you for being our platinum sponsor here at SIS, and cheers to Korea.
Cheers to Korea. Cheers. Speak soon. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. I hope you've been enjoying the fantastic speakers so far. We've had some amazing talks and discussions happening. And now we will be beginning our second session of today, which will be our Scaleup Showcase. I'm Priyanshi Shah, a startup manager helping select and curate the incoming deal flow at Angel Hub, Hong Kong's first equity crowdfunding platform. Today, I'm excited to present to you an exciting lineup of startups in the Web3 space, beginning with our first company, Ocean Floor Music. So Ocean Floor Music is creating a platform for musicians, artists, and the industry to be able to fund and produce projects and trade products and services in their NFT place. So it's interesting to bring music into the metaverse. Sam and Matt, I leave you the floor. Please introduce yourselves, and I'm excited to learn a bit more.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us. My name's Sam Kutri. I'm the co-founder of Ocean Floor Music. This is Matt Bray, head of interactive performances. And yes, so Ocean Floor Music, basically, we're one of the first Web3 crowdfunding platforms for the creator economy. You know, creator economy has been something that has been getting a lot of buzz lately, and we've been doing a lot of work in helping artists to bring the value chain at the front. And so we saw the opportunity with the music industry business growing at a rate of knots, 142 billion forecast by 2030. We all know NFT sales have just been going crazy, and 80 billion forecast by 2025. The crowdfunding market, which is basically our centerpiece, is bound to grow to 300 bill by 2030. And Superfans is the focus for our artists. And with a $96 monthly spend, where 80% of artist revenue from the Superfans go back, compared to 10 to 12% that artists get at the moment. So our solution was to come up with a project crowdfunding platform with an NFT marketplace for artists to sell their products, and of course our music industry marketplace for the creators and industry to come together, which incorporates a staking rewards program. We are community owned and run, so we're a DAO, and we'll be launching in a DAO in Q3. Crowdfunding has been growing exponentially, basically, and music is one of the most crowdfunded and successful projects in Kickstarter anyway, and it's going to grow. And a superfan, for example, 1,000 superfans is equivalent to about 20 million streams. So you look at that in comparison, and you can see where artists can really grow and fund their projects. The creator economy, this is something that has really been getting a lot of publicity recently, and it's going to grow as much as 200%, and which is 8 times faster than music streaming. We've got a 50 million plus total creators, and on average, they're earning 41% of them are earning a living wage, which compared to music and currently in the way it sits in the traditional system sits at around about 10%. So crowdfunding projects is where artists start their project funds, they mint their rewards for backers to buy, they set their staking periods and rewards, and they promote their projects. The NFT marketplace is where the smart project funds rewards are sold and the completed projects are sold. 10% of royalties is returned to the creator, NFT resales in perpetuity. Our music industry marketplace, this is where the artists meet industry to create these projects. So artist development packages are very important to us and central to our system. We've got our ocean floor metaverse. This is where creators perform to global audiences, fans connect with artists, shared community events, brand collaborations, partnerships, retail opportunities, which leads us to our live interactive performance. Maddie, you want to talk us through this? Bud?
Absolutely, absolutely. So part of the metaverse and of course music is about collaboration and performance. So my PhD research is on an action called telemidi. So it's an approach to telematic music performance that enables musicians to co-create music in real time by simultaneously exchanging MIDI data over the internet. So it's musical performance data. So collaborators build and exchange music ideas, improvising and composing, regardless of the distance between them. Inside Ocean Floor Metaverse, this would take place as live musical performances between remote collaborators. We can have DJs playing back to back from across the globe, live VR performance environments, both collaborating with physical locations and online audiences, composing music from remote locations, virtual meditation performance environments as well. Here's an example of this taking place about 2 weeks ago, myself in Perth, Australia, my collaborator in London, UK. The distance between us, the trace route, was about 25,000 kilometers. There I am in the physical space, and we were also concurrently running a virtual reality feed of a particle of 10,000 particles that were reacting to the musical actions. This is what the audience saw through the VR headset. So as we made musical actions, the particles would dance around. And we're looking to implement this into the metaverse immediately. So telemidi within the Ocean Floor Metaverse, live musical collaboration between community members, innovative live music events, DJs, bands, etc., innovations for online virtual music environments, interactive meditation environments, new avenues for composition between musicians, and a combination of both physical and virtual audiences per performance.
Thanks, Manny. That's great. So central to our business model is the create to earn. So the funding journey, what does that look like? Well, an artist will so artist, fan, or industry, so anybody can start their smart project funds. They put together a smart project fund for a project. They outline this project in detail. They set their bespoke NFT rewards that get bought by the backers to fund the project. They then share the project. Ocean Floor Music also shares it within its ecosystem and socials. At maturity, the funds are received and the project is produced. This is where the funds and the artist and our industry partners come together to create this project. Then they share, sell, and distribute the project on our NFT marketplace, our music industry marketplace, and indeed the traditional industry as well. It's important to know that we complement the current music industry rather than work separate from us. Ocean Floor Music doesn't take any of the royalties or copyright. We stand separate completely. The artists own everything they do in our platform. I think an important part that many platforms don't talk about is our revenue model and the amount of possibilities for revenue from the transaction fees across all of our system, through our crowdfunding, through our music marketplace and the Ocean Floor Music services and products, our NFT marketplace, and of course our metaverse and the opportunities there for revenue to be drawn.
And Matt, sorry, unfortunately, I will have to cut you off because we do want to leave a bit of time for questions.
Sure.
So just maybe, to start off, if we have a time, could you perhaps outline your big vision for the company? So where do you see yourself in, let's say, about 5 years?
Okay, no worries. So, we're still in the build phase and the build is going really well. We're about to launch our new website, which will allow people to buy tokens and to go into our staking program. We see ourselves as leading the blockchain Web3 funding space over the next few years. Indeed, our technology that Matt and the team have been developing with our interactive performances, we are doing this now. it's happening, and it can happen with a laptop. Whereas, you know, we know that many of the metaverses out there, those experiences are a little way away. So we're pretty excited about the tech that we've been developing.
Perfect. No, thank you so much. I think, you know, definitely what you mentioned about bringing value, you know, you bring the value chain to the front and also bringing artists closer to their fans is something, it's a good progression within this industry as well. And on that note, I think, happy to leave you and really happy to listen to you as well with your pitch. Thank you so much for, bringing your vision to us as well. And hopefully you can stay around, obviously, and tune into the other pitches as well.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, moving on to the next pitch of today, we have Kelvin from Pawns.ai. So Pawns.ai is a AI-powered social marketplace for physical and virtual NFTs and entertainment products, aiming to build a AI-powered creator economy in Web 3.0. So bringing in art, not just physical as well as virtual. And we'll have Kelvin joining us as of now. So Kelvin, feel free to introduce yourself and share any of your slides if needed as well. I'll leave you the floor.
Great, thank you, Priyanshi. My name is Kelvin, co-founder and CEO of Pawns.ai. And today I'd like to share with you, what we are working on Pawns.ai. So 1 second, let me find my deck. There we go. Okay. So should I start my pitching now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, hi guys. My name is Kelvin, co-founder and CEO of Pawns.ai. And we are building an AI-powered creator economy in Web3, basically giving AI and resale royalties to creatives around the world and also companies, as well as true digital ownership and also O2O utilities to patrons within our app with our NFT club feature. So we are the world's first AI-powered social marketplace for digital products, so NFT and also physical products. And we were incubated by Sequoia Capital China and Hong Kong X Foundation, currently accelerated by Hong Kong AI Lab and also Hong Kong Science Park, which is fully funded by Alibaba Hong Kong Entrepreneurs Fund and SenseTime. We are also part of the NVIDIA Inception program for AI startups, and we are delighted to be shortlisted for the Animoca and Brink Launchpad Lunar program for cohort 2. So let me see. So we were recently featured in Harvard's Bazaar, Hong Kong, and thanks to the Asian Financial Forum, we are also one of the most promising startups in Hong Kong, recognized by them. And also thanks to Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund, we are getting some special exposure with, for example, Dr. Alan Zeman, etc. So, we help artists and creatives solve financial sustainability, especially important in the age of automation. As AI will replace many human jobs, we urgently believe that we must build an ecosystem around our unique human strength, creativity, to thrive as a species long term. So then we are solving the historical problem for creatives, which is rich and famous after you're dead. And also with self-driving cars replacing humans, and also the Great Resignation, we hope to empower human creativity going forward. And that's why our vision has been the same since day one, which is a world where creators can easily have a financially sustainable career. How we are different and better. So we are the world's first digital art and entertainment marketplace. That is one of our key differentiators. The other thing is the proprietary AI NFT technologies, which I can tell you more about later, with our basically AI generated unique digital assets, right? And also in-app NFT Club DAO utilities. So I'll explain more. This is our suite of technology. So we have AI recommendations, but also AI image recognition mixed with e-commerce for NFTs and physical art, but also all kinds of cultural products going forward. Our AI art filter, basically you upload an image of yourself, our AI turns it into an AI art, and you can mint it as an NFT, which is really fun. It's proven to be a great success at our K11 Museum exhibition, which I'll tell you more about later, and also with VR Studio, and also we're built on Flow. So if Web3 is the next iteration of the internet, we must build on focus on sustainability from day one. So we're built on Flow, the greenest Web3 network in the world. So minting an NFT on Flow takes less energy than a Google search or an Instagram post. And with NFTs, we aim to help all sellers of physical cultural products tap into a better incentive mechanism with resale royalties within the ownership paradigm of Web3. It's a 150 plus billion digital marketplace, and we have artists from all around the world, with a total Instagram follower count of 1 million, and many creators and companies are joining us. We've basically 10x our user growth since launch, all organic growth. We launched about 6 months ago. And this is one success story. We've helped some local legendary artists like Conky and also Jonathan JD sell their one NFT at K11 Museum with Alibaba Hong Kong Entrepreneurs Fund, and also with Don Mac and M Plus commission artists to sell 10 out of 12 NFTs in a day. So, this is one way for them to make an average monthly Hong Kong salary in just days. The other key differentiator is our AI NFT technology. So it is artificial intelligence meets non-fungible tokens. And we still see it as a blue ocean. We see a mass market for it and also a premium market for it. So for the mass market, basically, if you think of NFTs existing in the digital world as true digital assets, then with personalization being the big trend, AI must be utilized to have personalized digital assets en masse. So, we'll be working on some fun stuff, maybe, creating your own profile picture and use it in the metaverse, which is as an AI NFT, your own 3D metaverse apparel. So you have 3 avatars. Your digital shirt should basically tailor to every single avatar with AI, right? You're not going to buy every single shirt for your avatar. And also for any cultural products, it will be personalized going forward. Your favorite musician, your favorite movie, it will be personalized. And also with premium market Refik's work, which sold to Sotheby's for 39 million Hong Kong dollars. And we're also the easiest way for creatives and companies to tap into ESG-friendly AI NFT Web3 art tech and launch the NFT Club DAOs. And so basically, you buy an NFT on our platform, you immediately have access to an exclusive Patreon community in our app. So this is great for mass market adoption. For example, a lot of real estate and companies like shopping malls and banks, they're also partnering up with us, and all sorts of creative projects, movies, etc. Also want to tap into this really easy ESG-friendly NFT club with us. And a community-based digital asset membership is much more powerful than a donation-based membership in Web2, which is a pure outgoing cost. And anyone can basically monetize AI NFTs and NFT club with us. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Kelvin. Unfortunately, I will have to stop you here. Leave a bit of time for questions. I actually have one question I'm just curious about. Obviously, it seems to be many components to your business. I'm wondering what do you see as your biggest challenge, or in the next few years or so?
Right. The biggest challenge I would say is just the sheer competition in the field, right? How do we actually differentiate ourselves and actually offer value to our users in a user-friendly way and help them go into Web3. So I think it's mostly competition, but I'm very confident that with our 3 key differentiators, right? Phygital, AI NFT, and also our NFT Club. I think those are our key 3 differentiators, and we're looking to raise funds from all sort of value-adding investors to help us build this future better. And I'm very confident that we can win as long as we have the resources to grow and making the right decisions early.
Okay, understood. Very clear. And in terms of the NFT clubs, what would be your target market? What are the groups of people you're looking to engage within your community?
Yeah, it's really all kinds of creative projects. Like we are working with movie companies. Visual artists are already utilizing it. The patrons really enjoy it as well. But we see a big adoption from corporates as well, because they want an easy, friendly way to go into Web3 without all the Discord and stuff like that, which is anonymous. And so they just adopt us. And so we're literally in talks with all the real estate companies in Hong Kong, and also like banks and like a lot of corporates. They just want to use us to go into this space and tap into this Web3 membership paradigm of a digital asset membership. So people can resell it for more if there's demand, but also O2O utilities like traveling in the metaverse together, or or in the physical world as well. So so all kinds of corporates as well.
No, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us as well and presenting your business to us. I think mentioning the actual pain point that you're trying to address in the art space is quite interesting, as well as it is an innovating and continuously growing industry. So it's time that there is more visibility for up and coming artists.
Absolutely. I just want to add one more thing. We are participating in Art Central, collaborating with Soluna Fine Arts. So I'm actually at Hong Kong CEC now. So definitely come visit us and have a chat. Definitely would be great to have you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Priyanshi. Thank you.
So just, ending with this pitch because it's exciting, we'll move to the next one, which is also something different within the metaverse, bringing in the wedding industry. So we have OneChain, which is a blockchain-based startup in Hong Kong that applies 3.0 technology into brand and marketing industry, and they're also being the first bespoke NFT platform in Asia to store precious memories and contents, eternally within the wedding experience. So we have Anne with us. Anne, thank you for being here with us. I wanted to just leave you the floor. You can introduce yourself and also share any slides or screen to begin your pitch. Okay, so it seems we might be still waiting on Anne. So we might just maybe give her a couple of minutes. While we are still waiting, also just wanted to let everybody know we still are also streaming on Decentraland, so be a good experience to drop in there and potentially experience the metaverse on your side as well. So now we have Anne joining us. Perhaps Anne, we'll leave you the floor again. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Anne, the founder and CEO of One Love Chain. One Love Chain is the first Web3 platform that applies NFT and blockchain technology in gifting, wedding, and marketing industry. So first of all, I would like to say about the problem that we found, because most startup is started when the founder sees a problem in the market that they want to solve. And for us, I believe the fundamental of blockchain and NFT need no further introduction to you all expert here. I'm here to talk about the problems we identify based on our actual experience dealing with users and retail brands. By using public blockchain, the transaction is low. Users suffer from the hassle for using crypto, volatile and expensive gas fee, no protection on privacy, and not everyone has a crypto wallet and know how to use it. Generally speaking, blockchain is hard for common people to use. For example, we all know it's quite impossible for a corporate in Hong Kong to run their own crypto wallet for receiving the crypto payments. It is simply too hard and too uncertain for them to meet the regulatory requirements now. And for end users, I was once approached by a PR event organizer who asked me, Daniel, and set up the MetaMask wallet for the NFT receivers, each by each. It's like HSBC or Tencent. It doesn't make sense for them to even help their customer to open their wallet application. And it may sound ridiculous to you all, but it's the reality in the current market. So what we offer here, we have spent over 2 years and 7 digits investment capital on develop our private blockchain, and powered by our private blockchain technology. We have we are here to ensure that all transaction is fast and instant. Client can also enjoy guaranteed privacy protection, as all data are minted on our private chain with access on permission basis only. Transaction carried out on our private chain is also free from crypto and gas fee. All the NFT and service could be paid by fiat currency. Our focus is to enhance customer experience by applying the tech on actual happenings and physical products. Last but not least, the one thing that we value the most and is our company mission to make blockchain and NFT tech accessible and affordable to everyone. Next, I would like to talk about what we are actually doing. We have a very wide and diversified revenue models. For B2C, we offer NFT gifting directly to mass public and end users. When we talk about gifting business, like the famous smartphone case brand called Casetify, Personalization is the key, and here we are. And given with NFT gift card support by RFID tag, the receivers can immediately read the NFT contents by simply one touch of it on their smartphone. For B2B2C, we were on collaboration with events and wedding planners. We offer instant meetings of content of their choice and NFT in tailored platform we developed. We have already soft launched this service in a number of wedding events with positive feedback observed. And for B2B, which is our major revenue stream, we provide custom NFT gifting and experience solution to corporate. It can be either campaign or retainer basis. So far, we have been working with PolyU, a reputed art gallery, a local media company, and we are one step from closing a deal with a band for their coming marketing strategy. So let's not talk about our brand strategy. We are here to create the new market demand and capture the new market niche by blending blockchain technology into gifting, wedding, and marketing industry. We position One Love Chain to operate in the blue ocean market, in which we are able to capture the rising market need, create differentiation, and avoid price competition that are common in red ocean market. We are in an unconstructed market space targeting both profitable industry at the same time. This is the final part of my presentation. I want to talk about our brand vision to you all. In coming few years, I believe every brand is going to have their own NFT marketing strategy. It will be like as common as all brands setting up their own website in the past 20 years. And for retail and gifting industry, let's imagine one day when you buy a Pandora bracelet to your lover, there will be one charm called NFT charm, and which with just one scan on your smartphone, you can immediately read the minted message in the NFT from the senders. And or imagine when you propose to your lover with a wedding ring, there's an NFT engraved along with the ring that represent the love message that symbolizes internal and immutable love. So I sincerely hope you all will join us in our journey to make NFT and blockchain accessible and affordable for everyone. This is a vision I truly hope to realize. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'm ready for the Q&A session.
Thank you, Anne, for the pitch, and also just for leaving, the final message behind. Every brand, in by 2025 will have an NFT strategy. It's quite powerful, and it obviously definitely means, there's a lot more planning to be said within this industry as well. To leave, a bit of time for the question and answer, I wanted to start off with just, question in terms of your vision. What do you foresee as being a dream partnership for your business?
What do you foresee my dream partnership from the business? I would say for all kind of retail and industry or retail brand, and especially for their marketing campaign, all the brand require a marketing campaign, and they would require an NFT strategy. Even not for retainer, but just for campaign based, then they would require NFT solution, and this is how we can help them to step up in their Web 3.0 business.
Okay.
And yeah, then you see HSBC just launched their NFT campaign a few days ago. There's quite argumental content for the content, but we see is the trend, and it's already started.
Okay, understood. Thank you. And what do you see as the biggest challenge for you, coming up?
I have to say, it's about the awareness by the mass public, and I actually spend most of my time before I closing any deal to do the education about blockchain and Web3 technology. It's like it seemed like 20 years ago when we tried to sell someone to do a website, and then before that I have to tell them the importance of stepping into the e-commerce business. And I realize it takes longer time than I expected, but I do believe it's my conviction. As time goes by, people they gain the well awareness, and then the market demand will be rising up.
Now, of course, I think we're still obviously in the early stages within this space, and with innovations coming up every day. So I do wish you're able to succeed in your business and be able to bring something new and innovative within the wedding industry as well.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you,
So we'll be leaving you, thank you once again for your pitch, and hopefully you can stay on and, listen in on the other startups as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. So now we will be welcoming our next company to be pitching with us. We have Farandole and Marina and Tobias from Farandole. So Farandole is a company that provides a marketplace for NFTs pegged to a physical and virtual wine or spirits products within innovative royalties and tamper-proof authenticity. So it's quite interesting, to bring a bit more verification within the industry. So maybe I'll leave the floor to Marina and Tobias to explain more, and I'm excited to understand, how you'll be addressing these pain points.
Thank you so much. We're going to start by sharing our screen.
Sure.
Wonderful. Let me know when you see it.
We can see it.
Fantastic. All right. So Farandole is bringing the wine and spirits to the blockchain through NFTs. And for the use of NFTs, we can ensure that the product is traded instantly and efficiently without moving the physical products. Through the NFTs, we can also ensure that brands get royalty fees on secondary market sales, which is really revolutionary. And inside the NFTs, we can also add special perks for the end consumers. By creating NFTs out of wine and spirits product, we also make sure that it's accessible to a larger audience, which essentially democratizes the industry. And of course, the most important is the authenticity and the provenance that we're able to ensure with the products that tackles counterfeits, but also make sure that the product is stored in the right conditions. When looking at the fine wine market or the wine market in general, it's an attractive industry as it is growing. If you look at wine as a class of asset, it is uncorrelated and less volatile, which makes it an attractive investment opportunity. So what is happening in the wine and spirits world with NFTs? So at the moment, just over the last couple of months, we see that brands are really trying to leverage NFTs to drop special product releases, but also enabling them to experience NFTs through virtual events that are tied to real life events as well.
So what are we doing as Farandole? We are really taking a comprehensive view here for wine and spirits. We want to cover the whole value chain of all the different topics related to it. We are focusing on the lime green elements here first, and our marketplace is our core product at the beginning. If we look more detailed at our marketplace, you can see the supply and demand side that we want to combine together. We speak with brands, merchants, collectors, and we connect them through our marketplace. We may have a diversified revenue streams through, for example, distribution margin that we make through sales on the marketplace. On secondary market, we have royalty fees, and we also have one-off fees, like when we work together with a winery for a special project, for example, in the Metaverse.
When looking at our product offering, it's quite versatile. So we divide them into two different sections. To the left here, you have the physical products, which can be, for example, a vintage wine from a winery. And to the right here, you have purely virtual products, which can, for example, be wine futures that are sold to the consumers before the product is even available. What we also enable with the NFTs is that the tracking and tracing of the actual physical products. So we add an NFC chip to the bottleneck of the products that are connected to the NFT to make sure that they are linked together. With Farandole, we are building our own showroom in Decentraland, as you can see here to the picture on the left. In the Farandole showroom, brands will be able to engage with their consumers and educate them about the products, and essentially also redirect them to the marketplace for them to be able to buy their products. In a later stage, we will also add gamification elements to our metaverse, where people can, for example, collect Farandole tokens that can be used on the marketplace.
So what is our competitive advantage that Farandole has? A key element is that we have an in-house developed marketplace with our own proprietary smart contract. We have our own developers who build all of that, and we really want to give an easy access for everyone to access the marketplace, even if you don't have a wallet to purchase products. We are using Avalanche blockchain to really enable us to scale, be efficient and sustainable. And we have developed really innovative products already that are quite unique to the market. The If we look at the collaborations that are already happening, we had just last weekend first sale of a charity auction with a winery in the south of France. You can see one bottle here that was auctioned off together, which was produced with an artist. And on the right side, you see our collaboration with Metamori, where we are doing Imprimeur wines for the first time in the market, together with 15 chateaus from Bordeaux. We have a diversified team from all kinds of industries, and that's also another advantage that we have compared to other projects, that we can cover really all aspects of the market. We have here a pipeline for our project. We have a marketplace which will evolve in several versions. We are launching the Metaverse, as we explained. We are building our community through our club. We also want to do a DAO later on. So that's what we are focusing on. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Tobias. I just wanted to ask you a question regarding your Metaverse experience. How are you planning to show it and present it, and what kind of engagement are you planning to have?
Yes, as you can see here in the arches, there will be product displays where we can enable the brand to get a space and tell the customers more about what they're offering. For example, it can be the history of the product, or for example, when it comes to wine, it can be the different grapes that are used in the product. But we really want to make this space really engagement, and that is why this gamification feature that we mentioned before is so important to us.
Understood. And in terms of the users, obviously you might have a target market in mind, but do you envision, bringing a new user base because of the NFT aspect into the wine? Do you see kind of, a new target market coming through, or is it more just enabling the existing market to adopt this new, innovative technology?
So the wine market is obviously historically a very traditional market. And through the use of NFTs and all these, let's say, innovative aspects, we also want to enable brands to access a younger crowd, which is, let's say, more tech savvy, more crypto savvy, which lives more in the digital space. So we try to connect these two worlds together and bring also this target group into the wine market.
Okay. And in terms of, the wine and spirits, what is the selection you plan to offer on the marketplace?
So we target the fine wine and the rare spirits to start with, also because this tends to be an investment opportunity that increases over time. But who knows? Maybe we will make that even larger in the future.
Of course, there's always room to grow. And one thing that you mentioned really kind of interested me was just the aspect of wine futures and being able to sell products that wouldn't even be available yet, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, thank you so much. It really helps solve the product for the wineries that struggle with liquidity. So they can get support from their fans instead of the banks.
No, exactly. Thank you so much for your time today. I guess we will be ending the first session of the pitches for today, and we'll be moving into a quick short break before we move on to the next one. Hopefully, Tobias and Marina, you can stay on with us as well and tune into the rest of the pitches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with a skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today. I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today. I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being back. We have still some exciting startups in the line to be pitching. And the next startup to be pitching with us was Lumiere Project. We have Frederick from Lumiere. So Lumiere is a meta market that aims to solve the multi-billion-dollar transparency issue we're faced in the creative productions around the world. It is an integrated NFT and blockchain-powered metaverse space where professionals and audiences alike can connect through an immersive experience and start transacting and collaborating on creative projects together within the trustless context. So we have Frederick. I would leave you the floor to explain a bit more. I'm really curious to see how we can bring this experience within the film industry.
Thank you, Prishani, and it's a pleasure to be here this morning. I do apologize for my voice. You can hear it took a bit of a hit coming back from the Cannes Film Festival that you can see in my background here. So the founder and I and our team have been at the Cannes Film Festival in France over the last couple of days. For those of you who are not familiar, sort of, with the details of the film industry, sort of Cannes Film Festival is the most important film festival in the world, arguably. Variety, one of our partners, and I, was very interested to learn that it's actually for them, it's the biggest event of all year in terms of news reporting and impact, even better than the World Cup or any other event that they're featuring. So yeah, it was, for me personally, it was the first time in Cannes. Our co-founder and part of the team is still there. I came back late yesterday, and yeah, let me just say it was an awesome experience. And yeah, we had tons of meetings. We had our own events there that we hosted, where we basically presented the launch of the first NFT that we're working on with the Kenzo Takada fashion house. For those of you who are not familiar, Kenzo Takada died unfortunately during COVID, and he portrayed himself in a couple of self-portraits just before his unfortunate death, and those items are NFT'd. And yeah, as I said, we had a very good launch party with, as you can hear from my voice, a lot of meetings. The reason I keep talking about Cannes is, even though we have limited time, is that that's just a very good example of what we're doing and where we are right now as a company. So by the very kind introduction from Prishani, I hope I get that more or less right. So we are meta market solution for safer entertainment investment. Basically what we do is we're de-risking the investment into movies. And one of these ways to do that, there's 3 ways, and one of them is issuing NFTs before the film is even made. So in this case, there will be a documentary about the Kenzo Takada fashion house, and especially, of course, about Kenzo Takada himself. And yeah, we're glad to work with the team there to issue the NFT for them, again, before the movie is even made. Another very good use case is the Infinite Machine. This is a book by Bloomberg author Camilla Russo, who also happened to be in Cannes, of course. They issued a range of several, I think about 1,000 NFTs, and that basically helped them to package the whole film. And then finally, eventually, 2 weeks ago, they made the announcement that Ridley Scott is going to produce a film. And we're very glad that about a year ago, we started those discussions with the team over there. So that's the first part of what we're doing. Let me just continue to flip through the slides. One second. There we go. So yeah, that's us basically. On the left-hand side is Patrice Puyol, who's really the mastermind behind all that. Patrice did his PhD on blockchain movie financing at the City University of Hong Kong. Yeah, and we're glad that he's with us and basically sets the groundwork for all of this. There are 3 items, and I'm flipping through this. NFTs I already talked about quite a lot. We have a second solution, which is called Animus, which basically is about tracing investment into films. And then there's a third part of it that we call the Lumiverse Meta Market, which is basically all about tokenizing your film investments. If you invest in a film, usually your money is locked up for a very long time, and you have no liquidity in the asset class. So with our Meta Market solution, you can actually tokenize your investment in a safe environment and then trade it as often as you like. So it's massively risk off for any investor. Yeah, again, this is way more to talk about than that we have in 5 minutes. As I mentioned, Patrice is deeply involved in the Hong Kong BlockKong community. We were featured on this book called BlockKong, and yeah, Patrice has been both in the movie industry but also in the crypto industry for quite a while. Here's the rest of the team. As I said, part of them are still in Cannes. And we have a couple of advisors as well that you might recognize, for example, Sean Lee as a crypto thought leader. Yeah, let me finish just with the awesome partners that we have. We're actually invested or funded by Animoca Brands and work with the Sandbox as well, but also with Decentraland. We've got Brink, obviously, as a partner. We went to the Luna Launchpad. And yeah, a lot of media partners as well. So Rolling Stone, Variety, and then, of course, content. Yeah, some of them I talked about previously. I think the 5 minutes are off.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I will let you maybe finish. What do you want to end with?
Well, that was basically my ending statement. Yeah, happy to be here. Happy to take any questions. And again, obviously, 5 minutes is limited time to talk about. I try to keep it on the important points. And whoever, if you're interested in what we're doing, or just want to have a chat, please reach out and happy to talk more.
Thank you, Frederick. It was definitely short, but very concise. I'm really excited to hear about your experience and progress within Cannes as well. I had a question regarding the Metaverse. How do you believe that the Metaverse experience changes, with the way the films will be made?
Good point. I think the biggest differences will be that so far, when a film is made, and I was at a premiere on 2 days ago, and the director was there, David Cronenberg, and he said, "Look, this is the first time we actually show this movie in front of a big audience." Mm-hmm. And of course, they have like test screenings, but it's nowhere compares to sit down and like being able, to test it. And I think what the Metaverse really helps with is that you can actually test the audience and the audience response before the film is even made. Now, in film, that's very important because otherwise, from a financial point of view, you're out like 50, 100 million US dollar before you ever get any response from the community. Mm-hmm. And I think for that, the Metaverse will be very helpful. And then, of course, going forward, you can think about like screening in the Metaverse, additional revenue streams from NFTs. But really, I think if I would want to sum it up in one word, it's community. Like you're much closer engaged to your community than you ever could be without the Metaverse.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. No, understood. Especially when you mentioned, being able to fund projects beforehand through your platform. Obviously, it's bringing more light to more, filmmakers as well within the industry. In terms of, the company and, the growth that you expect mm-hmm. to, plan for, where do you see yourself, growing and, in the next, let's say 5 years?
Mm-hmm. Excellent. No, very good question. So we, from company perspective, as I said, there's been a lot of research, the PhD and so forth. We finally got funded last year by Animoca Brands, the Luna Launchpad. I can give you a rough idea. This is below, 500K that was funded. Animoca obviously became an equity investor through the Luna Launchpad and Brink, and through the Launchpad Luna and Brink. And yeah, that's basically where we are. So we were leading up to Cannes. We have several showcases now that we with Kenzo Takada, we had a movie called Papicha that we tokenized, and now it's all about scaling up. And really, there's the sky's the limit, I guess. We're raising capital at the same time that we're working with a lot of projects. So for us, the challenge is always making sure that we have good content and good projects, but also have enough financing. And those two items come hand in hand. And yeah, we plan to do 10 films this year, and then it's 50 after that. And again, we're happy to scale up afterwards.
No, perfect. Thank you so much, Frederick, for being with you today. I obviously wish you the best for Cannes as well. Hopefully, the meetings go well, and happy to listen to your pitch as well. Please feel free to tune in the live stream on our website for the other startups coming next as well.
Fantastic. Thank you for moderating, Yanishi. Please let me know your name at least once.
It's Priyanshi.
Priyanshi, so I was not too far off. Thank you.
Not too far. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very good.
Great. So now we'll be moving to the next company we have for today, which is DAP. So DAP is a social network for professional artists and businesses that enable them to build a network, and they'll be able to find business contacts and connect with recruiters as well as brands. So we have Marco with us today. Marco, can you listen? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Maybe I'll leave you the floor. I'm excited to learn more and curious to see how your business operates.
All right, okay, so let me share my screen first. All right, can you see it?
Yes, we can.
All right. So, okay. Cool, I'm ready.
Feel free to start anytime.
Okay, cool. So I'm Marco Chung, and CEO and the founder of DAP. So DAP is a full spectrum social media for artists to monetize their digital creations. So performance art and the other art market are described as having an acute vulnerability to the pandemic, a 3x unemployment rate, and the revenue generated by this sector during the pandemic has a 60 to 80% drop. However, US 12 billion gap formed when we put the growth of digital art sales and creation together. This is booming from 482 million to 30.6 billion during the same period. And this gap is enlarging for three main reasons. The first reason is the minimum requirement and fan base required to earn set out by the platform like Patreon and YouTube. And the second reason is the technical know-how, from the tools and knowledge required to create art digitally to setting up a crypto wallet. You know, only 1 out of 4 adults actually know what an NFT is and how to set up a digital wallet. And the third reason is the difference in creative process and the view on the presentation of art. And we better combine the best of the two worlds, but the current platforms are making NFTs and non-NFT art mutually exclusive. Social media is deemed as one of the most efficient strategy for arts and cultural practitioners to adopt in digital creations. And we have to pave the way to combine the best of the two worlds and without sacrificing their perceived value of art. So we have DAP, a full spectrum social media for artists to monetize their digital creations. And you can post, stream, and post tutorials online to accept tips or orders from the other users, just like this. The online resume, and we will match brands with the registered artist. And you can create, mint, and trade NFTs on our marketplace on Solana. We further fill the market gap by building an omni-channel to combine the best of the two worlds, that artists can autonomously create art in the way they want, and we provide a platform to monetize that. Currently, artists from 15 genres, totaling 550 artists have registered, and we have users from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Canada. And we have successfully matched artists with local brands, such as Channel Hong Property and Fringe Club Hong Kong and Red Cross. And also we featured in GoGoX and Asia Video Summit. The app is free to download, and we charge a transaction fee arose from in-app tipping, tutorial purchases, and NFT trading, in addition to agency fee for matching artists and production and listing fee for NFT launch packs. And we are targeting a total 4 billion TAM, with average growth rate about 10% annually in market of media and entertainment social platform for art and collectibles. We welcome all art creation on the platform, combining the Web 2 function and Web 3 world on Solana, which makes us stand out from the NFT-only platform or platform-only make and music NFTs. And we can leverage the initial fan base to start the wheel to attract fans on board and gaining the credibility of the platform for future tokenization. Our founding team composed of artists, designer, business development, and marketing expert in media industry, and me as the developing founder, leading in tech of 3 launching NFT projects with extensive startup and fundraising experience. And we need to keep our competitiveness in this booming and fast evolving market. We are now raising 425K for 24 months. 6% of this round has been committed, and we are ending this round by the end of July. We aim to use this rate to enhance our R&D, marketing, and operation, and we need support on blockchain advisory, business development, collaboration with brands and NFT projects. And also, well, most importantly, to achieve our ultimate vision, artists should earn their own desired ways. So we adapt a full spectrum social media for artists to monetize their digital creations. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco, for your pitch, as well as leaving us, with the final vision on the screen. It definitely leaves, a lot to think about, as well as move into within this space. So obviously, I've actually recently heard about Instagram moving into NFTs as well. So I was just wondering, this is a crowded space to be in. How does DApp differ with, let's say Instagram and their NFT exploration?
So Instagram with NFT only allows to display the NFT as an access, to kind of like a show off platform for digital creators or the collectors. But we enable the artists to create and to mint their NFT themselves with the arts they create. So and as I always said to the others, DApp allows the artists to invest or be invested, not just showing their own collections or own purchases. So I think that's the main difference between Instagram with NFT and DApp.
Okay, very clear. And what you would say would be the kind of biggest challenges that your business is currently facing or plans to face in the future?
First of all, is the fast evolving market because there are many social media coming up claiming they accept all NFTs and creations, and the market is booming. And so the challenge for me is to get more NFT launch packs in, and also the advisory on blockchain business development on how to make it scale, and also some technical, more technical security issues, because Solana has a lot of somehow has some breakdowns and etc. And also recent security crisis and also a lot of hacks happening. So this is the main challenge of us to face. And but I think we have our initial fan base to gather the initial credibility first and to gain trust among the community. So I think it can be eased when we face those challenge.
Okay, and you mentioned you have established initial traction as well, so congratulations for that. Would you perhaps elaborate a bit more, maybe on a recent project or any numbers you would like to share with the audience?
So we have collaborated with 3 notable brands such as Channel Hong Kong, more than 300K subscribers, and a YouTube channel, and also Red Cross for artist collaboration. And for NFT, for the blockchain side, I'm leading tech in 3 launching NFT markets, including favorite a renowned font called Sanshu Hong Kong, and I'm leading tech in making those NFTs happening, and so that we can collaborate with them and to start launching on our future marketplace as well. And so we able to combine the best of the 2 worlds by letting the artists to create their own arts in their own way, and we match brands with the artists in our platform, and also let the artists to build their art via, and it also invests in art via NFT, so that we provide a step-by-step pathway to let the creation monetize without sacrificing the perceived value of art.
Okay, thank you so much, Marco, for answering the questions as well as presenting your business as well as your vision. Really interesting space, to see the integration of art within the metaverse and Web 3.0 space. So thank you so much, and hopefully you can also tune in to the live stream on our website and keep an eye out on the other businesses within the space as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to the next company, we have Bebo, also known as Kryptonium. So Bebo is a social module with API and SDK for Web 3.0. So with Bebo, the Web3 services can be easily integrated, social functionalities of social profile, messaging, posting, feeds, etc., into their services within 5 minutes. And as we know, community engagement is quite important within the Web 3.0 space. So we have Sungmin from Bebo. So I'm interested to know how you're able to enhance as well as enable this within the space. Sungmin, I leave you the floor. Feel free to share your screen and begin your pitch. Sungmin, I believe you might still be muted. Yes,
yeah,
perfect.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see the screen. I can hear you as well.
Sure, I'll begin. So, hello, I am Sungmin, the CEO of Kryptonium. Today, I'll be presenting our business item, Bebo. So let's have a look what is going on now in the Web3 world. This is the governance page of a well-known decentralized exchange, SushiSwap, where you can view and vote for the governance proposals using your Sushi token, which seems like a very ideal Web3 application, except one thing, that they need to actually discuss in a Web2 based forum, where you log in with your email address, which doesn't make any sense. Why would we want to happen the decision making in Web2 for a Web3 service? What is truly ideal in this scenario would be an embedded wallet-based discussion window like this, where you can verify your ownership, communicate with other verified owners, cast vote directly in the page just by connecting your wallet. So again, from this scenario, what is the problem? Firstly, the Web3 communication lacks an on-chain communication window. Like the example scenario, people or the services are on demand with on-chain communication, while this is not easy. Secondly, the current Web3 services are Web2, like Discord, Twitter. Users in current social media services can claim their full rights of their work. So then why not? Why are the existing services still relying on Web2 for social? Because it is costly to develop and manage social features for each Web3 services. Other Web3 project owners know that going social helps them gain user retention, but it is very costly to build, especially when they want to focus on their core business. So they don't want to spend too much time building social features. So they end up in a web forum or a Discord. Therefore, we envision a social module that's working on a Web3, an on-chain communication channel, and a resourceful solution as a module, and a system that embraces the philosophy of Web3. That is our product, Bebo. Bebo is a Web3 social module with APIs and SDKs, and we aim to help other Web3 services to implement social features like profiles, chatting, and posting in just 5 minutes. So we have the profile module, which helps users set up their modularized profile, and the messaging module, where users can send message using on-chain data, wallet-to-wallet messaging, and the posting and commenting module, which is similar to the messaging module, which helps users write posts and comments. All mentioned modules are pluggable and integrable with other decentralized apps. Using Bebo's core features, how can we solve different cases currently in Web3? We help users talk about the right topic at the right place. So for the case of NFT minting, while Discord is a good service, but wouldn't it be better to chat in the minting page simply using your wallet, as it shows better hype and provides user retention? Or for the case of trading discussion, still Discord is great, but wouldn't it be better to chat in the swap page simply using your wallet? And any online users can share about what is bullish and what is bearish, eventually lead them to swap, which can potentially generate more revenue for the swap. And lastly, for the case of games, just like any normal games, wouldn't it be better to have an in-game chat rather than switching tabs with Discord? Going social is necessary in online games, while the current situation is not ideal. Next is our roadmap. So in Q1 of 2022, we initiated the development of Bebo modules, received initial grants and funding from Clayton and Filecoin. We will finish the development of the social modules by Q2, and given we have some existing clients, pending on us to deliver the product by end of Q2. And continue with other go-to-market strategies and further development in Q3. And in Q4, we'll start with the mobile SDK development and other features. So these are some competitors in our industry, like BlockScan, Notify, Dialect, or Lens. While we would want to emphasize that in terms of core features and social and modularization or data storage, we have advantages over them. Our vision is to connect people on Web3, and these are our current partners, and this is our co-founder team, where we are from a strong technical background with capabilities coming from companies like Citadel, Goldman Sachs, and JP, and also with years of startup experience. We are seeking for a strategic investor who would really believe in our core values and have a journey together with us. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Great. Thank you so much, Sungmin, for explaining about Bebo. It's very clear and concise, and obviously shows, how the importance of social media as well as community within this space. Regarding the competition, as you mentioned, obviously I was just curious to understand what do you believe are your competitive advantages over your competitors?
Sure. So we believe that modularization is the key for our success as a social network. Like having modularized, our modules can be easily plugged in to different applications, which will enable us to reach out to different clients easily, which will eventually lead to our growth as well. Thus, being a module, I believe, is the key advantage over social platforms within the Web3 space.
Okay, understood. Yeah, so definitely, increasing accessibility and user friendliness will mean, successful business in the future. And in terms of the traction, who are your existing clients and where do you see yourself scaling, being able to gain and continue to grow?
Sure. So we have some clients, including NFT Marketplace and games. So for NFT Marketplace, the needs from our client is that they want to create a buyer to seller communication channel where users can bid about the price. Like the price is a bit expensive, I will buy immediately if you offer a slightly lower price, something like that. Thus, using our messaging module, we can provide a chat box to each of the NFT items where users can come to just start chatting about and talk to the buyer, talk to the seller. And also some games as well, where we aim to make their games to become a social game where users can invite friends and have an in-game chat using our modules.
Okay, and what do you see as, the kind of blocker in terms of user adoption or moving, users from Discord, etc., as you mentioned? It is still, they still have quite a big user base.
Sure.
So what do you envision or how do you plan to address that?
Sure. So like those existing social networks like Discord, I think we can still coexist because there are different needs. For example, like the NFT Marketplace, like client that I gave you as an example, you cannot really use Discord for solving these problems because imagine having a Discord as an intermediary for buyer seller network. It just doesn't make sense. As a Discord, you can maybe create channels for each of the clients, which is really not really scalable at all. So we believe that Discord has some purpose, maybe for general chats or more announcements, those kind of features, Discord just works well. While for some cases, like what we have as our attraction and clients, actually we fit much better than Discord, that we can actually coexist in the earlier stages. Yeah.
Okay, understood. It's very interesting to see your perspective. So thank you so much, Sungmin, to be here with us today, as well as, present your pitch. It was obviously interesting to see your perspective, as well as hopefully you were able to, create your space within this industry. Hopefully you can please live stream the remaining pitches on our website and see, the other industry, interesting startups within this space as well. So thank you for having us today.
Sure, thank you.
Great. So now we will be moving on to our final pitch before we move into a 20-minute break. So this is an interesting one. We have a startup all the way from Mongolia who are presented to be the WeChat of Mongolia. So we have multimedia entertainment platform presented by Bebo. So they have successfully launched several projects such as their Mongol NFT marketplace, as well as their NFT collectibles. And they've also built their own capital city, Ulaanbaatar, on the Sandbox Metaverse. So that's quite interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how Bebo, as well as understanding your progress so far. So I will leave you the floor and feel free to share any slides and start pitching right away. Thank you, Bebo.
All right, thank you guys. Hello, I'm excited to be here. Let me share my screen right here. Share screen. Okay, everything visible?
Yes.
Okay, let me. Okay, guys. So my name is Bue. I'm from Mongolia. I'm one of the initiators of Mongol NFT. You can scan the QR code. So today, basically, I'm going to walk you through our intro, how we became a success here in Mongolia, and how we built this infrastructure to enter the metaverse, and summarize it for you again so you don't forget. So the head company, Infinite Solutions, where I work at, in charge of the business development, we're a technology and investment firm. We've been working in this financial sector for about 15 to 20 years. We have 10 startup projects. We've done all the applications and the websites for the major banks here. We've done it for the non-financial banking institutions. And since you know, in the finance sector, there's the traditional sector, the capital market. And then last year in 2021, we started moving to the crypto and blockchain. That's why we created our crypto exchange, or NFT marketplace. And just a fun fact, we also have a IT information school, information technology high school, which has about 500 students. So the challenge was that Mongolian artists, when they wanted to enter globally into the space, they didn't know what blockchain technology, what NFT meant, and even the English, right? You guys know how hard it is to set up a MetaMask. So imagine a Mongolian local street artist trying to get on the blockchain, trying to sell the NFT. So we're like, why don't we just become the first NFT marketplace where they can market themselves locally in the beginning, and then they can take the global stage. So we launched our NFT platform in September. We have over 1 million users now. And just to give you a brief timeline, for example, Wazirix in India was created in April, and then Binance launched the marketplace in November. And so we launched our marketplace right before Binance launched their marketplace. And then last month and this month, Coinbase, of course, launched their marketplace. So Mongolia is right at the steps with the world. We're not behind. We're actually, in some things you will see in the slides today, we're actually in front of some of the developments in the world. Here's a brief preview of our marketplace. Please scan the QR code so you can visit there right away. And to save the time, I'm just gonna go through this slide. It's a little preview of our live version that's live right now. And so since we launched, it has passed 7 months, right? So we gained about 1 million users. We've done about 50,000 NFT drops, and our total trading volume now is about $1.5 million. And as soon as we launched it, we got global attention, right? We got featured on Cointelegraph, we got on Bloomberg, and these awards were not payments we made to run an ad. For example, Forbes Mongolia contacted us to give us the Best Finance Project Awards for 2021 in Mongolia, and we received that Forbes Finance Award on Bloomberg. Here's just some upstate, because it might be interesting to the world to see, whoa, what are these Mongolian gentlemen doing, pioneering in this NFT space and the blockchain industry. So we have our own marketplace. Then, of course, you need the utility coin to go with it. For example, Yuga Labs has the Ape coin, Binance has BNB. So we launched our utility coin in November after our marketplace launch in 2 months. And it's listed on Bittrex Global, our partner, and it acts as a utility and governance token. Here's a few data and statistics on our token. So it got jumped. So about 60,000 users entered, and about 100 million was pulled to buy our token, and the IEO was a hit. Now our total market cap is at $30 million valuation. And this was one of the first tokens to be launched in Mongolia for our clients and users and the general population. And now internationally and globally, people can buy it on Bittrex Global. And we have our own collectibles like the Bored Apes. This is actually the first collectible in Mongolia, 20,000 wolves, crypto wolves. And they do this thing called feasting, where they go together and invest in an NFT project, right? So in the last month, users were able to get about $1 million in profit while investing in like Bored Ape, CryptoPunks. Our community wallet owns all of that. And people actually get to vote in the DAO system whether they want to sell it or they want to keep it or they want to buy something. And it's all voted in the proposals with the NFT token. So we already built our first sandbox. integrated city. You can scan the code for the YouTube link. We have a 3x3 land in the sandbox with our Mongol NFT logo. And this is actually already a made version of our Metaverse, where we try to show our culture in the Metaverse. So as you know, the Metaverse, the important key element in the Metaverse is the payment services, right? The payment system. How do you actually pay and settle your bills inside the Metaverse? So since we're an IT and investment company, we've stepped very big into that, where our Mongol chat is our WeChat of Mongolia, right? It has payment, settlement, trading, and chat. And so it has over 700,000 users with 300,000 active users, where in your wallet, you can connect your cryptocurrency from our exchange and pay for services. And it also has your wallet with NFTs, where your friends, if you're added each other, you can chat and see your NFTs and share with each other. So we're trying to connect this payment system with the NFT and the crypto. And also we have now the possibility to release our crypto cards with the wolves and our utility token. And you can basically use this to swipe and to buy your stuff, and the profit sharing goes back to the community. So an overview, now I'm almost finished. So we have the marketplace, we have the collectibles, now we have the Metaverse, and we already have the exchange partnered with Bittrex Global. We have our own stablecoin, we have our utility token, and we have this VChat called Mongol Chat, our fintech wallet with the card processing system. So what are we planning to do in the future is have this infrastructure where it's a whole system where users can go with the DeFi to stake their NFTs with their crypto, where they can play a P2E play to earn game to get their utility token, for example, like StepIn, and streaming services where we want to take the Mongolian music and culture to the world. Okay, I'm going to sum it up again. This is our services. We have the NFT marketplace. We have our utility and governance token. We have our collectibles. This is all our IP that we own. It's a decentralized brand. We already entered the Metaverse. We're connected it to the crypto settlement and payment. And now in the future, we want to create value for our users. So we're going to do streaming, DeFi, and games. And we can't do it all ourselves. So we have all these partners who can do it all over the world. And these are our partners that we partner with. And okay, thank you. And you can visit the website and scan the QR code for more information. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Bouvet. It was very interesting to see the developments in Mongolia. As you mentioned, Mongolia being at the forefront of many places within the NFT space. Really excited to see, the projects coming out of this region, as well as, your project as well. So I just wanted to understand, obviously, it is a Mongolian-based startup. However, are you planning to expand internationally? Are there any regions you're looking to move to?
Yes. So our next plan will be Central Asia. Actually, some of our founders, myself included, 2 weeks ago, we went to Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Central Asian countries, and we're seeing the exact same setup where the artist cannot connect to the global platform. So our next international step will be to do what we've done. We've even released our platform before Binance, right? So we're going to do the same thing in those Central Asian countries, and we're going to create a hub up top where the Mongolian artists, the Kyrgyzstan artists, Kazakhstan artists, the Asian artists, they unite up top, and then the global buyer can come in from, for example, the United States and pick the artist they want to choose and then collect from there. I think that'll bring a lot of culture and value to the world, because right now, for example, if you go to OpenSea, you can't search by country or by artist. It's kind of keywords, and there's millions of stuff on there. So we're just going to say, okay, these are the top artists from Mongolia. These are the top artists from another country. And it's going to be more of a curated platform where other platforms haven't entered yet.
Mm-hmm. Understood. Very, very interesting. And thank you, Bouvet. Definitely seems to be, an untapped market. And with the direction you're going towards, hopefully you're able to really, increase the awareness of this space, as well as grow your business rapidly as well. Thank you for being with us today. I guess this will mean we end the first segment before we move on to our 20-minute break. So we will have Nicholas returning shortly to present the next 7 startups that will come from, remaining diverse aspects of the Web3 space. So please stay tuned, and we'll see you after the 20-minute break. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. See you guys.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today. I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today. I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today. I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today. I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today. I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back on the Scaleup Impact Summit Scaleup track. You've been with my colleague Pri this morning. You have already seen very, very impressive startup, and we are still going on. So stay with us. We have another lineup of very interesting projects to explain and to show to you everything around Web3, as we said. Those companies are all exploring the way to the metaverse somehow. So they are really, our first adopters, obviously, of that technology and that new space. So it will be super interesting pitches for you guys to listen to and learn more about what is going to be the metaverse. We are going to be together for something like an hour, but I would recommend you, of course, to stay with us on the SIS event. Even after that Scaleup track, we have speakers. We have also for you the way to experience Metaverse. So go on the website, click on the link to Decentraland and discover some more very lively experience about Metaverse. But right now, back to startups, and I'm super happy to have with me and to start with this session, the company Nest. Nest is obviously a sort of tech powerhouse. I've looked at their track record, and since 2017, they've been working on blockchain technology, optimization, customization. They have a lot of ideas. Nest has developed now the first real-world authentication and ownership solutions to create, secure, and authenticate your NFTs. So without further ado, let us welcome to the stage Charles. Charles, welcome. Very happy to have you with us. I will leave you now the floor right away for you to pitch Nest. You can share your screen, of course. And the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes. I'll be back then for some questions to you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. A pleasure to be here, guys. I will try to go through as fast and concisely as I can. As you mentioned, we've been in development, kind of in stealth mode for many years. And we really started with the problem of making choice personal, in the sense that Web3 is a user-led rewiring of the internet and connectivity and all the different functions. So without real world ownership controls in the Web3 space, none of it really works. That's kind of our structure. So we went through, and I'll try to cover a lot in a short amount of time. Is my screen coming through okay? You guys can see it?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, fantastic. So we've gone through different valuations, and we're already in kind of coming up to a public round shortly, but I'll swing back to that and start with what we really are built on and kind of founded on. We believe privacy and control in the digital world is a sovereign kind of legal right, and this is how we make it a reality. So we give the first real world authenticated control for Web3, and we work to make Web3 tangible and empower each user. And what we're seeing here, we have our own L1, we have our own B2B app, B2C app for mobile, but we really do this with the self-sovereign ID module. And I'll get into that just a little bit. So yeah, we'll hand this across, and there's going to be a lot to read. I'll try to keep it at more high level. But the problem is the real world ownership control in the digital space is necessary, but it doesn't exist. So we're talking, when you're saying MetaMask, those are pseudo-anonymous wallets. When you're talking about the purchasing of NFTs, that's usually not through fiat, and the ownership of that NFT is, again, just in a pseudo-anonymous wallet. So it doesn't have the protections or the real world controls. And it's also, there are two ways to kind of solve this, either privately or centralized or decentralized methodologies, right? Either you're using a centralized service, or you're able to break that up for individual control. So that's the Web3 kind of infrastructure, and we give a lot of background and insight for this. But ownership problems with NFT or data as an asset, there's a marketplace, a governance loophole, the creators and owners vulnerability, everything from branding and copyrights across to different areas. So the idea that NFTs are currently owned and controlled by individuals, from marketplaces across to any use cases for NFTs, is somewhat of a misconception. And we have, these are live screenshots and recordings of the applications. So we solve for the three main problems, which is the user's practical and sustained Web3 economy. So we build the modules and the infrastructure required for ownership, the authenticity, and interoperability. So again, just jumping over the Web 2 to Web 3 kind of differences, what we really offer as again, a high level overview is a layer 1 or layer 0 blockchain network. And that's a proof of authority network using ZKP and ZTA. We allow interoperable control. So you can mint assets and perform transactions across Ethereum, Solana, Avalanche, Polygon, Clayton, Binance, a few others. Everything that we do is built on individual security. So we do not own or control or have access to individuals' private key pairs. They control that themselves, and we have the first self-sovereign distributed ID solution, which allows for regional AML KYC. And we make this all instantly accessible through desktop or mobile applications for B2B or B2C use. So with this, the layer 0 to 1 blockchain really kind of lays the foundation, but for the practical implementation, we give the self-sovereign ID to the users or businesses themselves. We allow for the multi-chain transactions, so minting individual or bulk NFTs across any network of choice. We introduce true provenance and ownership, and what that means is because of the SSID and because of these practical provenance and ownership structures, we allow for real world ownership control of NFTs in the sense of IP rights for artwork or ascription, and the legal sale of NFTs as data as an asset between parties. So this is both individual or public. We are the only personally encrypted, genuinely distributed blockchain ecosystem. And a lot to say on that. I'm trying to keep it high level because it's about 5 years of structure. We have our own 50-node proof of authority network, which is live and active. We, just for a visualization of kind of the structures, we have the decentralized ID and the interoperability and the structures instantly available for the uninitiated. So people with or without a MetaMask wallet, any user or consumer across the networks. And that gives them access for any form or variation of Web3 from ownership, and they can pay with fiat or cryptocurrency across the virtual land or other marketplaces. So very generally, we kind of segment it with the L1 as the underlying. We have the Nest mobile app as B2C, and that is a direct consumer application with a public launch coming very shortly, but we're already live on iOS and Android in closed networks or test groups. And we have the B2B desktop application, which is live with custody providers and minting for tickets and a few others. But I see we're running out of time. I will try to go through quickly. Three main services. Personal ID management.
I think I will stop you there just to keep 1 minute to exchange on the question together.
Of course.
And it's a very quick question. What's the business model behind? So how do you monetize all that wealth of technology that is obviously very, very impressive?
So what we have, we break it down for monetization of transactions. So we retain confidential user control. So at the moment, we allow low-cost minting on any network. We allow secured quantum-proof content storage across networks, and quite a few other transaction points. So these are kinds of the services that we provide, and each one of these form a micro transaction that we're able to then monetize for B2B or B2C.
Okay, fantastic. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. So
too much to cover.
No, obviously you've done so much work, so you have a lot to tell, and it's super interesting. We should get back to discuss that together. I just keep in mind what you said probably at the very beginning, which was quite interesting, which was, you're trying to make personal choices and real world ownership control possible on the Web3. I think that's really what you are.
Correct.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Charles, for being with us.
Thank you.
We need to run to the next one, but super happy to have you there, and super interesting pitch.
Thank you so much.
Let us now move to another super disruptive model and project, Apollo 42. As you can see, maybe going to the moon at some point. Apollo is developing a social NFT marketplace, and this is the world's first NFT ecosystem with the objective to turbocharge the community building. That community building being obviously super important KPI for Web3 world and the applications down there. They received already strong interest on their project, with more than 2,000 users on the wait list to start using their platform. So let us welcome here on stage Daniel, who is joining us. Daniel, I will leave you the floor from now, if you are ready, but it seems you're not. So let's talk a little bit about Apollo 42. That's a young team we met through our sourcing of deals on Angel Hub. The team is quite impressive in terms of vision, I must say. So you will see, even if the project is still quite young and early stage, it's promising because it's really tackling the full extent of how can you build a community on a marketplace dedicated to NFTs. Basically, the idea is that you need to have that community being able to really communicate easily between the, let's say, the influencers or the creators of those NFTs and their fans somehow. I think the team is probably ready now. So yes, they are. Fantastic. So welcome on board. Super happy to have you there again. So let's move right away to your pitch. As I've been presenting too much about the project already, I don't want to spoil everything for our attendees. So back to you. The floor is yours. You have 5 minutes to pitch.
Thank you, Nicholas. That's awesome. Just checking that you guys can see the screen and I can kick off.
Yeah, everything is perfect. You can go.
Awesome. So Apollo 42, guys, we're the world's first NFT ecosystem, and today I'm going to tell you a little story about what makes it special and what really makes it special in the heart of NFT creators and supporters that we have. So to bring it all into perspective, we are really a one-stop shop for NFT users. And the ecosystem revolves around the core marketplace, the core social marketplace, which we decided to enhance with a variety of super cool add-on features like Metaverse Gallery, Launchpad, and some other tools, which I'm going to tell you all about. The idea is to create the sort of next-gen experience for an NFT marketplace for buyers and collectors, and take it to the next level, because what we really want to stop doing is shop NFTs in an Amazon-style fashion, because it's art-like items. We pay a lot of money for it, and the experience should be a little bit different than to buying sort of a shower or some groceries from Amazon store. So the main product that the marketplace evolves around is the social NFT marketplace. And here I want to emphasize the word social, because really social features are at the heart. So every creator will have a page dedicated to their fans, where the fans can comment their artworks, where fans can like, share, engage, and share some posts from Twitter on the marketplace. And really the idea is when you look at the artist or an artwork on a marketplace, you want to realize, okay, this is popular, this is great, people love it, or vice versa, and really sort of make sure that the social elements of the NFT community, which is probably key to the growth that we've seen so far, is sort of brought together with the purchasing experience and not kept separate. So the next cool product that will be enhancing that experience is the Metaverse Gallery. In the Metaverse Gallery, users will be able to sort of walk around this infinite-shaped, sort of infinity-shaped, really cool space-like space, and look at the NFTs left to right and really buy them on the spot. And the idea here, again, is that, like, okay, marketplace is cool, but we want to be that one step ahead and see where the market is heading. And what we realize is the next step to buying NFTs will be probably a similar experience to the one we see in the real world in galleries. And the Apollo 42 Metaverse Gallery is exactly that space where artists can, again, showcase their works in specific stands and even socialize with their potential buyers when they drop a collection or drop a specific artwork. On top of that, any piece of art or NFT that's bought on Apollo 42, actually even beyond, can be showcased in the AR NFT wallet, which we have already built. And literally, as soon as that's live, any of you guys can download the app and input your wallet number and look at the NFTs you have in your wallet and showcase them in AR, either sticking them onto the wall and projecting them in the air, or sort of just looking around you and showcasing it to a friend. Because we all know that when you have a friend and you tell them, okay, I have like these two cool 10 NFTs, they're like, and where's your NFT? And you go into the wallets, you scroll, and you're like, and they're not impressed. And whenever you show them something in AR, you show them something cool, trust me, the experience and the response is going to be a whole lot different. Finally, we have a launchpad in there for creators, and here the idea is to make launching a collection very seamless. We know that it's easy to mint one NFT, but as soon as you want to create a collection and you have to build a website, you have to connect the smart contract to it and create sort of minting buttons, connect wallet. It's a little bit tough, and you typically have to hire a developer. Want to make sure that as a creator, you have to do nothing of the kind. And what you are focused on is purely the experience of creating an NFT, and all the technical and sort of admin things we take care of, and you can list in as little as several minutes. So we currently work very closely with Near Protocol, and we'll be launching in less than a week. And the idea is obviously to become multi-chain in the future. And the second partner that we have in the line is Polygon. So we've currently raised almost all of our pre-seed round via token sale, and we'll be closing that in 2 weeks, and have a lot of subscribers already itching to try out some of our products. We're very active in the Near ecosystem if you guys follow us, and obviously we'll be expanding beyond Near very, very soon. I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for hearing about us today, and keen to answer any questions that you guys have, or just
thank you
through the visualizations. Yeah.
No, that's great. Right in time, we can jump into the Q&A session, which I'm sure our attendees are waiting for. A quick question for you. I think you chose a very specific protocol, Near protocol, to build your application. Can you just explain to us why you made that choice?
So I think anyone who has ever interacted with any technical team of a layer 1 protocol in an environment will probably say that the Near team is probably as good, or even in some ways better than Ethereum. And we ever since understanding and deep diving into layer 1 protocols, we were just so impressed by what the guys are building and the commitment that we have, that in November we understood that Near has certainly the potential to become not the Ethereum killer, but another layer 1 protocol that will potentially in several years be as popular as Ethereum. We saw some inherent problems with Solana, and some of those materialized into some technical issues, as we all know, but we're confident that Near will be that additional layer 1 that would be used in conjunction with Ethereum. And ever since we decided that, look, it's the ecosystem we want to build in. It's a young ecosystem where there's still room for new players, and that was the thinking. And ever since the ecosystem has grown tremendously, Near has recently been invested into by Sequoia, sort of cementing their status as a layer 1 protocol that some of the world's betting VCs are betting, leading VCs are betting on to become one of the top blockchains in the future. So that's kind of our thinking there.
Okay, super interesting. And by the way, talking about VCs, can you just tell us a little bit about the VCs that have been interested in your project and maybe investing in it?
Yeah, so we actually had ample of interest, and we currently signed a pre-seed agreement with Contingent Ventures and Big Brain Holdings, and currently looking to close with the third investor as well. A lot of investors have been interested in an equity investment, but we'll be holding that off until our seed round, where we'll be able to show some traction. We want to be very clear about the product we're building and what investors are getting into. And so far, it sort of has been a pre-seed SAFT round, where I think we'll have a small allocation left, and want to leave that for a strategic partner that we're going to close, hoping to close in a couple of weeks, hopefully 2 weeks or less.
Okay, thank you very much. We are coming to the end of that pitch with you, Alexander. Thank you very much for being with us. I will keep in mind what you said at the very beginning. I think that you are on your way to create the next gen Metaverse and NFTs experience. So we are all waiting for that to be launched. And again, to our attendees, as Alexander mentioned, you can go and use that app already to see your own NFT collection in your wallet. So enjoy the ride. Thank you, Alexander, and talk to you soon.
Have a great day. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Let's move to our next startup, CrunchSpark, who is with us this morning. CrunchSpark is all about building the infrastructure that will simplify work processes around blockchain, NFT, and DeFi Metaverse. The regulatory environment is obviously evolving there very fast. And so Raymond and his team, I think, had the very interesting ideas to build the tools that will be needed by the blockchain projects. And so, of course, Web3, cryptocurrencies, exchange, etc., are all concerned by that issue. And it's an interesting space for me because I always remember that, you know, the ones who made a fortune during the gold rush were the ones who were selling shelves, not really the gold diggers. So Raymond here has provided and developed some tools for those interesting projects exploring Web3. Let's listen a little bit more about that. Raymond, I think you can hear us.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Very nice to have you here. So I will leave you the floor. Obviously, you can share your screen and we'll let you pitch the company for 5 minutes. And I'll be back for some questions to you. But now the floor is yours. We are all ears.
Excellent. Can you see our screen? So we are sharing it.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So we're Crunchspark, and we're developing practical financial SaaS solutions for Web3. So covering areas of accounting, financial reporting, and insights into businesses and investments.
Hello, I'm Patrick Galvin, a technical lead with over 15 years experience creating and delivering trading and regulatory solutions for banking, private equity, and crypto firms.
Hi, and I'm Raymond Schwei. I've been a chartered accountant for almost 20 years with experience in finance and in industry. I've recently held senior positions at financial institutions and at startup blockchain gaming companies, which have then gone on to become unicorns. We think there's currently very little trust in crypto, and we're looking to build infrastructure so that this new asset class can grow and be taken seriously. Our platform will be needed by all businesses that want to deal with digital assets, from traditional to crypto to DeFi to gaming. Because stakeholders and investors will all demand to have confidence in the numbers.
Financial systems have been evolving since the 90s. They provide solutions to millions of businesses. As digital assets become more mainstream, new Web3 compliant solutions are required. We are building this solution for a massive and growing forecast addressable market. We've been working with a number of crypto firms and gaming NFT Metaverse businesses to help solve their accounting problems. These are beta testers. With increasing digital asset adoption, manual processes are no longer scalable. We found their current solutions are heavily Excel-based, manual, and prone to errors. There are a few robust processes in place, and many find it challenging to produce auditable accounts. This is a very common problem in the industry. We're creating a flexible, scalable, and multi-application solution to these problems.
So our business model is very straightforward. We charge an implementation fee to get our clients set up on the system, and then a monthly subscription fee based on the number of seats and the features that we provide. Our day one targets are businesses, or we call them beta testers, that we've been working with to develop the product. Their firms range from hedge funds, family offices, and gaming companies already involved in transacting with digital assets.
We're positioning ourselves initially as a B2B product. There are competitors, but like ours, early stage and it's fragmented. Existing traditional competitors such as Xero and Oracle are entrenched, but have not offered any crypto solutions. The crypto infrastructure space is still young with plenty of opportunities.
We're looking to raise 3 million US using a standard SAFE agreement. This will enable us to hire a team to speed up the product development with a sufficient runway of over 18 months. Thank you very much for your time. We do have a demo as well, but we would like to open the floor for any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Super interesting product. Let's go indeed to the questions. I think that will further clarify the product, and it's like a little bit of a demo. I was interested to know why are there relatively few accounting, reporting, business insight platforms out there that do focus on crypto and digital assets? Do you think it's a sort of technical reason? Are there some difficulties to make the accounting, by the way, for those cryptos and those digital assets?
I can answer that. There are many accounting software solutions out there, so what we call Web 2.0 or previous legacy systems, right? But if we zoom out of the crypto space, we're all very entrenched in the crypto space. Companies like Oracle and Xero, 99% of their customers are not involved in crypto at the moment. It's a very fast-growing space, but for them, a large established company, to start from a technical perspective, from a product perspective, to start building something that's blockchain crypto native is going to be harder for them in terms of the bureaucracy, the paperwork, the technical kind of changes that they'll have to make. So we've seen sort of our direct competitors in this space, as we mentioned, are all relative startups as well in the last 2 or 3 years. And that's why we feel it's a fast-growing area, but one where it's still very early stage and fragmented. Basically, it's trying to get a big, large corporation to focus on this will take them a lot of time, because they're not as flexible and agile as a startup. That's kind of our edge at the stage, I think.
Yeah. And obviously we all been through a sort of roller coaster last week and the week before about cryptos. And so I would think that the regulatory environment is going to move fast or faster. Do you see that as a threat, or on the other end, rather as a help, a tailwind for you to enter that space?
Absolutely an opportunity and a tailwind. Our early version of our slides talked a lot about the upcoming regulations, and it was a bit boring. but
nobody was believing you, I'm sure.
Yes, the first slide you've seen was the first deck was very heavy on the regulations and talking in more detail about those that are coming. We feel it's an opportunity for us. We are agnostic to the price of Bitcoin or the price of these tokens. As long as we believe that digital assets are here to stay, transactions in digital assets are growing, and that this technology is where the world's developing, then we feel our kind of solution is, as you said at the beginning, the tools, the infrastructure, the picks and shovels to support the development of that whole new industry. So we feel up, down. We're agnostic to the. We're not a token looking at the price.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. We are unfortunately running out of time, but I will keep indeed in mind that image around pitch and shovels that you are here to provide to all those interesting projects entering that new space. And obviously, we should be careful to abide by the regulations. So thank you for that. Happy to have you there. Enjoy as well the other startup pitches. Stay with us. Go to the Decentraland as well if you want to try. And talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, moving to the next startup now. We are expecting CouponBay to be with us today. CouponBay has a focus on digital coupon transactions. They are in the space of the B2B2C products and service. They have a super strong network among merchants and customers, so end users, if you wish, across that space. So I think they are in a very good position to enter not only the space, but strengthen their position there. Let's see if we have with us the company ready to pitch. I don't see them yet here, so let's take advantage of this little delay to encourage you all attendees to go and look at our experience in Decentraland. It's very easy. You just have to click on the link we provide for you on the website of this conference. It's a super nice and fun experience to have. Be ready to get there. I think we have thousands of people listening to us today, so there may be some traffic jam at the entrance of the metaverse. We never know. As we replicate the full real world in metaverse, maybe we will replicate as well traffic jams. So get ready and have a look at that before the conference ends tonight. And remember, we'll be back in September as well. Now I see that we have been joined by Kathy, so we should be ready to go. Hello, Kathy. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Fine. Okay, good. So I will let you pitch the company and present, as I've already introduced you, and you will be the best one to explain exactly what you do. So we will be all ears. You can share your screen and you can start pitching the company. I'll be back in 5 minutes for some questions to you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Perfect. We can see your screen. You can go.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, first of all, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. Yeah. CouponBay provides us strategic solutions for the merchants to migrate from Web 2 to Web 3 seamlessly. Yeah, I just want to share this video. You can see the avatar can walk around the metaverse. Yeah, and she will go to the one fashion store. Yeah, as you can see, this dress, this avatar can click a buy button, whatever else. Yeah, and they paid by crypto. Then merchants can transfer an address NFT to the avatar and deliver a real dress to her home. But how can benefits to the merchant? We can provide the crypto payment services to the merchants. That means the merchants can receive the crypto payment. As I say that CouponBay provides an NFT marketplace for minting and reselling NFTs, the crypto payment solutions, and help the merchant how to integrate into the metaverse. Before launching NFTs, we need to do some analytics research what NFT campaigns goes, the price, target segment, planning and marketing to ensure the entire flow are going well. Here are some of our clients, which include different industry, something like education, dining, music, and shopping mall, which using different way of crypto services. As I say, NFT is just an entry pass for the Web3 and not only be minting NFT. Also can create many special experience or privilege offers to your VIPs. Here is one of our services, NFT tokenization. We can collaborate with the artists to create these unique characters of the NFTs, to launch the mystery box with different gifts or memberships. Those mystery box can be sold or retraded in the second market. This will regain the user acquisition and the retention. We also assist merchants to create a DAO community. There is no central leadership in DAO community. DAO is an organization where decisions get made from the bottom up, a collective of members own the organization. Every action in a DAO takes after being launched has to be approved by the community, and this is completely transparent and verifiable. For the pre-launch roadmap, which will be included the Web3 landing page, promotional videos, seeding, create Discord for the pre-hit phase to let the potential buyer to imagine what they will receive, the privilege experience, and the product goals. We provide the crypto payment solutions to the merchant. It means merchant can receive the crypto and fiat payment in virtual world and real world. If the user pay with connected with our CouponPay wallet, user can withdraw their NFT to their own wallet afterwards. As you can see that we can offer the EFT POS devices to accept both crypto and credit cards for any NFT purchase in store. Buyer can pay with fiat or crypto for NFT purchase. The device will show the real-time exchange rate. Once buyer accepts the rate, then they can make the payment directly. We are collaborating with the legit exchange platform for the exchange process. Merchant can receive the payment by their own wallet or their bank account as well. These images show that the buyer can connect their own wallet and pay by crypto or credit card on our NFT marketplace. CouponPay devices are various of tokenomic strategy cater for different needs and create your own cryptocurrency. We are also helping merchants to integrate the digital assets into the Metaverse, such as Metaverse architecture services, how to deploy the virtual lands, 3D models to the Metaverse or animation production as well.
Fantastic. Kathy, I will have to interrupt you now so that we have still some time to have a question together, because I think it's going to be very interesting. What we see is that you have obviously developed a lot of tools and softwares to equip companies who are willing to enter the metaverse and start selling NFTs, handling cryptocurrencies. So that's super interesting. The question for you is, based on the experience and the discussions you have with those customers, do you see NFTs as a sort of hype? Or do you see that as a technology that will create value for any of those business?
Yeah, let me give an example. In the physical world, artists create and sell their artwork, and making profit, typically losing the ownership of their work at the point. Future sales of the artwork benefit whomever owns the work at the point. Rarely do artists benefit financially from any sales beyond the initial sales that transfer their ownership. In the realm of NFTs, digital creators can program their royal contracts into the blockchain associated with their digital creations. These contracts can be stimulate and ensure that anytime the artwork is resold, the artists get the certain percentage of the new sales price. On the other hand, NFTs can offer different kinds of privilege or activities to your VIPs in the metaverse, thus increasing their engagement to stick with your community, also increase their loyalty in different ways.
Okay, thank you, Kathy, for that super explanation. And I think you are on the way to create a new space for all your customers to develop their businesses. So it's super exciting. I think you are really, creating for your customers. You are creating their own currency and payment solutions to be able to sell in the metaverse. And to increase their revenue. So that's a great project. Thank you for that. We will leave you there, Kathy, and please enjoy the conference while you are with us. Go yourself to the metaverse. Maybe you can do some shopping as well. So enjoy your time, and super happy to have you with us today. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Let us move probably to the next startup, although I see that they are not absolutely ready for now. The conference, as you know, is running today, and we will be back in September. So to all attendees, please try to go and make the best of our day today. We will, for ourselves, go to the next startup and present you Metamori as soon as they are ready. Metamori is a company that is creating more than 5,000 NFTs on the Solana blockchain. And those NFTs are to be used for an upcoming play-to-earn app. In the future, they are planning to mix also more DeFi and traditional finance concepts together to be used in NFTs. They want also to create gamification around the ways that you can earn incomes with NFTs. So obviously, on their way to create new applications and new ways of enjoying the metaverse for all the users out there. They are coming from quite far away to see us, so quite exciting to have them with us. As soon as they will be ready, we will start. But again, remember, enjoy the platform, listen to our speakers, go to the Decentraland experience, and see how it can work. I see that Tushite, do I pronounce correctly your name, is with us. I don't know if you can hear us, Tushite. He will be presenting, so again, Metamori NFTs project. As soon as the tech is ready to move on, we're expecting Tushite to be able to hear and to talk. I see Tushite moving on the screen. Hello, can you hear us? I think you're on mute, Tushite. Can you hear us? I can see you. Hello, Tushite, can you hear us now? That's the nice issue about direct streaming. As you can see, we are not cheating. It's not pre-recorded events here. We are live and enjoying life as well. Let's see if Tushite is listening and hearing us. Probably not, as I can see it disappeared again. All right, so let's go back to the previous startups that we've seen this morning. I think you had a pretty wide array of companies tackling several different issues and aiming at different objectives around Web3. The whole objective of that track was really to let you sense a little bit the variety of projects. So although some of them are obviously in the beginnings and trying to find their way, it shows how attractive is the space for startups and entrepreneurs. And behind those entrepreneurs, of course, there is also a big move among the investment community. We see a lot of VCs and funds and angels making their way into that space, which is quite brave because we are all discovering, honestly, what's happening here. I can't say that we do know what will be the winners, what is going to stay, what is going to be only some hype, as you can read in the press. A lot of people are asking those questions, but obviously we don't really know. So it's all about today discovering all those entrepreneurs, opening the way for all of us, by the way. So I'm saying a big bravo to them for doing that. And let us get back to one of them. I think that Touche is here and maybe he can hear us now.
Yeah, I can hear you guys right now.
Fantastic. Do I pronounce correctly your name? Sorry, Touche.
You can call me Jason. It's my English name.
Jason. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
That's
then
not
you won't know what is your real name then. Let's go with Jason. No worries.
Yeah.
So Jason, we are 8 minutes together. So I will leave the floor to you to pitch the company. You will probably explain much better than I can do what you're doing. So the floor is yours. You can share your screen.
All right.
And watch out to the timer. We want to have still some time for questions. So I will come back in 5 minutes for those questions.
All right. Thanks, man. All right. Let me just share my screen real quick. Yeah, here we go. Hope you guys can see that.
We can see your screen. You can go.
All right. So, well, first of all, I'm a co-founder and CIO, like Chief Innovation Officer of Metamori. Metamori is basically a Web3 company located in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. So before going deep dive into company, there's just like a real quick introduction of myself. My real name is Tushikir, which is super long, so I just prefer Jason. So as I told you before, I'm the co-founder and also Chief Innovation Officer. And also I've been named one of the Forbes 30 under 30 Mongolia this year. So yeah, basically it's about me. And yeah, this is Metamori. So Metamori is one of the pioneer Web3, especially the NFT company here in Mongolia. We founded like a half a year ago, and now we have a team of 3 and all working like full time on this project. So one of the very first project that we're launching and that we're working on right now is Metamori NFT. Mer means like horse in English, so it's basically a meta horse. So we are creating 5,000 NFTs on Solana blockchain, and yeah, as you can see, you can see on the screen that previews of our NFTs, and our NFTs are just like any other profile NFTs, are all different, and they all generated from like over 200 different attributes. So it's basically just showing how this Metamori is generated. This is really brief framework of how we work. So just like any other profile NFT, we have all of market collection, but the very highlighted thing about our project is that we do have a thing called game, so which basically includes burning and staking and also pool. So I will talk more about this later. Here we go. So in the last 6 months, we've been working really hard on our project, and we also developed our native NFT marketplace from scratch. We took a lot of inspiration from OpenSea or Magic Eden, but we just wrote the code ourselves from zero. So this is what our marketplace looks like right now. And then also we minted all our like NFTs on Solana blockchain, which means that our users can get their NFT into their Solana wallets, for example, like Phantom and all the other ones. So, and also we are verified on Metaplex, which is one of the very like the biggest Solana protocol. And with that means like we listed our NFT collection in all other like biggest Solana marketplaces, starting with like Solana and Solana Art, and then also like the Michigan. So yeah, this is just basically showing just what I talked about before. And this one is very interesting. We also start our burning and staking. So we, as you can see on the screen, our users can, just burn their NFTs and then can get the custom NFT of their choice. So on the right here, we can see that this Metamori is numbered 955, and then this user burned well over like 14 Metamors, and then he got this Naruto gym with Metamor custom made from our designer. And then also we have this one like burned 10 NFTs and then got like this custom made NFT. And with that, like you burn your NFTs and then you get your custom NFT, and then you can stake that NFT for 40% annual yield. So it's kind of more like an investment thing. And right now we are working on our mobile application. It's a very early version draft. So with this mobile application, we are really hoping that we want to like add more play to earn concepts to our NFTs. So one thing that we are working right now is that there will be a like NFT collection called like items. It's just a code name. We haven't like finalized on the name. So with the item, just like any other game, if you buy the item and then you attach that to your character might like have much more higher power or speed or strength. And just like that, if you have more items or if you have more rare ones, your NFTs can have much higher yield. So which means that you'll earn more money. So in the future, we are really hoping to add more like mini games to make it more interesting. And as in a startup, yesterday we got our initial investment, it's a seed investment from one of the like very biggest and well-known investment firm in Mongolia. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
No,
this
that's
one is
great.
Yeah, thanks. This one is showing that with the seed investment, we are hiring 3 more people to join our core team.
Okay.
So I don't know if you guys know anyone, just let me know. And also you guys can see that this is in core code of our Discord server. So
Okay.
it's to be honest, it's my first time pitching in English, so I lost so
No
many
worries.
minutes.
Let's go to questions very
sure.
quickly. We still have only 50 seconds for you.
All right.
So a quick questions for you, Jason. How do you see yourself differentiating from other communities around NFTs, collectibles, burning, staking, buying NFTs? I can see a very famous club using also another kind of animal as an NFT. So how do you want to differentiate?
Well, we don't want to focus too much on the token stuff, because we saw what happened to Luna. So we want to bring more traditional financial models into the NFT world. So which means we're gonna mix NFT DeFi and also the traditional financial model that's working right now, right? So I think that's one big difference.
Thank you very much for being with us and bringing a little bit of fresh air from Mongolia to Hong Kong. That's very great. We wish you best of luck with your project. We were very happy to talk to you. Enjoy the day on our conference, and I hope we will cross our path very soon enough.
All right.
Bye now, Jason.
Bye-bye.
Let's get right to the next company, Questland, coming as well from Mongolia, I think. So interestingly, we have a lot of young companies starting over there. That's quite new for us, but interesting. Questland is an AR, VR, and geolocation-based game and platform. They connect the real world with the virtual world, and the actual size of the metaverse in Questland is there to equal the size of our own real world. So I'm very curious to know a little bit more about that project. I think we have with us Nergi. Is that the way to pronounce it?
Yes, Nirgui.
Nergi, very welcome to you, Nergi. We are happy to have you on board. I will let you present the company for some minutes, 4 or 5 max, and then I'll be back with some questions for you. So now you can share your screen, if you wish to, and start pitching the company.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Nirgui from Questland, Mongolia. We are an independent IT and software company established in December 2021. And we just launched our Questland Metaverse platform in April. And this foundation of ours is actually rooted in becoming a competitive game developer in the world's market to develop the first pledged Metaverse coin chest. It's a game that's on Questland platform, and eventually it's actually offering to create us more meta services and products along with developing the game. So what is Questland? So Questland is a virtual world, geolocation-based world, and it is the same size as our Earth and consisting of 10 by 10 meter virtual land tiles. So Questland ecosystem token is based on token, and our ecosystem is actually eco-friendly, and main utility token is Quest, and buying, selling lands, chests, and assets. It's utilized for that. And so Solarium is our next token, and players can mine by using Solarium, and also buying chests from own lands. And Solarium is also used for Aurorium token, which is the most precious token in Questland, and used for upgrading and land and chests and assets. So what are the opponents of our Metaverse game platform? It's a customer, of course, it's our players, and anyone can enter Questland, can use our customized avatar supplied by the Questland avatar system, and also businesses, we call it merchants, and any business or products can be enter Questland by using their product name or marketing. And AI player is our uniqueness, and it's our virtual customer who can actually live and interact with others on our platform. So we offer sell, own, rent assets, land, and mine crypto, wealth, and also to live and interact with others, because Questland has that geolocation-based ability which overlaps the actual location of the world. And access, utilize 3D services, virtual services, and be able to market virtual brands and products and services. So what is our competitive advantage? We can create from our imagination whatever avatar you want to be in Questland platform. And also the geolocation-based AR can do the move and earn gamification business method. And also the AI-based virtual players can live there and enjoy there as a real player. So this is how we see our business roadmap in 4 years. So now we are developing our game and we finance ourselves. And in 3 years, we will be gaining 100,000 users. Just from the 100,000 users, we will be making $1 million. And there, at the time, we will be marketing, launching NFT. We will be actually doing global markets and reaching 500,000 users. At the time, we will be already delivered our final product and stabilize our business. So this is how we see what we need as terms of capital and $400,000. And this is how we are just in graphic, we are showing our financial model. Project phase, we are by 2025, we will be focusing more on trust and metaverse economy because identity and security will be evolving and more being developed at the time as the metaverse system evolves, and we will be a stable business. And core asset of our team company is our team. We have an expert from banking, financial, blockchain, game, and software developer. And this is us. And if you have any question, please feel free to contact us.
A very quick question for you.
Okay.
Mergui, we have only 30 seconds left, but I was curious to understand better, what is the geolocation feature? So do you say that in Quest world, I will be sitting at the same place as the one I'm sitting in the real world?
That's correct. You understood. Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you very much. I think that's probably one interesting differentiation that you are bringing to the meta world. So on that, I will let you go there and enjoy our own platform. Thank you very much for being with us and explaining Quest to us. And best wishes for your projects to be successful. Moving now to the next startups and the last one on our track, which is Unu Web. We'll see if we can have on board Delger Bayar, if I pronounce well his name, to be ready to pitch for us. The last startup of this track before we get back to the next event on our platform. Yes, I can see Delger Bayar. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Nice to have you with us. So just making sure I can pronounce correctly your name. Is that Delger Bayar?
Yes, it's totally correct. And if it's hard to pronounce my name, full name, just call me Deggy.
Okay, thank you, Debbie. But it's nice to see those names coming up. We are learning more about your own country. So thank you for being with us today and making the trip, even if it's virtual. We are already in the metaverse, so it's easier for you to be there. You are the first NFT project backed by artifacts. So you will explain to us more about that. You are coming from Mongolia as well, so welcome here. A little bit in the south of Asia for you. But without further ado, conscious of time, I'll let you present the company and share your screen if you wish, and I'll be back with a question for the end.
Okay,
so
thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, and I'm gonna start sharing my screen. Okay, is it working?
Yeah, we can see it. You can go.
Okay, so as you know, my name is Dilger Bayer Enbish, and you can call me Deggy, and I'm representing Panther the Known NFT project. And you can see our name from our logo, Panther, but if you see it like horizontally, you can see it's like Mongolian national old script. It's saying Mongol. Yep. So the reason why we initiated this project is like after COVID-19 quarantine times, everybody got stuck in their like really small space. They're stuck in their own lifestyle, 8 to 5 p.m., get up, go to work, and then eat something and then get back to work and maybe sleep again, you know, all trapped in kind of like a similar lifestyle every day. So less, you know, less risk, and everything is, you know, expected almost 100%. You can manage everything on your own. So which means there are less and less excitedness in our own lifestyle. So we wanted to give a spark to everyone through our project. So we want to give everybody once in a lifetime chance to actually attend an ecological event each year. Starting point is Central Asia, Mongolia. The reason why we chose Mongolia as our first stop is our current resource, of course, and the second of all, it's the like 2,000 or over 3,000 years ago, Shanyu Empire was here in Mongolia, and we have found so many artifacts from Central Asia, Baikal, Russia, and specifically from Mongolia. So we have 4 to 5 points we want to explore more this year, this summer, upcoming in the June and July. So we want to, before the event, we want to launch on OpenSea and gather the community together, and let's just together resolve the mysteries beyond the 7 mysteries in the world. There are like infinite possibilities in our world of ours. So we have a goal statement that we want to reveal mysteries, first of all, and second of all, we want to build those history in the metaverse. First example is we are working on a 3D model on the Metaverse Tom version of the Shanyu Empire, which is unexpectedly looks like a pyramid, but downward side. And I'm going to show you pictures from it. And our team is a startup. We just have 3 members, but we have established a collaboration with Mongolian Academy of Sciences Institute of History and Technology. And we are welcoming all the NFT enthusiasts and explorers from all the world. And we have 3 main slogans: explore, earn, enjoy. And let's move on. So as I mentioned before, all explorers have a chance. They have a chance in a lifetime that they can attend a real-life ecological event. So this year's expedition is promising 5 main points, 5 main deliveries. First one is blockchain assurance of artifacts, relics from the BC 209, maybe even before that, like who knows, right? And lifetime memory, extreme travel, experience nomad lifestyle in the nature in Mongolia, and festivals in the nature into the wild. The theme is, and we have 3 main slogans: explore, earn, enjoy. So we have 3 also the same goals representing all those slogans of ours. First one is entertainment. As I mentioned before, we are launching in Metaverse Tom in maybe Q3 of the 2022, which will have 3 layers. First one is main lobby. And our Panthers have 5 different mystical powers. And in the metaverse, they can experience all those powers. And we all have, you know, unique traits. So we can enjoy there and in the main lobby, and we will have an event hall on the 2nd floor downwards. It's all going downwards. And in the event hall, we will cooperate with all the universities or professors, and they can let us know their researches and their recent works or everything, and we can talk about it. And we, you know, the why we have to care about history is repeating it like every time, like all the time, so we can reveal mysteries and also know that you know, history is awesome, history is hype also. And the last layer is top secret. And if you want to join the top secret layer, you have to join our project, and that's it. And also this, we will reveal secret events in the Metaverse tomb, and you can see the picture of the Metaverse tomb look like. And it has layers, and if you see the shape, it's a downward pyramid. And in the real world, we will build it, and you can see it and explore it yourself, and also in the Metaverse. So we have, win-win situation here. And for the exhibition, we will launch the tomb, and the exhibition will be launched also. And we will unravel previously never seen relics in this Metaverse and also exhibition. And you can see from these relics, it's representing sun and moon. Shenyu Empire people represented sun as a panther, and a goat as like an old goat as a moon, because the goat has no wings, but they can reach into like higher tops of mountains, and you can see.
Debbie, yeah, I'm really sorry, but we are absolutely running out of time, so we'll have to conclude here.
Sure.
But we are super interested in your project. I think it's a fantastic idea to link the very ancient past and our heritage to the very, very new world, which is Metaverse. So very well done. I hope we can have a discussion and discover more about where the idea is coming from, because it's really interesting and new. Well done. Our best wishes for your project. Sorry for cutting short, but we are really running out of time. So from here, I will wish to all our attendees to enjoy the next speeches on the platform, and also remember, enjoy the Metaverse. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our session at Scaleup Impact Summit. I'm super glad to host Bridget for our fireside chat. I'm Diane. I'm working on expanding Angel Hub in Europe. So if you're based in Europe or looking at the European market, feel free to reach out. And I'm also very passionate about impact and social environmental projects. And the endless possibilities that the Web3 can bring to revolutionize the impact space. So I'm here with Bridget Greenwood. Welcome, Bridget.
Thank you very
Bridget
much.
Is the founder of The Bigger Pie, which aims to support women in tech, and the co-founder of the 200 Billion Club, among other projects. So thanks for being with us. Bridget, do you want to tell us first who you are and where you come from and what you're involved in today?
Yes, thanks very much for inviting me. So as you say, I'm Bridget Greenwood, founder of The Bigger Pie and co-founder of the 200 Billion Club. So The Bigger Pie is about supporting women in Web3, women in blockchain. I came into the space, I went down the Bitcoin rabbit hole in 2015, 2016, but I still couldn't figure out how to actually get hold of any Bitcoin. And a friend of mine said, here, send me some money, download this wallet, and I'll send you an equivalent in BTC. And by the way, would you like to join my startup? And at the time before, I used to be an independent financial advisor, and that was BC before Child. Then I had a business where I was helping financial services companies with their social media. But the way that we've seen social media develop and grow, how centralized it is, what we've seen with Cambridge Analytica, it wasn't an area that I wanted to continue to working in. So when I was invited to join the startup, I was like, yes, of course. And it was a fascinating year for me in that space. And I was able to see that this technology wasn't just a potential for a financial way that we can get involved as an alternative, but actually this technology had far wider reaching implications. And then you were talking about impact and the importance of impact, and that's what I see this technology really can do. So it gives us the ability to be able to reach across anywhere and start to interact with people, lift them up on a financial, in a meaningful financial way. And we can also choose to change what we're valuing and where we're flowing money. But that only happens if we're going to build businesses that use the technology in this way. So whilst I was in this first year of the startup, I had a look around and we could see incredible women in the space. So I did the research on the women. I'm not saying that the men weren't, but the research on the women. And they speak multiple languages, they have multiple degrees, they have career CVs like you wouldn't believe. And this is 2017, 2018. So that was my first crypto winter, as we called it. And they were building in this environment. And it was just unbelievable. So I asked them, is there something that you need support in from a women's perspective whilst we're in, building in crypto and in this emerging tech, which is already quite male dominated? And the answer was yes. So that's when I then decided to start the Bigger Pie, which is a sort of build up to what there was. So the Bigger Pie is able to make sure that women are well connected. They can share their resources, they can share their networks, they can share opportunities. We want to make sure that they can be seen, because role models are so important. The more that I've been doing the work, the more I understand just how important visibility is. So that's where we are in the Bigger Pie. And then as I was looking at why do women still not have anywhere near the parity that we think that they should have, especially when it's matched their capabilities, I had a look and was researching it. Why are we where we are, and what does work and what doesn't work? And then in that space, I saw the statistics of how much VC funding female founders get. And pre-pandemic, that was 3%. Post-pandemic, that's gone down. And so that's where the 200 billion club comes in. So the 200 billion club I've co-founded with Amber Gadar to address the issues of how much funding female founders get.
Wow, thanks. We actually heard Amber yesterday on this stage, and she also talked a lot about digital nation and being citizens of new nation and sharing more opportunities and shared governance. Was really interesting. We can really see the passion and the why you came together to revolutionize this space, for sure. And that's great.
I'm very lucky to have her as a co-founder.
Yeah, that was a great talk. So you founded those two clubs. How is it going, and what are the main achievements so far?
So if you look at the Bigger Pie, it's been really interesting. So we've grown organically. Women who are in our community invite other women who come into the community, and we have been running since 2019, which in the Web3 world is actually quite a long space of time. So we have some really senior women in our community, and we have managed to build a culture of reciprocity. So if you'll come in, you'll ask a question, and you'll get an answer way more than you thought you would in terms of pointed at resources, in terms of giving introductions. There's a lot when you come into the space from Web 2 or traditional finance, and you might be coming in as a consultant or an advisor at a senior level. And how do you know what you negotiate? How do you know what the market price is for what you're doing? How do you understand not just on the salary in terms of the fiat that you can get paid, but what equity you might be able to be, would be reasonable, what the vesting looks like. And then, of course, it's Web3. So are there any tokenomics that are involved, and what does that look like? So there's a whole range of things. The community are very great at supporting each other and doing. We've seen a huge influx over the last, I would say 6 to 8 months. So when I was first in the space in 2017, it was all around cryptocurrencies. It was mostly around sort of financial models, which most people find quite boring anyway. Then when you add on the tech speak and then tokenomics, I can see why a lot of people didn't necessarily come into the space then. But now when we're seeing more applications like NFTs, like the ability to actually create your own content and own your content, build communities, then we're seeing a lot more women coming in. And I'm really thrilled and pleased to see that that's the case. So in terms of what support do these women need? I'm particularly focused on making sure that we have women in senior positions. We need women in senior positions, a minimum of 30%. Otherwise, what will end up is the same unconscious bias when it comes to hiring practices, promotional practices, and work environments that we see that don't always work in traditional sectors. Women in the tech sector leave at twice the rate as their male peers do for a variety of reasons, including lack of flexibility, but also the way they can be not necessarily treated as per their capabilities, but more by their gender. So we want to make sure that as these companies and organizations are building in such a nascent space, that we have the opportunity to be able to place, senior people in these startups. So one of the things that we're doing is being able to help women who come from Web 2 or traditional finance to accelerate their Web 3 knowledge. So there's years of management and years of work that you can do that we can't accelerate. But in terms of coming into Web3, then what can we do to accelerate that? So we've got the Zero to CTO program that we're launching and Zero to CMO program as well, that allows you to go through the technical details that you need, then have an apprenticeship. So you're working with live projects before we can place you out into the marketplace. So those things I'm excited to see developing. And of course, the other thing is we've opened up the world again to being able to have in-person events. So it's working with other organizations to make sure that we are seeing representation of women at these events. So that's been really exciting to see in this year.
Yeah, definitely.
In terms of the 200 billion club, I could sort of talk around that as well. So yeah, we launched earlier this year, and it's great. We built up. So the 200 billion club, what does it do? It helps female founders to be able to get access to VC funding. Once we've done the research and had a look out there as to why women are getting so little, there are two main factors that we could see that we can actually help to tackle. The first one is you need a warm introduction to a VC to have any chance of getting your pitch looked at. And you're 13 times more likely to get funding with a warm introduction. And at the moment, the majority of VCs are within male networks. So what we're doing is we're removing that barrier. And in the equity space, we've managed to get 50 plus VC firms who are on board. And that's been really exciting. And now we're launching the Web3 cohort. So we're, a call out to any crypto VCs who would love to have access to pre-vetted deal flow to female-led startups, because we're building up that panel as well. So we can give a warm introduction from the founders to the investors. And throughout that journey as well, what we're doing is, okay, what's everything that you need to have in your pitch deck? If you're a first-time female founder, it doesn't matter you're female or male founder, if you're a first-time founder going for this round, it's like, what do you need to do? What language do investors talk? What does your pitch have to look like? Do you have the right product fit? What is your is your data room clean, etc. So we help them do this. And then what we really love is that we have something that we call mock pitches. So each week the founder gets to pitch in front of a VC and get feedback on what they did like, but more importantly, why they won't invest at this stage. Because if you've ever gone through the rounding, rounds of looking to raise, they tell you to come back in 6 months or what have you, but they don't say what they'd like to see that's different. So we're allowing the founders to get that feedback and that information so they can adjust and reiterate. And by the time that they finish the mock pitches, they're ready to go in front of the VCs that are ready to invest, at the stage that they're in, with the vertical that they're in, et cetera, et cetera. So really setting them up for success to be able to get that round of funding.
Well, that's super exciting. I definitely remember that a warm introduction to VC gives you 13 times more chances to get funded, which is great.
Yes.
I see a lot of collaboration and opportunities between Angel Hub and the 200 Billion Club, and I think we do share a lot of the same passion and the same impact that we want to create. So that's really glad. I'm looking forward to what can happen next on this side. You mentioned about, just before coming back to Web3 and maybe the trends of the project that you see compared to potentially other continents or other stages. You mentioned about your program Zero to CTO and Zero to CMO, which is a really interesting program for basically upskilling women to a more Web3 tech environment. What are the usually the profiles of those women who want to transition to Web3 space, and maybe if you saw any trends in terms of new jobs, new types of opportunities that are existing in Web3 that were never even existing in the Web2 space?
So in terms of the roles, you need to be able to build, and then you need to be able to tell people what you build, which is why we're starting off with the Zero to CTO and the Zero to CMO. What's interesting in Web3 is the particular importance of community. So when you're looking at transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3, yes, there is understanding the skills. There's understanding the cultural differences between a centralized ecosystem and a decentralized ecosystem, the importance of your community, and how building that community is incredibly important. Then we've got things like looking at tokenomics. So the financials are very different. In terms of the opportunities of coming in, something that I really, really like about what we have in Web3 is the permissionless opportunities for work. So I was on a panel last week, and I heard the story about a woman in her mid-50s. So someone who's hugely experienced, hugely talented, but had taken some time out whilst she was raising her family, and then wanted to come back into the workplace. And someone suggested to her, look at have a Web3, and we have a thing called DAOs. It stands for a decentralized autonomous organization, a DAO, which doesn't really help you to explain what it is, but it's an organization where you can join the Discord channel, you can go in, you can have a look at what's going on, you can see where the conversations are, you can begin to learn and see just by, literally just watching. As to where your transferable skills can start to help. So this woman did this, and she started researching it and like seeing the conversations, not understanding the language, doing her research, putting that down. And then they had an AMA, a Q&A session, and she said, oh, I can do that. And she's now working for the Bankless DAO, earning a really, a really good income around the flexibility that she wants. So coming into the space, I think is very exciting that you can have a look at what projects are around, offer your services without having to worry about being the wrong age, not having the right experience. If you've got the skill sets and you can deliver and you can prove that you can do that, then it's a new way into the space.
And so maybe in this space, there will be less gender gap.
So the theory is, yes, we could have that. There are quite a few DAOs, for example, where they don't identify who they are. So, you won't use your real name, you'll use an avatar. So in theory, people won't know what your gender is. And that sounds like a great way to be able to sort of make it an equal footing. But the reality isn't quite that way, because people will jump onto these things. They do sort of reveal who you are. And what can happen is we can't measure actually what is the gender equity, where is that set? If we don't know, then it's difficult to measure. And it does mean that sometimes you have actors where, because their identity isn't known, they can behave more poorly. So yes, there's huge potential. Yes, I was really excited as I saw, DeFi and Web3 and NFTs rise during the pandemic, making sure that the workforce is remote and it's global, which there are many things that keep women out of the workforce, particularly when they start a family. So all of those things are exciting and have the potential, but we still have a lot of work to do to make sure that women are coming into the space, At the moment you come in, it's like, well, where do I start and how do I know where to go? So find communities like the Bigger Pie, come in, ask people, and we'll direct you to various resources that will help upskill you to learn, to earn, to grow, and to be funded.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, women needs also role model, and as you were saying, being more visible.
Yes.
We talked a lot before in our prep call about the patriarchy and how women needs to stand up as well, and we need to change the system. How do, maybe just in a quick words on for women that are listening, how can they join the Bigger Pie community?
Oh, thank you. So if you want to have a look at the website, which is www.thebiggerpie.io, and on the right-hand side, you'll see the community where you can join in there. It's on Telegram. So as long as you're happy to be able to use Telegram, come in, you'll get a welcome message, and you'll be shown all the resources that we have. So that would be a great way. And then if you're interested in the 200 Billion Club, either you can go to the contact page at the 200bn.club, or if you come via the Bigger Pie again, I can redirect you.
Oh, great, thanks. And is the Bigger Pie or even the 200 Billion Club going to be transformed or transition into DAOs as well, where everyone can, be a part of the governance and...
Yeah, so this is a great question. I mean, if you're a female founder and you're coming into Web3, we've mentioned some of the different things that you need to look at, community tokens, but governance is one of those. So sometimes it's good to have a central organization for what you're doing, and other times it's great to have a decentralized organization. So the Bigger Pie itself is going through that conversation around, okay, what parts of what we want to do would work well in a DAO. We have a whole bunch of our community who are interested in helping us as DAO strategists to be able to make that transition as to where it's appropriate. And Amber and I have been speaking about whether or not the investment side of the 200 Billion Club could set up as a DAO. So watch this space is what I can say on that.
Awesome. And looking at all, because you have a lot of partners, and that the way you also expand and scale on the 200 Billion Club, especially with VCs, do you see trends coming out? Especially you're based in the UK, but I think your community is everywhere in the world. Yesterday, Karina was saying the world is listening, and it's actually true. We can be anywhere at any time. Do you see any specific trends or any specific projects that are coming more to you for investment and acceleration? Or it's a bit of everything, and Web3 is still very, very broad, and we are learning and discovering new things every day?
Yeah, it is the latter. Web3 is very, very broad. What I see that women are doing particularly is they're solving real world problems. And that's what I really like about the projects, because you can follow a trend. It was NFTs and the buzzword is Metaverse, whatever it might be. You can follow those trends and the money flows there. That's great. But in terms of a sustainable business, what does that look like? In terms of a business that it doesn't matter what happens to the economy, there is still a need for it to be out there. Those are the businesses that I'm really excited to be able to see that we're attracting, that are coming in. And that will, and having brilliant founders behind them. I mean, Caroline Hughes at Lifetimes is one of them. So as I mentioned, I used to be an independent financial advisor. And the idea of individuals choosing to manage their finances rather than you having to sell the sit down and let's talk about it and go through that process is a huge one in the UK for sure. I'm sure that there will be slightly different cultures and how people view their finances, but she's managed to be able to get individuals to look at their finances through gamification, and then to be able to find the right solutions to be able to not just see what they could do, but then put that into practice. And so it was wonderful seeing her bringing this into the metaverse and giving you access not to just the traditional financial tools, but also what we have in DeFi Web3 space. So these are sorts of things that I'm finding really exciting. A lot around sustainability as well. So when it comes to the value chain in farming, allowing smallholder farmers to have access to supplies that they wouldn't otherwise, a supply chain that they wouldn't otherwise be able to have better access to finances, to help them at the early stages of their crops, to get a better share of, you know, the price when it is eventually sold at market. These are the things I think are hugely powerful. And then we're seeing other ones working in fashion. The fashion industry has a terrible carbon footprint when it comes to the supply chain and material waste, in terms of how much a brand will produce compared to how much is bought. So a lot of these things are now being tackled using this technology. So very exciting spaces to be looking out for.
I completely agree. And also it goes back to the consumer, and that's why the consumer and the end client being involved and being part of the community earlier on can really change the impact in the end. I've got a question from the audience. Can you see different trends in Europe versus US or even Asia when it comes to gender diversity?
So what have I seen? I did a little bit of research on this before coming into the panel to see, because obviously I have a bigger exposure as to where I am in the UK and Europe. In Southeast Asia, in 2020, female founders got 17.2% of the VC funding, right? That's amazing. In the US, it went from 3% to 2%, and I think in Europe, we're down to 1%. So in terms of, I mean, you can't build anything without money, right? So if we can just recognize and find out what's going right in Southeast Asia, what can we do? There's a fund called, it's a social impact fund. Social Capital, I believe the fund is called, and they recognise the bias in the pitching process. So we talked about the importance of the warm introduction, but actually when female founders are pitching, they get asked what's called preventive questions rather than promotive questions. And if you answer it in a preventive way, 5 times less likely to get funding. So it's being able to recognise what a preventive question is and how to turn it into a promotive answer. But we're human beings, right? So we like to invest and deal with people that look like us and that we understand. So there's always going to be an unconscious bias. We have to put in really great design principles to be able to get past that. And so the Social Capital Fund get the pitching process out and said, we're just going to bring people into our fund based on data, let the data talk for itself. And they had 40% of their founders are female, which is higher than any other. Because all the data says, you know, if you invest in women, she'll give you 78 cents on the dollar invested, men will give you something like 38 cents, you know. All of the data does suggest that at this time, where female founders who you know, have to work really hard and will give you greater returns. So, but then if you look at other stats, you know, if you are going to invest in your own business, then on average, it takes around 115,000 of your own money to get started with your business, which is quite interesting because I see many men never having to use their own money. But then it said that in China, that average went from 115,000 to 150,000. So I think regionally, we're just seeing a lot of differences. And I think we should look at the regions where we're seeing successes and find out what they're doing and then bring that to where we're at.
Yeah, definitely. So let's look more at Southeast Asia in terms of gender diversity. That's great, and that's great because we are focused on Asia, Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, Singapore. So we completely agree with you on this. I think we are just on time to end our fireside chat. It was really a pleasure. Thanks
Thank you so
lot
much
for being here. It was a great and insightful conversation for sure. I'm looking forward to what's next for you, for your communities, and for potential collaboration together and all the opportunities that might arise for our audience after this amazing Scaleup Impact Summit. And actually, next session is about institution and how they embrace Web3. So I think it's a great transition for our day.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for inviting me on to share the story and to talk. Anyone who wants to learn about more than we've said, please reach out. We would love to hear from you.
Awesome. Thank you, Bridget.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to SIS 2022. I'm Matthew Chen. I'm delighted to be joined by Peter Lingos, Head of Ecosystems, Venture Capitals, Global Asset Management at SBCs. So Peter, with extensive experience in the startup realm, develop innovation areas, and then he got a really tremendous track record to build 9 accelerator programs in the past. So in these sections, we are going to talk about how institutions are embracing Web3. So good day, Peter. Thanks for joining us. So Metaverse, NFT, Web3 is one of the hottest topics in town, even in the corporate realm or the enterprise areas. There are lots of companies, they are arranging internal sharing for their teams to learn about these topics. So HSBC looks aggressive in this area. Now we see lots of happenings around these topics of HSBC. So could you share with us how is your company thinking and approaching Web3 from the institution point of view?
Yeah, no, it's a real pleasure to be here, and hi to everybody out there in the audience, and great to be here with you, Matthew. Obviously, the work that we do together in our day jobs is really important as we serve customers and as our platforms evolve because of this new technology. HSBC has been paying attention to the underlying technologies of Web3 very closely for many years. We've done many proof of concepts that have moved to pilots and even moved to existing products for our B2B services, our interbank settlements, and many of our behind the scenes technologies for many years already. Obviously, HSBC is a digital bank today. It is many of the transactions, over 95% of the transactions that happen in Hong Kong already happen digitally. And obviously we can thank COVID for that in many cases where we've all been stuck at home or not been able to travel, and we've relied on our digital mobile phones or our web browsers to do our banking. But those Web 2 technologies, the apps or the browser, also have some limitations. And as we work with our customers, and customers expect things to happen instantly. They expect things to be transparent. They expect to be able to do things in an interoperable way, not only within Hong Kong, but perhaps across the Greater Bay or even into other countries around the world. A lot of these new technologies are things that we're looking at to try and make things more efficient, enable customers to do things faster or cheaper, and it's not happening overnight, but it is happening slowly, and we're starting to see, in fact, we've won awards already in the commercial trade finance space for certain blockchain transactions that have happened between multiple banks and customers, and we're doing some interesting things like supporting some of these homegrown entrepreneurs like the Animoca Group and the Sandbox, where we feel there's a lot of opportunity to engage with our younger audiences and start to participate in the experimentation that's happening in the Web3 space.
It's really good. 95% of the transactions between Hong Kong is based on digital channels. I think it's really a sort of foundation. So how do you see is this a good foundation in the Web2 is the element to step in Web3, or that is a complete separate step if others corporate institutions they want to explore in this area? So is it something related?
Well, I mean, whether it's Web 1 or Web 2 or Web 3, there are lots of different skill sets that your team needs to bring these things to life. On one side, you need to be able to really fall in love with the customer problem, and you need to quickly be able to come up with new ideas that will solve customer problems. And so there's a certain type of skill set that your teams need, which is very startup, type of skill sets. And in fact, perhaps many of the ecosystem here in Hong Kong have come from big banks, right? And they've left their jobs and they've decided, hey, there's a real problem that needs to be solved, and the bank's not going to do it. So I'm going to move outside and try and prove and build or validate a product solution. And that's a bit of a grind. It's hard to do. Often there's multiple pivots that happen on that process, but it's a real skill set in itself. And the second skill set is once you have validation for a technology or a product, you've got to operationalize it. You've got to, scale it. And there's a different skill set that's required for that. And, scaling a business or operationally running a business is a completely, it's certainly something that big banks and big companies know how to do really well, right? They pay a lot of people to run governance, meetings and make sure that things are well planned and make sure that finances and budgets are in place. And then when you're in the banking environment, when you're in a regulated sector, you also have a whole other set of skills that are required, and that is paying attention and informing and engaging with the regulatory controls and the compliance needs of a business. And that's really important because the regulators are also doing their best to protect the economy. They're doing their best to protect consumers, and we want to work with them, share with them what we learned, and help them set in place guidance or controls that enable Hong Kong to be successful and Hong Kong to grow and Hong Kong to continue to have the success that it's had in the past as a global financial hub.
That's good. Banking is really a highly regulated industry. Those are AML, KYCs, lots of things is really need to really go through. Really glad that HSBC is supporting the startup so well. So back to the Web3 areas, what kind of initiatives and projects can you share with us that really signaling HSBC convictions in this area? Because there's really lots of happenings from media side.
Yeah, I guess there's kind of four big areas that are kind of worth talking about, and all of these are very much in the public domain. So those of you who have been paying attention to the good things that the bank is doing will might be familiar with some of them already. Obviously, I mentioned already the sandbox commitment that we've made. That's going to be a very exciting brand experience where we can bring in some of the really cool sponsorships that we already have with, whether it's the rugby sevens, whether it's the cycling, whether it's the golf, whether it's the badminton. There's lots of brand experiences that we do all over the world that we can bring into the metaverse and enable our metaverse participants, those of you who get in there and play with it to experience some of those brand experiences that the bank is really sort of committed to. Now, there are some other things that the bank's doing also, which are really quite interesting. In the massively online multiplayer gaming space, we've got a sponsorship with a really an Asian-based tournament business called One Esports that has some direct relationships to the technologies that are being used not only in gaming but also in professional gaming environments, but also in the environments that the online environments of bringing to life better gaming experiences. And I think we've all seen that the game use cases seems to be the most popular for a lot of the activities that's happening in Web3. But outside of that, we're doing some boring stuff as well. So we're participating in a number of regulatory and sort of industry activities to help guide the development of things like Hong Kong coin, or in many other parts of the market, you might have a central bank digital currency. It's very important for the bank to have the capabilities and the support for those customers that would like to use those, and the ability to manage those. And I mentioned TradeFi, so participation in the R3, which is more of a private business designed blockchain for trade finance, Corda or whether it's Hyperledger or some of these other platforms that are being used for various different use cases in the business space. So there's actually an enormous amount that the bank is doing already, but not perhaps raising a lot of attention for.
Well, I think really lots of trials. I think in last few years we've been interested. I think, but as you mentioned, maybe people outside not really aware of it. But I really feel aware of it. The company is really using lots of the fundamental technologies within the Web3 domains. So you mentioned for the trade areas, definitely is using blockchain. Would you recommend to use a private chains or public chains? Because in a corporate realm or in the industrial field, that is a topic have lots of debates if they really have interest to further explore. So, what is your view in this sessions for these topics of public chains versus the private chains by corporate environment?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, there's some quite clear positions and guidelines on the tokens that are being used on various different public chains, and we're really not able to use a lot of those public chains because of regulatory controls. We obviously, as I mentioned, we've already got a lot of experience using private chains, and some of these private chains can blend into hybrid style chains where they're permissioned access for various different solving different problems. But ultimately, just like in the past when we've looked at different types of protocols through web design and web development, or different types of mobile platforms for downloading apps, there are different technology solutions for different use cases. One type of technology may be superior in one area, but it may not get use case adoption, or it might not get it might not be easy to use, or it might not be accepted within a market. And ultimately, as a service provider, our role is really to ensure that the customers or the clients or the people that we're working with or supporting are using the technologies that are best meeting their needs. It's not up to us to decide on the technology. It's up to us to make sure that we're following the letter of the law, and that we're working within the regulations, and even helping to inform or guide or create new regulations. But it's not up to us to decide on the technologies, and may the best technology win.
Yeah, I think what we just mentioned is really good. It's not really a top-down approach or a corporate approach to design what to use. Really, to respect the market need. I think that is the beauty of the startup realm, and I think one of the core value within the Web3 areas. So you mentioned lots of happenings with the startup ecosystem and communities. Can you share with us, so within the Web3 sectors, with the foundations that HSBC is training on, and with your strong background in incubating different startups, how to really blend in the startup in the Web3 realm with the corporate environment, no matter to co-create some relevant solutions for a better results, or to really uplift the knowledge of the corporate guys. So can you share with us how to really able to make it work?
Well, first of all, let me just shout out to all the startups out there that are having a hard time right now, particularly if you're in some of these other more risky areas of the ecosystem. Just know that sometimes it's really hard, and it feels a little bit lonely, but there's a really powerful ecosystem around you here in Hong Kong or around the region, wherever you are. So if you ever need help and you ever need support, there's plenty of people to reach out to, especially when times get tough. And it's really important to acknowledge that for a lot of the ecosystem, particularly in light of what's been going on over the last month or so. A lot of businesses are really struggling. It's probably a pretty difficult time to raise money if you're raising money. It's people have lost money if they've been speculating or investing in new businesses, and that's really hard. And so, coming back to your point, Hong Kong is a really, really amazing and powerful ecosystem. This Startup Impact Summit, has been running for many years, and it catalyzes or brings together, both the startup ecosystem, the accelerators, the mentors, but also the corporates, also the government, also the supporting ecosystem, the service providers, and this is really, really important for building a powerful hub in Hong Kong. It's really important for nurturing and encouraging creativity. It's really important for encouraging people to take risk and to go off and build new things that might fail. And so it's really important for us as a community to have a lot of empathy for the teams and the founders, to really have a human connection with what's going on, to respect the problems that they're going after to solve, because it takes a lot of guts and a lot of passion to go off and quit your job to build something completely new. But also it takes a lot of courage, and when you win, the upside is quite lucrative, and it's even better when you're winning for a real purpose. When you're going out there to solve a problem, it's not just about the money. It's about fixing something that's broken, or really trying to change the world in a really meaningful way. So look, I'm a big believer in the ecosystem. I'm a big believer that when you get people back together, that creates, it stimulates a lot of amazing things, whether it's creativity or support or new customer relationships or new deals. And so, yeah, let's keep doing these types of things, and let's get together more in person, because that's really what Hong Kong has been really known for in the past.
So the startup right now, also new startup, they really kickstart their project from a Web3 point of view, no matter new one or existing ones. There are really lots of adoptions over the years. So from an institutions or enterprise point of view, what would you think, or why institutions like HSBC have to really care about this trend? Because for the startup point of view, I think they know why. They know that is a trend they have to really tap on, especially the point that you mentioned that is really dramatic upside. And for institutions like HSBC already seeing lots of use cases really assigned. But for other institutions or enterprise, if we really need to give some reasons on why they need to really have a look on these trends, what would you guide them or recommend them? Why do they really need to keep an eyes on these areas to ensure they're really not left behind?
Okay, well, so this is kind of my personal view rather than the view of anyone that I work for. But I'm a big believer that technology can solve a lot of problems. And by paying attention to the emerging technologies, by paying attention to what's coming, it gives you, and by experimenting and participating, by learning through doing, institutions, whether they're in FMCG or travel or logistics or real estate or any of these other large and established industries, they can differentiate themselves. They can be more aligned to the expectations of their current customers. They can outcompete a lot of their competitors in those same sectors. And there's a lot of evidence for this. If you look back 5 years or 10 years or 15 years, all of these industries have been disrupted by technologies, whether it's cloud-based computing, whether it's mobile phone self-service, whether it's the Uberization of services. Every industry eventually is disrupted by either the increasing power of compute, the increasing network capabilities, or the increasing ability to store data. And so ultimately, there's a saying that I used to use a lot when I was helping kind of large corporates build innovation programs, and it is kind of brash. So, you know, it's not something I use a lot anymore. But the concept is very much innovate or die. If you're not innovating, if you're not changing the way you listen to customers and paying attention to what their current needs are, then you will risk going out of business. And we've seen it many times. You know, with almost every industry. Now, you know, banking is an industry that has really jumped into innovating, and you know, it wasn't the first, but it certainly won't be the last. I mean, there are many industries, whether it's healthcare, you know, hospitals and doctors and clinics, whether it's maybe health sciences or some of these other areas which have still have a need to evolve. And so, yeah, in short, you have to innovate. If you don't innovate, you die.
Innovate or die. So that is really a solid reason why they have to really look into these areas. So if they agree on this timing issue, so what we recommend is time to really back in this Web3 trend, or what would you recommend them to take action in this area? After they accept innovate or die.
Yeah, no, I think timing is always an issue of cost. And I think when people say the time's not right now, is what they're really saying is that we've already allocated all of our budget for the year. And I think actually there are ways to innovate within institutions, within large businesses, within large incumbents, without having to carve out money from your budget. Of course, it's better when you have a well-planned budget and you can allocate some money to innovation, and you can allocate money for experiments, and you can allocate money for businesses to learn and improve on an always-on basis. And of course, it's a CEO's job to come up with that vision and to decide how to allocate, you know, the right funding. That it shouldn't be left necessarily to the, you know, to the product streams to do that. It should be a visionary goal for the owner of the business. But in saying that, there are ways that, you know, you can work with ecosystems. You can work with universities. Like I volunteer quite a lot of my time to work in universities, whether it's Chinese university or PolyU, you know, with design students or with fintech students, and that gives me an opportunity to learn and innovate within the Hong Kong ecosystem without, you know, costing me any money, and without, you know, necessarily costing my employer or my bank any money, and at the same time donating and giving a lot of inputs into the community. Now, so I think it's not a zero-sum game. It's the question of timing is not necessarily one that we need to answer. We should be doing it, right? It's just a matter of you know, let's not waste any money doing it.
So leverage the ecosystem. I think in the tech world, they're looking for solid partners who have the brave to really, as a pilot case, to work on POC to prove the new way have a much effective result. I think that is really good, because in the ecosystem, the metric is, if we have found a more appropriate way to close the gap, and that will much easier to happen. So if for the executive levels, because your dimensions the support from CEOs is quite important as well. So based on your traumatic experience, of course, the corporate realm and startup ecosystem, what kind of lessons or advice would you give to other corporate, especially executives, for them really to kickstart or go for this trend? Because I think that is really critical. For one's company or executive interest, the next question is really how to really test water, how to really kickstart the whole thing.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you're not already a client or a customer of ours, come and talk to us. That would be my first piece of advice. But jokes aside, I think there is a lot of innovation already happening. I don't think anything I say is going to necessarily encourage the tremendous already innovation that's happening within large institutions. Sometimes I think large institutions are doing a lot more than what they talk about. So my advice would be probably share a little bit more. Share a little bit more about what you're doing. Share a little bit more about what you've learned. Share a little bit more about the challenges that you've got. Be a little bit more open about how you've done these great innovations within your institution, within your business, within your product lines, and sort of share those learnings with the wider group. Don't be afraid that your competitors are gonna somehow use that against you, or that that the media is going to come after you, because I think by being a little bit more open and being a little bit more authentic about the innovation programs that you're trying to drive and the achievements that you've got, you do two things. You build your brand, you attract talent, you make friends, and you also gain the opportunity to work with amazing partners in the startup ecosystem that can come in, and they might have easy ways to help you. And at the moment, one of the biggest challenges that startups have, in my personal opinion, is that they don't necessarily know which problems they need to solve. And when they work out which problems they need to solve, and they can come in and easily and quickly and cheaply solve them for a lot of the large corporates, there's a perfect match. And that perfect match enables businesses to grow and costs to reduce and customers to be happy.
Thanks a lot. I want to deep dive regarding the talent topics that you just covered. So as you're aware, HSBC create a really creative positions like marketing managers role on the Metaverse. So could you share more with us the rationale behind and what is the campaign?
Well, no, and thank you for the question. Obviously, HSBC is always hiring new skills, and at the same time, there's always people leaving HSBC. It's a very large organization in Hong Kong and around the world, and there are many different roles, and often there are new roles that are being created. And more recently, some of you may have seen that we launched a Metaverse marketing manager role that is specifically looking for talented people who have done things in sort of the Web3 space, people that are coming from perhaps builder backgrounds. They're entrepreneurs. They've created and built things. They've maybe launched Web3 style projects, and they might want to bring those skills or those experiences or those learnings, whether they are good learnings or whether they are terrible tragedies. Those are very, very valuable skills and experiences that not many people have in the world today, and more those types of skills are becoming sought after by not only marketing teams but by product teams and by management teams, because those are real skills that are really valuable to the next wave of innovation. So yeah, definitely there are new roles in the marketing team, but there are also new roles in terms of entrepreneurship in residence, both in Hong Kong and Singapore and around some of our other sites as well, where people will come in and build new projects. Lots of amazing new roles, and you might be surprised how innovative some of these big old brands are. Big banks like HSBC are really evolving. And they're keeping people like me interested. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities for people here in the audience.
Wow, I think that is really cool, because other than those marketing role for the Metaverse areas, entrepreneurial is tremendously important as well. Thanks for sharing with us all these details, because I think that is a reason behind why there's lots of happening in the Web3 environment when we track the case in market, especially on HSBC. I think what you just mentioned about how the organization think about it, focus on the customer centricity areas, focusing on innovations, tie with the ecosystem, and very commit in the talent pipeline to really renewable, getting entrepreneurship skill set, capable people within the team to support the growth. I think all these things come together. It's really strong. I think organizations, especially enterprise, have to really rely on that. Definitely need to really reach out to the London youth. Really, really awesome. So unfortunately, time is up, and thank you so much, Peter. So it is a pleasure having you with us. I'm happy. I hope everyone's really enjoyed as much as I did. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi there, guys. I'm joined by Alan Su. Alan was previously a strategy consultant at PwC and Accenture before founding BlockArc in 2017 and is now the general partner of ArcStream Capital. ArcStream are an early investor with notable portfolio companies including FTX, Aave, Polkadot, and Republic. Alan, can you explain to the audience about ArcStream and how it came about with your own journey into Web3?
Hi, Trish. It's a great pleasure to speak with you and speaking to all the audiences. Hello, everyone. This is Alan Su, the general partner of ArcStream Capital. And so I came into crypto in 2017. That was the last bull cycle. So in 2015, I went to a lecture and heard about all the cryptography. And I was saying like, this could really change not only the Web2, but also how the social is organized. So, like during 2017, I watched a lot of the roadshows because, I'm based in Shenzhen, and Shenzhen is the Silicon Valley of China, and a lot of the blockchain startups that have their first roadshows in China, in Shenzhen, when they come to China. And then me and my co-founders, we actually met in one of the roadshows, and we both read a lot of the white papers. And then when we decided that we should leave our former industry and jump into crypto, and then we started BlockArc. And BlockArc was formerly the one of the largest consulting firms in Asia, and helping a lot of the blockchain companies from 0 to 1 with their growth. And then in 2020, we rebranded to ArcStream Capital, and we started investing in a lot of projects. And so far, we have around 100 portfolios. And so DeFi and Metaverse is definitely one of our most focused areas. So I'm really happy to be on the video call today and to share some of my ideas and recent thinkings about them.
So what initially drove you into investing into projects like FTX, Aave, for example?
Yeah, it was actually a very interesting story because we're talking about Aave now. We can see it is one of the largest DeFi protocols on the market, but actually it just came into the market in 2017. And at that time, because before 2020, the whole industry was all about the infrastructure building. So at that time, people care about Polkadot, Ethereum, like EOS, but nobody cares about DeFi. At that time, it took Aave, they were formerly called ETH Land, like 20 days to complete their fundraising. But what really inspired us is that the white paper of ETH Land, the now current Aave, was the most impressive white papers, one of the most impressive white papers we've read among like few hundreds in 2017. He explained exactly his idea about the future DeFi landscape, how the application layers would be built on the infrastructure layer, and also about how they're going to solve the problem of liquidity, although they are not doing AMM at that time, and how this industry will really evolve. So that was really, really impressive. And I think we're the fourth investor of Aave. Like you can track that on blockchain, and that came out to be a really successful investment, as they are one of the very few founders that can really pass the cycle and back into 2020 become one of the largest. And I think one of the very inspiring things that now we are investing to projects. A lot of times we didn't think that their direction is 100% correct, but that doesn't really matter because like before compound comes in, nobody knows anything about AMM. So IF takes compound model AMM into their structure maybe 3 years after their founding. So I think what really matters most to us and what IF really teaches us is that what you need to focus on when you're doing an investment is how the founders look at this market and how the founders can really change and adapt to the market according to what's going on, because you never know on this market what will happen in one day or in 1 month.
And that investment thesis still rings true today as it did back in 2017?
Yeah, I think that investment thesis applies all the way, because like, for example, when I was working on the street in 2019 and in a conference, and one person came to me and say, "Hey Alan, what do you think about NFT?" At that time, I was like, NFT, I don't really know. Although we have CryptoKitties, but nobody really know what NFT will really, what kind of value it can really capture in the crypto market. So at that time, I think nobody knows what NFT can do. But in 2020, after the NBA Top Shot, it became so hot, and now it's one of the largest markets other than DeFi. So to answer your question, I think the paradigm shift in the industry was really fast. So I'm teaching myself every day to warning myself not to have bias into a particular market, and that really matters a lot during our investment. Like another story is that we met Exit team back into 2018 in Vietnam as we were hosting an event there, and at that time, because I play a lot of games myself, I play like Alex or like The Witcher 3. I like Cyberpunk, yeah. And at that time, I really didn't recognize that they will be the unicorn in the blockchain gaming, because I didn't really look into like how they designed their in-game economy. I always thought that in my perspective, I think the game design is what matters most when you're coming to gaming, but I never thought about like it will evolve to a play to earn industry. So that really taught me a lesson.
And like how is your feeling about that play to earn evolved? I mean, is it actually sustainable in its current form with hyperinflationary tokens?
Well, I would say it actually really depends. I would say if you look at Steppen, I think it's another kind of play to earn. And actually, I run my shoes every day. I would say like the really serious model is that the in-game economy, you'll make sure that the token design, the rewarding, can be sustainable only when that the rewarding for income users can outweigh the token, I would say the token outputs that you give to those people. And the second part is that I think the gaming, at the very first point, like we say liquidity mining, where like to do the rewarding to the gamers, actually is kind of like a game of money. But all you have to do is that today I watched the news about Steppen that they're cooperating with a real business in the real world.
I guess I'll just explain to anyone in the audience who's listening that doesn't know what Steppen is. Steppen is a move to earn company where users have to purchase an NFT and of a pair of running shoes and then get compensated in tokens for actually completing activity, having once they've bought those that NFT of running shoes.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So actually, I think today I watched a video. I watched a piece of news, and that really hit me directly. I said, like, Steppen finally step into this step to the next level, because like when your in-game token doesn't have any real world functionalities, it is forever an in-game token. And as all those early comers, they get their initial money back in like 1 month or 2 months, and after that, all their income. So this model is destined to crash. But how can you make all the things sustainable? You need to have all those token circulated in the real world economy. So today, Stepan announces their partnership with one real world economy, like their token can be used in some more scenarios in the real world. And I think the next level, that maybe they will partner with some like sports brandings, and because they have a lot of the players running every day, and those many are new players for those sports brandings. So maybe they can hold events together and use their token as the event token. So when the in-game token really becomes a real-world circulating utility token, then I think this can really bridge the gap between the Web 2 and Web 3, and this game can really be a sustainable token.
Sure. So sort of a Metcalfe sort of law. So the value of a network is the sort of square of all the nodes of the network. Sort of exactly. approach to it. Okay. Is like without that real world utility though, is the process like destined to crash?
I would say that really depends, because I think to make it easier, to make it more comparable model, like when we're investing into tokens, and a lot of time during the TG, it only has a few liquidity, like a very few circulating amount, so the price is really high. And so the money is like, the question is like how we could make this price sustainable. So I think that is actually a question. So like, how do we use the time in exchange for the development of the whole total ecosystem? So I would say like this model is not destined to crash, because like all you need to do is to have more token scenarios in the later stages, that those tokens can not only be used maybe just buying your equipment or like just incubating one exit, but you have more scenarios. Maybe you can have that for some arenas. Maybe you can have that for exchanges, or maybe you can have that for some kind of social status, or you can use that to stake, or you can have some financial, use that in some financial functions. Like you can in this world, you have banks, you have a lot of things to purchase. So I would say the first part, you need to have more usage scenarios to make it more sustainable. And second part, more importantly, that if we compare it as a swimming pool, then we have like water coming in and water coming out. So all you need to do is that you need to make sure that the water coming in is sustainable, and there is far less water coming out. So you can have the swimming pool sustainable, and now all the people in this game can swim in the pool for a longer time. And third part, I think that is that I mentioned, you definitely need to, I would say, like the interoperability is what we mentioned a lot in Web3 world. So if you're building a game, you're not building the game itself. You are actually building one inner game of the whole Metaverse world. So in some way, your equipment in your gaming can interact with some equipment in some other gamings, and you can also interact with some other protocols. If, for example, with some SocialFi protocols, and your tokens can be used in some other ecosystems, and their tokens maybe can have these scenarios in your ecosystem. And then in this open world, you can have more possibilities, and that ecosystem will definitely sustainable longer.
Awesome. So, I mean, the swimming pool analogy or water analogy you sort of draw on there, I mean, could be likened to the Ponzi-nomics, which some sort of skeptics say that the play to earn or even other sort of DeFi models are susceptible to. That is, early users are compensated from the money coming in from newer users. Now, of course, this is highly relevant given what happened with Luna and UST, the collapse of a so-called stable coin. How do you think the DeFi sector in particular will adapt from the impact and shakeout of the Luna debacle?
Yeah, I would say like this is really a crash, and a lot of people call it the new Lehman Brothers, because that happens exactly to Lehman Brothers back into financial crisis. So I think that actually the mechanism is embedded into the Luna design, that it is actually the fourth generation of algorithm stablecoins. We have the first Ample Force, and the second about the like BAC, the basis coin, and third about OHM, and Luna is actually the fourth generation of these. So within this kind of model, the only way to keep it sustainable is that the market is either I would say going smoothly, I would say up, or it will just stay the same as now. But if it just crashes, I mean, the liquidity is what really matters to this swimming pool. So I think like for Luna, I think all of you have viewed a lot of the comments, a lot of the articles, reports about how Luna will ultimately become crash in the future, but no one can really shout on it because it's always raising the price. So I think what Luna told us is that, firstly, when you're investing into a project, you need to look at the history of what happened to like their former generations. And we can see that Ample Force and Frax and OHM, their ultimate destinies came to a crash. So Luna, this design, it definitely helps a lot during its initial phase to acquire a lot of new users. But to answer exactly the same question as you asked about GameFi, so in the later stages, when you already have a lot of new users, you need to definitely to make those money games into a more real game, real world game. Actually, UST is doing something like that. UST having more real world applications. They're using it in more merchandises, and you also have a pool on IF and a lot of the use cases. But nobody knows that the financial crash of the whole crypto market comes so fast. So that is the first thing. And the second part, you just mentioned that a lot of people call it Ponzi technology. The
Ponzi-nomics.
The Ponzi-nomic, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
But I am not 100% agree with it. Although we all know that it's kind of the design of games. But let us think about another thing. Like in the real world, if you like today, Trish, or like maybe James, you're behind the screen. Like you want to find a new bank. Then how are you gonna find your first batch of customers? You have no way. Maybe you have a very rich dad can give you some money, and maybe you need to go to venture capital to raise money, but no one will save their first batches of money in your bank. But crypto make everything changes. So I think what is really the magic about the liquidity mining and about crypto, the tokenomics, is that actually it gives all the people, all your very early supporters, to give them the reward that they really deserve. And in return, those supporters who are your seed investors, they can bring the second batches or third batches, and then you come into real financial impact. Because what is the most difficult thing is that it's all hard for you to do from 0 to 1, but it's really easy for you to do from 1 to 100. So I think the Ponzi-nomics can be sustainable if you can make your true business based on what you initially got. So that is the second thing. And the third thing is that I think the DeFi really creates a lot of the I would say thing that we didn't imagine before. Like we in 2018, we used at that time we don't call it DeFi, we call it DAPP. We used a lot of the DAPP on EOS, on Tron. At that time, nobody used Ethereum. At that time, we have a very direct feeling that it's kind of like magic. Like within one wallet, you can get access to all the applications, and this DeFi protocol can directly interact with that DeFi protocol, and like within just a click, you're just like you're from like London to New York and back into Shanghai, and you're paying a visit to 3 different banks, and that all happens in just several seconds. So I think DeFi really opens a window for the open world and builds up the whole application infrastructure for the Web3. So I think Luna is a lesson, but it's a good lesson.
Are there going to be consequences in terms of regulation? Are there going to be consequences in terms of how people offer this sort of these sort of products going forwards? I mean, I've heard of a lot of accelerator-sponsored companies that took US dollars and effectively converted them to UST and lent them out. Surely, do you think regulation will come after DeFi?
Yeah, I think definitely, because like now actually the biggest conflict between crypto and the real world is between crypto and fiat, and now crypto DeFi is actually very much similar to the stock market back into middle last century. At that time, because you don't have regulation on that, so everyone is like white forest. So you just explore everything you want, and so in a financial market, there is definitely winners and losers. And the losers, what will come ultimately is that it will create financial chaos for those people. Like somebody they borrow money from the bank and invest in those, and somebody they use leverage and lost all the money. And sometimes it is not even the market normal behavior, but some kind of market manipulation happens on the market. So I think definitely it will come to a regulation, but the hard topic is that how can it be really regulated, because it is not a centralized system. So I would think there would definitely come a law, and I think it's more on the developers, the founders, and the companies, because like all the projects they finally have a company, but this market will still sustain and will evolve. I think in the middle part of the regulation on unregulated places.
Thanks. So thinking as a VC, when you're looking at new projects, how do you think about the sort of token versus equity split when it comes to investing?
Tokens and equity, you mean?
Yeah, or how do you compare or value the two? What are you looking for when you're investing into a new project or potentially investing into a new project?
Yeah, so I would say like token is, I would say at very early stages, it is very similar to the equity, because what equity means is that you actually own the part of the ownership of the company, and you own the dividends of the company, that if the money make money, and you will make the percentage of it. But what tokens is different, I think that the token, it is not only means the money ownership of the company, it actually means that the real ownership of the whole protocol. So when we are talking about what's the difference between Web3 and Web2, in Web2, actually, in Web2, we call it creator economy, that you created all the contents, you created everything on the internet, like Instagram, like YouTube, but actually you own nothing about it. All the things is owned by the big companies. But in Web3, if you're only a part of Luna, if you're only a part of the Ethereum, you're actually on part of the network. So that actually applies also for the token. You're owning the token, you have the voting power of the whole DAO system. You have that voting power, and you can use that token in the whole tokenomics. So in our investments, we actually prefer more to invest in token, although a lot of companies, they issue shares, equity, very early stages. But we prefer more at investing in tokens. And also ultimately, I think token creates a faster monetary market. First, token, they have more liquidity. On second, it doesn't need so many regulations and booking stuff that and you can have the token exchanged and used in different in different geography, in different scenarios and landscapes without any regulation. And all you have to obey is that all the things is written on the code and is published on GitHub, so you can follow the rules, and this world is free for you.
Awesome. So, like, one question I've been asking everybody the sort of last few days is, what one thing in particular excites you most about Web3 going forward?
Yeah, well, I think that's actually a very interesting topic, because recently we're doing fundraising and we're talking to a lot of the Web2 people. What is Web3? So I would say what really excites us is that it's not about the technology itself. Actually, because that blockchain technology is actually a combination of a lot of the existing technologies together. But what makes Web3 unique, I think I would say about three things. The first thing is that when we're talking about Web2, I would think the social, the whole social structure is actually like there's a big mountain, and there's a big mountain. That is YouTube, and that is Google. Oh no, that is YouTube, and that is Facebook. And now all the people, you need those two mountains to convey the message together. But what really matters is the big mountain, but not yourself. But in Web3, actually we're in a much flatter social structure. That what matters most to the system is the individual, and individual can interact with individual themselves. And the protocols is just kind of tools for them. And individually, they have their data privacy. You have your data monitoring, like ownership, and you have everything in your own pocket. So I think the first thing that fascinates me is about, like, it really changes the social structure, that we're not governed by the centralized enterprises or government or like anything else. We're actually governed by our own, and we can directly interact with each other. And the second thing is that we're talking about DeFi. I think like DeFi and NFT and the whole application layer that we look at after 2020 really amazed us, because like before that, for example, we need to have a bank account. Like in different banks, you need to have different bank accounts, and in different exchanges, you need to have different exchanges account. So all those big companies, they want to have you as their only user. They don't want you to come to other places and you need to like deposit money into my bank, and I don't want you to go away, so I give you interest. Right? But in the DeFi world, so it's like you have your pocket and you can directly get access to everywhere. You can get to OpenSea, you can get access to Uniswap, Hive. So you're like an astronaut holding a spaceship, and you're flying freely in this world, and you don't have barrier accessing to anything. And they don't need to ask, hey Trish, like are you graduate from like Harvard University, or you can get into, are you holding wealth more than 100 million in order to get our VIP? Nobody. You only need to have a wallet to get access to all the different DeFi protocols, and they can be interacted with each other. So you're like you're in a real wide world, and you don't have limit on that. And the third part is, I think most interesting, because like so how I get connected with Angel Hub is that we were on another panel talk before, and I get and we both think like we share the similar vision. And like in the Web2 spaces, actually to build the trust is very, very difficult because like you need to meet this person for several times. You need to check a lot of the background information for them. Like for VC, you need to do a lot of due diligence. And I've been asked like, how do you do diligence in Web3? Like in Web3, I think because like I believe you do call to a lot of the founders, a lot of the VC partners every day, every week, and a lot of times you just check their Twitter, check their maybe OpenSea to see what collaborations they have, and maybe just directly you have a direct pitch from their profile photo. They are using BAYC. So like the greatest thing in Web3 is like, hey, this is Alan. I'm from general partner from Auction Capital. It's hey, this is Alan, the BAYC number 27. So it's very much, I think the build of trust is really easy. And why Azuki can really be so famous is that it creates a world of the story that all those people we're not diversified by our races, our birth, by our countries, but all that matters is that we have a same faith into one specific hobbies or one specific maybe DeFi protocols. Then we can be friends, we can build trust, and we can communicate with each other, and we can build something together. And that also applies to a lot of protocols. And like we publish my codes on GitHub, and you can directly take mine, and you can build yours. So yep. I think that's something really, really fascinates me about Web3.
Awesome. I think unfortunately our time is up. I could continue probably for another 2 hours, but thank you very much, Alan, for your time.
And thank you, Trace. It's great talking to you.
Welcome back to Scaleup Summit 2022. My name is Walter Jennings. I'm the fireside chat host for this next session, which is talking about Web3 new uses in Web3 of smart contracts. And I'm joined by Ching Tsang, who's principal analyst at AppWorks. And it's a firm she joined straight out of college, has been advising them on every form of project they're involved in, became an associate from 2019 into the blockchain industry, and has also advised on a number of investments. But Ching, thank you so much for joining us, and tell us some of the areas that AppWorks is best known for, because I've read your bio, but I don't know your firm.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Ching from AppWorks. Just in case you haven't heard about AppWorks before, we are an accelerator, also a venture capital based in Taiwan. So we help founders with our accelerator, which is an equity-free one. Currently, we have more than 1,000 founders in our community. They are from not only Taiwan, but also Southeast Asia country and some of the other countries in the other states. Besides the accelerator, we also do venture capital investment. So we currently manage 212 million. Some investment you probably have heard about, which is also in Web3 area, are Animoca brands, Dapper Labs, Flow, Figment, Kraken, and many of those. Besides this,
it actually sounds like you're reading from the speaker lineup from a Scale-Up Summit type event. But those are great investments and great firms. But what we wanted to talk about today is kind of the new ways of using smart contracts and Web3. So flip a coin. Where do we go first, Web3 or smart contracts?
Probably Web3.
Okay. Well, I'm fine with that. So I'm old, apparently, you told me the other day, because I'm accustomed to
I
reading.
didn't say that.
Well, you implied it rather heavily, because I'm used to consuming information one way, and people who are going in Web3 are used to consuming in another. Can you kind of tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, I think people like to say Web3, and essentially we'll have to mention blockchain if you want to say something about Web3. So blockchain brought us a new way to store data, which unlocks opportunity for both founders and also users. Speaking of Web3, there's a lot of different elements. And besides blockchain, the way we store data, people always like to talk about Metaverse. And if you want to say want me to mention highlight one thing that Metaverse and why we need Metaverse, that's probably the point that you say. I imply that you're a little bit old because one generation, they grew up with books, they learn from books, so they build up emails.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
So
okay,
they build desktop. They use email, so you can see all the web pages are like books. You read lines, text from one line to another line. But later on, you see more visual things. People start to emphasize on graphics. And I mean, your son, probably the next generation, they grew up with games and videos. So from the day one, they interacted with internet. They they want something that is more visualized, in which probably Metaverse or 3D worlds are the way they're gonna interact on internet with other people.
So you're telling me that my son, who's been on war,
games,
on
videos,
games, will
YouTube.
suddenly be in War of the Office PPT. Visualizing his future on a Microsoft Metaverse.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's Metaverse is one element of Web3, but probably not everything about Web3 needs to be that Metaverse. Just one example, I think it also says that besides the way we interact with internet, the way we store data is also a new way, which bringing a new generation of opportunity, and we probably will call it the era of Web3.
Yeah, and in Ching, I think, look, earlier in my career, I'd spent 3 years at Huawei, 2015 to 2018. And at that time, we were out talking globally around 5G and talking about what it would enable. And so when you talk about Web3, that's powered by a dynamic infrastructure that has, been developed during boom years for economies around the world. So now that we have that raw material, what do you do in a bear market?
Well, bear market, the best thing, well, I'm a VC. So bear market, bull market, what I did is, what I do is actually the same. I do investment. But for founders, I would say, for founders, it's a really good time to build real things. So you got less noise out there. You won't distract. You won't be distracted by the market price. For the users, it's also a good time for you to learn what exactly this thing is, and maybe if you get more knowledge, you can maybe you learn more. You got more things out of it. So yeah, I think VC just invest.
I do want to back up and talk. You mentioned about Web3 reliant on blockchain. And we also know that there's Metaverse or Metaverses. How should we, say we're in business and tech world, how should we be thinking about Metaverse? Is that a singular experience, or are those a series of Venn diagrams overlapping in the digital air?
How the business should think about Metaverse? I think probably easier to say, because I don't think every business need a Metaverse or need to be in Metaverse, but perhaps to think about how can you leverage or use, or maybe how will you be disrupted by blockchain will be a good idea or topics to think about. So before, say, for example, if you were a game game development company in the past, if you need funding, you can only raise from investors at the very beginning. Only till the time you publish your game, then you can get some money from your users. But with blockchain, everything is stored on chain. So user got to participate pretty earlier. So you got to raise token from your potential target users way more earlier, which means you don't need to rely on investor that much anymore. That's one point. That's one example.
But Ching, can I also just make a comment about, you see the crypto crash, it didn't leave a coin untouched. So what's going to happen to blockchain development in the winter, in the midst of a crypto winter?
Well, I think, so we have experienced a lot of winter before, and winter is always a good time to build, like I just mentioned earlier. Okay. Reason behind it is pretty clear, less noise, and it's also wipe out a lot of probably not that wipe out a lot of companies that didn't have a clear vision or solid operation during the time. So help you to wipe out a lot of unnecessary competitors. That's what will happen during the winter. And in terms of token price crash, and why a lot of people lost their asset or lost their money on when investing in token.
Their perceived wealth.
Well, I do have an explanation about that. So in the past, if you only can buy stock, you got to buy those stock after they go IPO. So which means the company is already pretty mature. And their growth trajectory will be not that crazy after that. But with token, you kind of invest in the company at the same time when a VC invests in a company, which means you get to have a higher return, but at the same time you are bearing a higher risk as well. So in the past, you only invest in a company after IPO, but right now with token, a lot of general public are investing in the company that actually in Series C or Series A run, which means there's a pretty high chance they will die or they will close shop during the time. That's why a lot of people kind of lost their bet.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for professional investors, there's always Angel Hub, which is one of the platforms that brings this event to us each year. So want to let you know, professional investors. So let's talk, we want to unpick smart contracts and new uses of them. So can you talk us through some of the ways smart contracts can and are being used that you have been finding particularly innovative?
To be honest, the most ideal smart contract that I want is not there yet, but I do have a thought. Is probably an example. So in the past, when we do investment, we ask lawyer to write the things that we talk into the words that we probably cannot understand that easily. And when there's anything that we need to execute, we ask the lawyer to check the agreement again and execute upon that. But everything we are dealing is supposedly, there's already a number, say like drag along, tag along term, what percentage of what kinds of share as for what thing, what will happen. So since today we issue token and tokens are running on smart contracts. Supposedly all the deals, all the terms we say so can be coded into smart contract, and whatever happens, it can be auto piloting. So say like X amount of token was transferred out from where, then what will happen to another wallet? That's something I would like to see. But if you are talking about current development, I think DeFi, all the DeFi thing, I feel is pretty smart. To be honest, you cannot, in the past, we need a bank, we need a middleman to facilitate the transaction of the demand side and supply side. But nowadays with the smart contract, we can kind of auto running or facilitating the needs of the demand side and supply side, which You can see Uniswap or all kinds of DeFi. I think that's amazing, to be honest.
And Ching, I'm just going to give a bit of a shout out, as I've had to, stand up for my seniority in the past too. There is a major role for CeFi, and here in Hong Kong, we're big fans of the Bank of International Settlement Innovation Hub, where they are working with a lot of the major central banks to help them understand how to integrate DeFi, blockchain, CBDC, and new concepts into their thinking as they bring the CeFi into the DeFi. There's always got to be a link, I suppose, somewhere.
And I think that the transition is a little bit like, in the past, you rely on people to go to bank directly to interact with the counter. But nowadays, you want people to interact with digital bank. Basically, it's removing certain type of middlemen already. And we just one step ahead. That's it.
No, I'm in complete agreement. And, the challenge with bringing the future to life is sometimes it races so far in front of regulators or monetary authorities or, even citizens that we have to help make sure that the institutions that keep society going catch up as well. So,
yeah, I think regulation is probably something that's worth debating.
Now, Ching, the one thing I wanted to ask you is we talk about use cases for Metaverse, and while we were talking, you were talking about, sales of, we talked about, I've got a great piece of land in Sandbox, and selling and transferring of properties and recognition of the sale. Tell us about kind of the governance of tokens that allow us to do all of this with confidence.
Governance of token to allow you to do some.
Well, let me just ask you with what is the role of the smart contract in each of the different metaverse that you're investing in?
All right, I think you probably want to ask what's the smart contract's role in order application, or maybe even like smart contract. I mean, smart contract is it's a code that allow you. It's a code to write down or build up the applications you are gonna use. It's also a code that writes down the agreement that a user, a team, and all the token holder, all the stakeholders have. So I think no matter today, it's about NFT, which is one type of token, or today it's about any kind of ERC20, which is another kind of token. I think smart contract, essentially, you can see it as a gateway to align or to write down all the responsibility and interests of all the stakeholders, no matter today you are users or you are a team or you're just a token holder. So, and I think it's all pretty clear that, so in the past, you probably cannot see the code of each application. You probably don't know what did they take from you, what did they, how did they use your data. But today with smart contract, you have a higher chance to see how they facilitate everything. And a lot of people can get to pre-audit it for you, actually.
Okay. Audience, we do have time for questions. Please do use the submit button or the chat if you'd care to ask questions, and Muscan will post them. Ching, as we look from, you're in Taiwan, the conference organizers are in Hong Kong. How do you see the different markets across Asia adapting to Web3 and Metaverse? Are there any kind of forward-thinking solutions or approaches that you're seeing in the region?
I think every country still has its unique strengths every region as well. So you can see Singapore, they are particularly pretty good at finance related thing. It's still a hub to recruit talents. Vietnam wise, pretty good at game development, Philippines as well. Hong Kong, I see a more, I think I see a lot of Hong Kongers actually, well, they do exchanges. They also do some NFT, all kinds of things. In Taiwan, I think a lot of application or product we built was more like a backend thing. Maybe it's because in the past we kind of was the people behind the scene. So we built out a lot of chips, hardware things for a phone. Probably not that good at software, but more behind the scene type of product recently. That's I think, yeah. Overall, Web3 wise, overall Asia wise, I don't think we are lagging behind any other region. I just think that's one strength of Web3. So every information actually is quite a transform.
Ching, I apologize. When you went from Hong Kong to Taiwan, you flew over China, and China has blockchain as a national development strategic industry. Do you see them kind of making leaps and strides, or has the chill in technology affected the development of blockchain there?
I think China-wise is really good at development because there's a lot of engineer and actually pretty creative. Given the whole market, I think there-wise NFT will have a really huge development, and I do see a lot of teams that are actually building things around there. No matter they are a local team or hired by teams from other places, I do see a lot of engineers working on a related topic, but perhaps because of regulation and the government is trying to protect the user away from Bitcoin and things, I think NFT side do have more progress compared to DeFi.
Yeah, but it's also interesting, Ching, because I think China's been leading the world in CBDC, central bank digital currency. And so that is all clearly smart contract and centrally controlled. And so perhaps China will find its own OpenSea platform and launch a new style of NFT that can be tradable within the RMB world. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I think China is since the whole market is really big. I mean, they do have a unique way to, for example, the marketing there, everything there is quite different from other places. I believe they do have a unique position in terms of the whole development.
Yeah, no, I certainly know that the IoT and the ability to feed data and to look at whether it's herds of people or herds of animals or groups of people. So, now, what's your favorite metaverse?
Perhaps I don't have one yet.
No, I've thankfully I've got my Oculus, and that makes the metaverse much more of an enjoyable experience. But if you try to go into, Decentraland or Upland or those with a keyboard, I'm not a gamer. I don't know how to do the movements. It's discouraging.
It's different. I think depends on where my friends gonna go. Then that will be my favorite metaverse. I mean, essentially, it's a way to do networking. I think depends on where my friends gonna go.
I also found it quite interesting. The New York Times had an article of a study that looked at metaverse for pain relief and the ability for patients to recenter or change where the ways they felt pain. And I tried some of the techniques. It's really very interesting when you're in something like Trip, which is a metaverse meditation experience, and then you're thinking through pain management. It's a whole new context. So it's early days. So my favorite metaverse is Trip, which is an Oculus app, but it's got hard edges. It's not really a metaverse. A metaverse should be open. This is, once again, I'm in the gated community of Facebook, etc.
Yeah. I think the point is that, yeah, so that's why we need that's the main difference about fundamental difference about blockchain. One more day Oculus stored your data within their own database, you won't feel that's is something that you own partially.
Yeah. Well, just on a personal note, I'm took a new role after Hashkey, and I'm now working out of Saudi Arabia with NEOM, and I'm representing the tech and digital platform. And one thing they are doing at NEOM is this building of the line, or this long extended new city. But in order to build it, they're building it first in their metaverse in order to test different technology solutions, crowd management, transportation solutions, store placement, and that. So, you know, and I'd also read that Boeing company is using the metaverse to develop their next jetliner. So, you know, perhaps there are real engineering solutions beyond just, can I get the latest Adidas NFT in Decentraland?
Yeah. Yeah, NFT essentially just way to represent, to show a unique asset doesn't means that everything need to be expensive. I think it just
no, but that said, I want people who are listening in to stay on, because the next conversation, which is in a few minutes, is on the future of creative industries in blockchain. So Ching, I think you'd have a lot to say in that one. However, we're not there yet, but anyway. Look, Ching, when you agreed to speak here at SIS 22, you probably had 2 or 3 things you felt you really needed to say. And I want to make sure that we have said that. Have we gotten through what you wanted to talk about today?
Yeah, most of the things I kind of just expressed my idea about what I think about Web3 and the disruption I think blockchain can bring in. Just want the audience to know one more thing, that AppWorks, that we like to help founders. We are funded by a bunch of founders. So if you are founders, you are building something on Web3 and you need any help, or you want to join a big community that's all founders, do let us know.
You know, Ching, it's so interesting. I used to think that as a startup, you had to kind of go around and knock on doors and get VCs to pay attention to you. But now it sounds like VCs are actually having to demonstrate their appeal to startups so that they would naturally want to go with Ching for Web3, etc. So it's quite interesting to see the opportunities available for the startup community.
I think actually it's always happening. So perhaps 60% of the deals, 70%, 80% of the deals, VCs don't need to compete with others. That's in the situation that you say startups need to knock the doors of VCs. But there's always 20% of the deals, which is good deals, high risk, high return, good founders, serial entrepreneurs. Those are the deals that VC need to compete to get it.
Okay, and where will we find you, Ching Tseng? On LinkedIn? How else? What's your Instagram handle, or are you on Twitter?
Oh, I'm on Twitter. I think you can find me on LinkedIn if you're a founder. On Twitter wise, I think my handle is just my name plus on TW. Pretty
cool.
Easy.
Okay, well, I'm at Facing China, and even though I'm moving my work attention to Saudi Arabia, I think I'll keep that handle. It's been working for a while. So do reach out to Ching Tseng at AppWorks if you've got a Web3 startup company that you're looking for financing by founders from founders, and also follow her on Twitter. And myself as well. Where do you think we're going to end the year? Will the markets be restored, or will they still be down by year end? I don't want a price, I want a direction.
I think the winter is different from the previous two. I mean, for crypto people, I just want to say it's different from 2019 and 2014, because it's not only caused by us, only caused by the whole financial system. So It's gonna be a long winter. I don't think it's gonna go up.
So I guess what you're telling me is much like Game of Thrones, winter is coming. And I guess that for those of us in crypto, it's hashtag HODL. Hold on for dear
Depends.
life.
Well, to be honest, depends how you wanna
All
how do you
right.
wanna measure assets.
Hey, I will tell you that about a year ago, it used to cost -3 bottles, $3 to buy a barrel of oil. If you took a barrel of oil, they would give you $3. So now oil is above 100. We are slightly delayed with our next panel. So Ching, you think this is going to be a long winter, and we should all watch reruns of Game of Thrones?
Yeah, do watch more series on Netflix, perhaps. Netflix as well. Game of Thrones probably is not on that. At the same time, if you really want to get to know blockchain, if you can listen to Mandarin, you can also watch my YouTube channel as well. Apples do have a channel. We share some technology insights or probably not knowledge about blockchain on that.
Okay, well, tell me about your subscriber base on your YouTube channel.
It's pretty small. We stopped
Really?
to do the recording after 2018. We're recording that's I don't know why we're recording, probably just for fun. But later, we'll probably issue some new video soon.
You know, I would suggest I would suggest that you share your knowledge where you can. When running HashKey, we did a podcast series. That's where I found out about the importance of CeFi over DeFi, or the coexistence of the two. And it's you have great access to people in the industry, so the more you can share their knowledge and help them tell their story, the better.
Exactly. I think, well, recording those videos probably not just to gain some media exposure. For us, it's more like back then we were studying, so it's also a good way for us to note down what we were studying, and so a good way to push ourselves to make sure we understand the real things.
Well, Ching, I apologize. My son's only starting college in August. Otherwise, I would give him that good clue. But because I'm his father, he will never listen to me. So anyway, thank you so much for the conversation. We're ready to move on to our next panel. We've really appreciated your time, Ching, and look forward to seeing you again at a future event.
All right. Thanks, everyone. And thanks, Walter.
Okay. Thank you, Ching. Welcome back to Scale Up Impact Summit 2022. I'm Walter Jennings, and I'm moderating this next session where we talk about redefining the future of creative industries in the era of blockchain and Web3. I'm joined by the gentleman in the middle, Jaehan Chu, is the founder of Kinetic Capital, and the man with the palm trees in the background, Pat Pujol, is actually coming to us from Cannes. So you're going to have to wait for that, but I'll ask Jaehan to introduce himself and then Pat to do so after that. Jaehan.
Great. Yeah, so I'm Jaehan. I'm the founder of Kinetic. Kinetic is the first blockchain and crypto investment firm in Hong Kong. I've been in the space since 2013. I started my firm in 2016, and we've been fortunate enough to invest in over 230 crypto companies in our history. The likes of the FTXs and Solanas and Polkadots and Decentralands of the world. And so we've been fortunate to know a lot of really great founders. And then in the NFT and Metaverse side, I work directly with great artists like Bebo and Rafiq Anadol, and I'm the crypto advisor to Christie's, and have invested in a number of NFTs myself, and also I think 20 or so NFT companies. So really like a strong amount of experience looking at the whole NFT industry. So excited to share that with you.
Fantastic, Jan. Well, I do look forward to learning more because I'm being asked many of these questions in the new countries in the world. So, Pat Pujol, bienvenue du Cannes. Nous sommes enchantés à vous voir. Do you mind introducing yourself, please? And
well, I'm impressed by your French, first of all, I must say. I'm very happy to be all with you here today. This is coming from Cannes, as you can see. I'll do it just once, but you got Maverick, Top Gun right there in the back. It can't be more real than this. We're at the Grand Hotel, which is where most of the distributors are, including Pathé and a few others. So we're right in the middle of this. So this is about cinema, this is about animation, and that's what Lumiere is about. It's about essentially the Web3 movie and animation studio. And what we do is essentially we provide the capacity to the film industry of transforming itself to become more sustainable. Instead of throwing money at movies, we found a way to do it a bit differently by turning it upside down. I must say two things about Lumiere. It's been a long journey that started. Yeah, I mean, I must thank Jaehan Chu, actually, who's here, because he was the first person with Leonard Wiese, who was the head of the Bitcoin Association in Hong Kong, and both of them really fostered a lot of energy at the beginning. So they are essentially the genesis of Lumiere, if you think about it.
Yeah, so Pat, we're going to unpick Lumiere in a second, but I just wanted to ask, you're there, Top Gun, Cannes Film Festival. Is anyone talking blockchain there except you?
No, there are actually quite a few people here, including Decentralized Pictures, where Leo Matchett and Mike Musante were essentially the offspring of Francis Ford Coppola's American Zoetrope. There's Beam, Cineverse, there's a few companies. So it seems like cinema and animation are finally waking up. We're also invited to a panel in Annecy, the biggest animation festival in the world and market in the world. So things are starting to kick in motion, which was not the case 2-3 years ago, probably because I guess the tools were not ready yet.
Okay. Well, Pat, we're going to leave you in Cannes for a minute. And Jehan, I want to go back. You seem like an early adopter and a trend setter who knows things in advance. Where else in the creative industries are we seeing blockchain and smart contracts pop up?
I mean, I think the question is, where aren't you seeing it? I think that, by now NFTs and Web3 have really kind of penetrated most areas of creativity in a good way. Some cases kind of a challenging way, but I think that artists and creatives are finding ways to basically create new opportunities for themselves in terms of being able to distribute their work, whether it's design, art, architecture, writing, music, and as Pat's saying, kind of film and moving image, going straight to the audience, cutting out the middlemen, and even finding ways to actually pre-fund and crowdfund their intellectual property. I also see it on the back end where a company that I've invested in, Arsenal Art, which has its roots in something called the Artist Rights Society, which protects the intellectual property rights of artists from Warhol and Picasso to Basquiat, are getting into the Web3 game and looking after the rights of digital artists. So whether it's on the creative side or on the legal, financial, or even kind of administrative side, we're seeing Web3 and crypto really make an early impact.
Well, Jehan, that's fantastic when you're looking at digital rights and assignment and the ways that the artists can prosper from their work. Pat, tell us now a little bit about Lumiere projects, because you had said that it's going to revolutionize or upchange the film industry. So perhaps you could introduce us to that concept.
Sure, I'll show it to you in one picture, actually. This is a full cover we've just had, the Film Français. And sorry that is in French, but it's the new way to finance your movies. So essentially what we do, and we've always been about finance and production, because that's where I'm from. I mean, I started in a bank doing this and then eventually went into independent, but I've been essentially in the movie industry for 20 years, more than 20 years now. And our collaborators have, and we actually came to blockchain with a problem, a real problem. And we're like, okay, can blockchain, and I'm talking blockchain, not just NFTs, can blockchain solve those problems, and how can they solve them? So I started in Hong Kong. The genesis was coming out of a PhD, actually at City University of Hong Kong, visiting scholarship at UCLA. We had some help from MIT, and essentially it became a book. The book is a bit obsolete, but actually the book is about the transition from Web 2 to Web 3, which is something we already talked about in 2019. There are actually proofs there on the website, and we've been doing trial and error attempts.
And Pat, I think a lot of people do watch as the technologies evolve, and even when you create a book, the art of researching it leads to new breakthroughs. How would you explain the problem that Lumiere had and what it solves?
Well, the problem is, we will talk about it as a thing of the past very soon. At the moment, you're throwing 10 million, say, to a film, and you hope and pray that it's going to work and you're going to make your money back in maybe in 2 years.
Do you mean Top Gun 2 was 10 million US dollars?
No, I'm not talking about Top Gun. I don't want to get in trouble there.
Okay.
But I would say independent films, 5 to 10 million, you throw money at a film, you don't know if you're going to get back, and it's going to take 2 years for you to know whether you've earned money or if you've lost money. There's a lot of issues connected to this big problem. What we're doing with Lumiere is we insist on the traceability of the investments, but we are also testing the IP in a metaverse environment if the film is prone to metaverse. We don't push metaverse if we think that it is not viable. And we test the audience. We create a club, essentially, where people can have access. And then you can measure whether you have an audience or not. And if you do have an audience, like it's the case with one of our films, Kenzo, The Life of Kenzo, we have this film that we've helped. Well, once you measure it and you've proven you have an audience, then finding traditional funding becomes easier as well. So we're in a hybrid model at the moment, probably moving towards something that's going to be more digitized in the future. But it's quite interesting how the two old world and new world are meshing together at the moment.
Well, and that's a question I want to ask for Jehan, because, you know, Metaverse is, you know, they say that content is king and context is King Kong. And the experiential element of what we are to have in a metaverse, that's going to take a lot of creative talent. Or is that the role of AI? You know, how are we going to populate all of these experiences?
Yeah, I mean, I think that where we are with Metaverse now is, again, it's like version 0.1. We've created space, like we've defined space, but we haven't really populated it, as you kind of mentioned. We're starting to have people there, we're starting to have architecture, but that's pretty much it. I think that we're going to reflect and recreate the experience of our physical world in the metaverse. And I think that that's going to take the shape of objects, stuff, fashion, you know, transportation, decoration, all sorts of things. And, you know, actually I have a few friends. There's a company called Parameta, Parameta, which is working with brands to bring retail objects into the metaverse as NFTs. I have another friend who's using NFTs to basically bring other types of brands do large drops. So I think increasingly we're finding ways to actually, you know, have, you know, the metaverse imitate life.
Okay.
And that's going to continue.
So Pat, in Cannes then, along with the product placement, as a moviegoer, not only will I see the Pepsi on the screen, but I'll get an NFT.
Tom Cruise has done with his company, and it's increasingly the case. We've done a lot of research. I mean, it's fair to say that we've been backed, and we're still backed by Rolling Stone, you know, and more recently with Animoca Brands and Brink, we really thank. And what we've discovered with them, and particularly with the knowledge and expertise of Animoca Brand, but also with Rolling Stone, we're more kind of a traditional company, is that we did research basically, and we found that films at the moment can be divided into one, what you would call a heavy IP or a strong IP, whether it's based on a book that's already made a lot of sales, or it's based on a celebrity, The Rock, for example, or any appeal that is connected to the commercial nature of the IP, or the cause. And we have a lot more projects along these lines that are essentially already talking to a community. Let me give you an example. We have a former Warner executive, Max Howard, who has successfully been behind the Lion King, Pocahontas, and a lot of the good stuff that we know from the 90s and beyond. He's now launching an animation called Drew's World, which is an animation that's very immersive about how it is that someone who has Down syndrome sees the world. And the community of the Down syndrome is 120,000 people, a ready-made community around the world in 132 countries. You can access them directly, and they are going to connect, and they want to grow. They want people to be aware of things. So all of a sudden, you have an impact. And I think impact films are also extremely interesting to bring new people in, basically.
No, Pat, and that's great. We talked earlier about the experience. You know, with all of these options and opportunities, Jehan, I'm trying to follow the money. How do you decide where to deploy amongst this multiverse of metaverse?
You mean in terms of which metaverses do I?
How do you, you know, with all
how do I
of
know
the
what to buy?
blockchain, how are you prioritizing these Web3 technologies as an investor, and where are you seeing the shorter term payoff versus the longer term build?
I mean, we are, you know, as Kinetic, we are more long-term investors. And what we do is, you know, kind of early stage ventures. So we by definition really take early bets on kind of emerging technology. Just like, again, we invested in Decentraland back in 2017. That was 5 years ago, you know, one of the kind of primary metaverses. We look at traditional things like how is the team, how is the idea, what's the technology stack they're building on. But I guess from the token perspective, we also look at factors like liquidity, kind of security, and other things that are specifically related. You really have to just rely on the fundamentals of the project and the founders, and also the pattern recognition and our ability to actually, because we've seen so many projects and invested in so many projects, we have a bit of a gut sense and an instinct around this. So we really rely a lot on our experience.
Okay. And Pat, as a company founder or as a driving force behind a company, how have you found the finance community and the adoption, their interest in your solution?
That's a great question, because movie connects companies together, but it also connects audiences. And most of the audiences are not really familiar with crypto, generally speaking. Most of the professionals are not familiar at all with it, and they would love to learn more. So there's a part that's about evangelization, really, of the industry. And this is something we've been doing for like 4 or 5 years. So now we're starting to see people who are ready to take a jump. Like I was talking about a former exec of a studio. So that's not a small jump, right?
Yeah.
But you have independents as well. And you have animation makers, documentary makers. You have all sorts of content, really, theatrical content and series. So they're all now starting to look at things, obviously from the angle of how can they make money, but not just that. It's not just about the money, it's about the promotion. How can they promote best their film? Because essentially, if you create an army of ambassadors, and we had this conversation, I remember, with Jihan, for a multi-level marketing sort of for a good cause, for a film, essentially, you create the best promotion element you can have. It's better than having posters all around town sometimes.
Well, the other thing, blockchain is forever, and you keep that community alive, and there you suddenly have spin-offs and further content and other drops accustomed to them. I think the problem with the industry, it's not well known, Pat, because we need a French action star in Cannes to act out blockchain and crypto, and I think we're going to cast you as the leading man in our phenomenal bestseller. Jayan, as we look around the world, we're seeing a lot of kind of decoupling in terms of nations and liaisons, et cetera. How will this affect the sharing of technology and the development of Web3 globally?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I think that we're going to start seeing, I would say, alternative internet spaces evolve. In the same way that we have a Chinese internet, and through the BSN project, we're going to be increasingly seeing a Chinese blockchain environment. I wouldn't be surprised with the way that kind of Russia is developing, the Russian situation is developing, that we'll start to see the equivalent. I think that ironically, a lot of the technology, that blockchain technology in particular, that has served to kind of bridge some of internet technology, will also serve to separate us as people decide to create separate spaces and use blockchain to enforce that. It's definitely ironic, because blockchain was supposed to connect everything, and in some ways it's a technology and it can be used for whatever, whether you want to kind of build bridges or fences. And I think we will see the latter.
Well, Jahan, I thought social was supposed to make us more sociable, but I think it's made us all sociopaths sometimes.
Exactly.
So it's the way the technology is used. Pat, what was the most kind of exciting thing that you've seen in Cannes that would just stimulate an audience to want to get down there, other than Lumiere Project?
Good that you mentioned the last sentence. No, I mean, I've seen a lot of projects being announced. I mean, clearly they're works in progress. Well, when you see a film like Maverick, where you have essentially an entire fleet of actual planes, celebrating the launch of the film, and that this is connected to NFTs, that not only is it a reality, but it's here to stay. So I think that's pretty impressive. apart from that, I mean, see, I think this is the core of the thing. We're talking about decentralization here. And what I've seen is a cooperation between the different companies. Instead of trying to take everything for themselves, we've collaborated. We've collaborated in an event, for example, on the 21st of May with Variety on the Radisson Blu, and we are seeing more and more companies trying to work together, you know, as a decentralized pattern. And I think, in terms of organizationally, that's very, very interesting and important, because people let their ego aside. They decide, okay, how can we embrace this together? And I think that's actually a first. I've rarely seen that before, actually.
You know, when I was at Huawei, there's so much emphasis on philosophy and culture within there. And one of Mr. Ren's famous sayings was that he didn't want a bigger slice of the cake. He wanted to make the cake bigger. And it's a really phenomenal concept. So Jehan, later, if we wind up in walled gardens in different countries, at least blockchain can keep us all connected, perhaps. But yeah, the opportunities are endless, and now it's just up to us to deploy them in the right way. Any trends? Jehan, how are we going to end this year? How long will the winter last in your mind, or are you not investing in the underlying assets kind of guy?
Absolutely. I mean, our whole business is investing in the underlying assets. I do think that we're going to be in the winter for a while longer, and that's not necessarily related to crypto. It's more related to the kind of global macro situation. But I think that crypto will recover quicker, first of all. And I do think that there are other dynamics, like the overall kind of rise of the technology itself. And there's so many, you know, incredible brands that are coming into the space that are getting into the retail side of it, getting into the financial side of it, you know, whether it's Nike, whether it's, you know, kind of Goldman Sachs, they're all kind of piling in and in force. And it's clear that we're at an inflection point. So I think that crypto, despite the downturn, will buck the trend and recover faster, but that's not much consolation, you know, if we can foresee that the global macroeconomic situation is going to persist as it is for the next maybe 12 months or so. That said, it's an exciting time to be in crypto, and there's, you know, an incredibly smart people that are doing ever increasingly kind of inspiring things, both on the art side, the creative side, and I'm, you know, happy to be in this industry regardless of the, you know, up market or down market.
You know, Ching Tseng, who is principal analyst at AppWorks, I spoke with her earlier, and she said, you know, you build while it's a bear. That's when you do all of your you're not distracted by the market, so you can build your company. So Pat, what's your hoped for outcome of going to Cannes and being at SIS 22? How can we make your dreams come true?
To this
oh yeah, okay,
incredible panel. Yeah, no, you've already done so. I mean, well, the thing is about also being grateful to your partners. I mean, in this case, I mean, obviously Animoca Brands, but also Decentraland, Holdex, and also the filmmakers who've trusted us because they've made a big jump. I mean, it's probably, you can make it as make it parallel about the first people who tried a parachute, you know, and they were not too sure whether this was going to work or not. Well, they are giving you, and this is where I'd like to finish, maybe, they're giving you an IP that has an intrinsic value. You were talking about asset and intrinsic value, Jehan, of assets. IP has an intrinsic value, you know, it has followers, but it's also a proof of work. When you make a film, when you make an animation and documentary, whatever, you have between 100 and 200 people working on this. They all have a work. They all have a direct impact on the economy, and it is, in a sense, proof of work. You could say film is proof of work, in a sense.
Fantastic. Well, Pat will learn to parachute only if it's Maverick at the controls of the plane, and if Tom Cruise is doing the stunt, we'll feel better. Jehan, any observations we failed to make during the course of our talk?
No, I would just say that, you know, now is the time to, as I said, kind of build. But I think for people that are not already in the space, if you're not building, it's time to learn. Now is the time to really invest, not just your money, but your attention. And by the time that things kind of recover to a place, you'll be much more armed to kind of take advantage of it. You'll be prepared to really take advantage of that upswing in the market and the industry, and you won't be kind of caught flat-footed again. So I think it's an important time to just to learn.
Okay, so winter is coming, and don't rewatch Game of Thrones. Take the Coursera class in filmmaking on blockchain. Look up Lumiere projects as they fly fresh out of Cannes, and also Jaehan Chu, founder at Kinetic Capital, 230 companies in his VC portfolio, and Patrice Pujol. Au revoir, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous ici à Hong Kong. À la prochaine. Xian Zai, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And our rockstar last panel. Always great to have you at SIS, and it's unbelievable, but unfortunately it's true. We are already at the end of day 2 and at the end of our SIS pre-event. Now, the good news is the main event is yet to come. Make sure you are back with us for SIS 22 Scale-Up Impact Summit in September, precisely September 6th and 7th. And once again, SIS 22 will be the core event of the Startup Up Hong Kong Festival. And in September, we will not only talk about the Metaverse under the theme of Universe Meets Metaverse. We'll make sure that you tune in when all the worlds collide and when we will explore galaxies out there. So it's going to be just an au revoir, matane, and just see you soon. But before I call it, let me once again highlight some of the inspiring sound bites that I will take personally away and that still resonate quite a lot. So we had, in 10 years, the economy of the metaverse will be bigger than the economy of the physical world, from Felix Hartmann, Hartmann Capital. Crypto is eating traditional banks' lunches. Proud Limpongan from Zipmex. The aim of decentralizing the ecosystem is to decide what is actually valuable news and what is part of history. Gary Liu from Artifact Labs by SCMP. TLV is now a key metric in evaluating protocol success, but I believe in the importance of virtual assets and think the key metric is TVR, total value represented, from Scott Teal, DLA Piper, and Toko. Some people say that Web3 is like the introduction of the internet. I tell my team we have to think beyond that. Adrian Lai, Newman Capital. Web3 has the power to disrupt Silicon Valley and Wall Street. Jean Zhang from Arcstream Capital. And another one, our focus is to build an economy model called Fashion to Earn, which is basically dependent on NFT you own and the relationship / interoperability that the asset has with different games, from Richard Hobbs, BNB. And today also, again, we saw an amazing and fantastic lineup of Web3 scale-ups, just to name a few, making personal choices and real-world ownership control possible. Creation of the next-gen metaverse and NFT experience. The pitches and shovels to support the new crypto gold diggers. Creation of the currency and payment solutions to enable easy shopping in the metaverse, unraveling the mystery from ancient empires and bridging our old heritage with our most futuristic worlds. The point where love meets blockchain, incorporating blockchain technology into personalized gifting, bringing authenticity and accessibility to the wine industry, and Web3 powered WeChat of Mongolia, and so many more. Now, we could not have done that, of course, without our beautiful sponsors and partners. And I do have to give them a special shout out once again. Our platinum sponsors from DLA Piper and Toko, our platinum sponsors from Animoca Brands, our gold sponsors from Jardins. We have a few silver sponsors, Magazine Cloud, Newman Capital, Glints, and of course, our metaverse sponsors, BNV and MetaKey. I hope you all went to Decentraland in the headquarters, watched our talks from there, made sure you got the special SIS wearables and drops. Also, thank you for another venue sponsor, Christie's, who was streaming live at their spring sale in the convention center. And thanks to Club DAO, our physical venue sponsor. And thanks to Genti from Paddler to being our media sponsors. A big shout out, of course, also to our over 50 community partners and ecosystem partners around the world. I know you guys are streaming it, you're sharing the love over social media. It's amazing. But I also wanted to thank you, our amazing audience. You have been such an interactive and engaged audience. I think I got a first count. We had over 5,000 views and over 2,500 unique attendees. Thank you so much for your trust. And we truly hope that you're going to be back in September with us. But I cannot finish this conference with the last but not least immense and heartfelt thank you. And that obviously goes to our beautiful and amazing team at W Hub and Angel Hub, powering SIS year in and out after. Thank you so much for bringing it to life, making sure that we not only showcase impact, but also make impact and co-create our futures together everywhere. Guys, you truly rock. And with it, it's a wrap. Cheers.